This House now resumes its sitting. Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, just to remind you, we're currently in the debate. At this time, any member wish to debate? Any member wish to debate? Is the Premier here? If no member wish to debate, I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this much anticipated loan. Speaker, we've been had my breath for a long time waiting on this loan to come. And Speaker, I'll just start by saying, when I became minister last year, which was my first budget cycle as minister, I put a number of things in the 2023-24 budget. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that money wasn't made available until now, out of hope to have the funding for these projects last year. And then I didn't get it in the budget. I was hoping to get it in the SAP. I didn't get it in the SAP. But Madam Speaker, I see some of the funding now in this loan. It was not my decision to have this funding in the loan, but the powers that be who controls the finances and budget, I guess they thought it prudent to put that funding in the loan. Be it as it may, Madam Speaker, money is money. As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to getting things done. Madam Speaker, I want to start because in the loan, it has a number 3, Dr. D. Olympic Hospital Improvement Plan. Madam Speaker, I think it is probably not properly named. I would have called it HSA. If I had my way, I would call it HSA Improvement Plan because it's to be used, in my opinion, for HSA, not just the Dr. D. Olympic Smith Hospital. But Madam Speaker, let's talk about it a little bit. The hospital, Madam Speaker, was named. The new building was built around 2014, dedicated around 2014, was named the Dr. 14, 15, somewhere around it. The new building was named in 2019 to the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, according to the resolution brought by the then Minister for Health, Honorable Marlon Penn. And Madam Speaker, I don't think that was an overnight decision. If you listen to the resolution, it said the old part shall remain as People's, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, and the new part is to be named Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital, based on his service to this country, I think as a first surgeon, and also as a politician. Very, very, very nice person. Madam Speaker, I don't know why, if you know you're going to rename or name that building, you didn't make sure that the name was on it. It couldn't have been an overnight decision to get up one day and rename the building. There must have been discussions held before that resolution was read in this House. And now, Madam Speaker, it is the biggest talk. It's been a talk for years. That was in 2019. The same member came back in 2023, I think, for another year. And the building, the name still wasn't put on that building. And you hear the complaints and you hear all of it. Madam Speaker, it's my intention, and we've already started the preparatory work to make sure that that building, name and honor of that great man, his name be put on that building, and that the building be given a facelift. I've been working with the team, and I asked them how soon can they get this thing out of tender or RFP, whatever they want to do, but let's get it done. These things cannot be cans being kicked down the road. It was said here a few days ago in this House under a different debate, I think under HSA bill, to please get it's a news story also, to please get the building name in honor of this great man. And I support that. Why it wasn't done before, Madam Speaker, I don't know. But I'm not here to complain about anything. I'm here to fix. I'm going to take the ball where I met the ball and move it along. So hopefully within 2 weeks' time, you will see a tender go out for persons to bid and getting the name on that building, getting that building looking dignified, according to the man it was named after. But this should have been done a long time ago, Madam Speaker. But again, I will make sure it is done. Madam Speaker, there are $4 million in here. And I do believe some of it might have been earmarked for various things. Because we know the building has empty spaces. Some spaces haven't been used. Some of the roof might be leaking. So, Madam Speaker, we have to make the whole space in that building operational. And this money would go towards that. I said, Madam Speaker, I would have renamed this heading HSA Development Plan. Because, Madam Speaker, we had a meeting over in Virgin Gorda a few weeks ago, HSA, and the residents there brought a few things to mind that they would like to see done. And I told them that there was some money coming, and I'll try and get as many of those things addressed as possible. I figure one of them was a leaking roof in the Iris O'Neill clinic. And I was made to understand the reason why they couldn't properly outfit the clinic because of water now. The water ingress is going from the roof onto the floor, now downstairs. And Madam Speaker, I'm not sure, I don't think it just started. But some of this money, Madam Speaker, is going to go towards that vexing issue. This money I applied for since last year in the budget. So they weren't telling me what I didn't know. But it had to come from the people. So you could understand we are listening. We're going to address that day. Now, Speaker, also the other clinics in the BVI need various things. We have to improve our total health system. Now, Speaker, I spoke about the meeting in Virgin Gorda, and then I saw a few days ago for immediate release, various things that, of course, were already in the book. You're asking questions about the funding. And, Madam Speaker, it goes to what I've been saying many times ago. We have to do more in this honorable House to educate the people out there. I know standing finance is closed, but Madam Speaker, I appeal to you again, at some point in time, let us make standing finance public. Because when you read the letter, clearly it's a lack of understanding of how the budget process and standing finance process works. And it's up to us, they're not in here, they don't sit in the House. It's up to us in here to explain to them how the process works. I hope at some point in time, one of these days, we can have standing finance live so the public can understand. And Madam Speaker, I was talking to someone this morning, and they told me whenever the House is on, they make sure they tune in, else they will be lost as what's going on in this country. But then, Madam Speaker, you got a whole set of people out there who never tune into the House. Never. But they'll meet you and ask you, well, Minister, when you're doing this, well, did you hear me in the House last week? Oh, I don't listen to the House. I ain't got time for that. And I ask you the same set of things that we come to this House and say, all of us, because we are sent here by the people. And we come in here and we explain to the people what we are trying to do. But nobody has time to listen to the House. But here's where we discuss the people's business. Everybody should be tuned in right now to be listening to us. We're talking about $100 million loan that the people, taxpayers, are going to pay back. Over time, of course. And they don't think it's important. We're not talking about $100 or $100,000. We're talking about $100 million that is to go towards the people in the development of this country. And yet they can't get persons to tune in and listen. We leave it. You can all speak today. They give us a whole hour. I don't need no hour, Madam Speaker. We'll all speak on this thing for whatever length of time and say what we have to say. And when you leave here, they're going to still ask you what happened in the House today. When you could It's on your phone, your smartphone. It's on the radio. It's everywhere. But we have to get our persons or people to understand you have to tune into the House of Assembly, to listen to what's going on in the country. Madam Speaker, in the same letter, it calls for a follow-up meeting. It says we wait as well the follow-ups and action points from the community meeting held in Virgin Gorda, September 6, 2024, as there has been no word from the ministry. We now demand and expect the follow-up meeting to be scheduled by October 2nd, 2024. Madam Speaker, let me pause there for a second, because I honestly, I really need to apologize to my district for not being through the district like I normally would be, because of our demands of the House and Cabinet based on a serious situation. And Madam Speaker, I'm not making an excuse. This is the reality. We've been in the House every single day this week. And I was so pleased that I finally got the last bill passed yesterday from the statutory board's part of it with the HSA. And I'm so pleased because that HSA amendment there is going to help us strengthen accountability as we move towards the reform of health services here in the territory. And that HSA is part of our public protection agenda. We have to improve healthcare. It goes without saying, Madam Speaker. We don't have an option with healthcare. We have to improve it. And there's $4 million in here that's going to go towards that. Madam Speaker, some persons might not agree with how the $4 million might be spent with healthcare. They might not agree. I said earlier, I'm going to get that building looking at dignified manner. That will tell you, instead of fixing the building, putting on the name, you should do X, Y, Z with the money. Madam Speaker, we will differ, but the money is going to be spent on healthcare, and the building must look, and it must represent the person it's named after. Anybody driving across the road, see that building there, maybe asking, is it abandoned or not? Because from a distance, it kind of looks abandoned. No, we can't have that. So, Madam Speaker, I apologize to my district, but we have been busy in this house sometimes from morning till night. I get home 9, 10 o'clock in the night and back 6 in the morning, making sure we get these works done to improve the systems, or the system of delivery for healthcare. Madam Speaker, apart from the $4 million, because people will think we're not doing this thing now because we have some money. We have already, at the ministry, have already engaged the RDA to help us look particularly at some of our clinics and at the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. The engagement is to do a full assessment of the physical plant and the MEP systems. Because, Madam Speaker, the hospital building was damaged and stressed during the hurricanes of 2017. But nobody has thought to look back to see, well, let's really check this building. Let's go through it and see what is the state of this building. And we're not just doing it for doing its sake. If the building needs work done to it, we're going to be guided by what the results of this inquiry is through the RDA. And then, Madam Speaker, we're not going to stop there. We're going to create what's called a life cycle plan. Madam Speaker, I've been told that they've already developed the terms of reference for this work to be carried out. So hopefully, I'll see this work carried out soon. So, Madam Speaker, apart from the physical plan, we are also doing the systems for the delivery of healthcare, making sure everything is in tandem. And those works there are already ongoing. Madam Speaker, no government in this world can just fund healthcare like that through a national budget. I've said it many times, healthcare is one of those areas where we can get donor funding from across the globe. Madam Speaker, we have been doing just that. Not as much as I personally would like, because again, we've been here fighting with the COI, trying to get all those things done. Madam Speaker, we are seeing the end of the tunnel now. We're seeing the light down there. That we could now shift gears and move into proper delivery, focus on delivering for our people. I don't think persons really appreciate how much time and energy has been consumed by all of us trying to address the COA concerns, because that COA concerns keeps the Art and Council over our head. It keeps it there. So we have to do what we have to do to get that Art and Council off our head so we can move forward. Madam Speaker, we're almost there. We're almost there. And so, Madam Speaker, because we can never fund all the funding we need through the capital budget, through our national budget, we've started to have partnerships with various international organizations like PAHO, WHO, OECS. Madam Speaker, there's a meeting in Washington starting tomorrow. I should have been there, representing the BVI at the table of the BVI to fight for BVI to get this partnership cemented. Again, because of obligations of the House, Madam Speaker, I'm here. As soon as we get through, Madam Speaker, I have to go and catch a plane by Saturday to make sure we're at the table. Because, Madam Speaker, people think when we travel, it's a holiday. These trips ain't no holiday. These are hard work. We went in St. Kitts last week, the Minister Secretary for Education, 7 every morning, better get going. Got to be on a run, intense meetings. When you get back again, it's night. Fighting to get things, fighting for partnerships to get things for this country. Madam Speaker, in today's world, if you are not at the table, you will go hungry. So primarily, when people say how we got to travel, we have to travel. Those who are there at the tables who eat, who ain't there get nothing. We have to go and sit at these tables to make sure we get things in line for our people. Now, Speaker, I'm also engaged in the UK. I don't think we necessarily get funding, because they themselves ain't funding their own healthcare right now. Because Stammer said there'll be no funding before reform. Because everybody knows any amount of money you could give to healthcare can spend. Any amount of money. Millions or billions. Whatever you give healthcare, they can spend. So we have to be prudent, and we have to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm engaged in the UK also. They have, apart from funding, they have expertise. They have expertise. They have a number of colleges, good partnerships to train doctors and nurses, and technicians, you can name it. But, Madam Speaker, we have to look for strategic partners. And, Madam Speaker, that I intend to do. I'll go where I have to go to find what I have to find. We say, listen, we need your expertise here in the BVI. Now, Speaker, for a long time, we've been talking to Martinique, trying to get them on board and to work with us here in the OECS. They're building, I think, a $400 million medical facility. And they've extended to the BVI that you need your patients to come to Martinique for medical care, you're welcome to come. Now, Speaker, a while ago, while in the House, I got an invitation to come to Martinique to an opening ceremony, October 12th, I think it is. October 12th. Because they extended this invitation to the BVI to use, if I can, the Premier allows me to attend that opening and make the BVI presence be known there. That yes, we are interested. And thanks for your invitation. And thanks for reaching out to us and saying, we have a state-of-the-art facility that BVI, if you need to send people there for specialized care, particularly in the area of cancer, you're welcome to use our facility. The gentleman even said to us, we have ambulance planes, we'll even send you our own ambulance to pick you up in the BVI. But we'll see if that plays out. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is we're going to move forward with something like healthcare and education and so forth. In many other areas, we have to be at the table. We have to be at the table. When our name is called, somebody needs to say, present, what do you have for us? What do you have for us? What do you have for us? There's no way, Madam Speaker, I said, we could fund all these things through a national budget. We got to go out there. We got to find partners and donors and whatever who are out there and say, we need your help. Expertise, access to your facility, whatever it is, we could do for the sake of our people. Madam Speaker, that I am prepared to do. If we could get grants, grants are fine. Can't get grants, expertise. That is fine. Use your facility, that is fine. Where's the Madam Speaker? But here, Madam Speaker, we have to go and get us relationships and do what we have to do. Madam Speaker, there's some funding in here for schools, and I hope and I will push to get the Brigada flag separation finally moving. We've gotten far in terms of getting the property, some preliminary designs which we have to modify, and that is something I would like to see, Minister of Education, that we start something there. There are donors who will come on board, but of course, the government must put its own skin in the game first, and I believe that. Let us start, and then have the other persons add on. Madam Speaker, there's some money here for roads.
The brain power you want is not in a bottle.
Not in a bottle? Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, there's some money here for roads. And I know the folks in Anegada would be pleased to hear that the funding for your road, that back road, is in this loan. And we're going to make that a reality. The minister's already committed to getting that back road addressed. So, Madam Speaker, there's a lot in here for the people, and I'm pleased that I will be able to do my part. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words there, I thank the Premier for this loan, and I'll take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any other member this time? All right, I'll have to call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I want to, sorry?
Oh, the Deputy Premier.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the members who debated this $100 million loan facility. I want to thank them for showing their support, Madam Speaker. I want to thank them for showing their support, Madam Speaker.
Yes, yes, Honorable Penn. Do you have something to say? Are you rising? Well, unfortunately, member, I stayed and I asked if there was anyone else, and there was no one else, so I had no choice but to call on the Premier. I'm sorry? You did, but when everyone else finished, no one was on that side to rise to speak, so I had no choice but to call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I don't mind yielding.
Thank you.
I'll yield to the member. Member, go ahead and speak.
All right, member 48.
And I think it's a responsible thing of the Premier to do. And I think it's unfortunate that you have ministers still here in the room and refuse to speak on the most important piece of financial information in this country. But Premier, you showed some maturity just on people, and I must commend you for showing your maturity. Political maturity, that is. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here today to Madam Speaker, we're here today to debate the resolution on the almost $100 million that is being borrowed to, as the Premier said in his wrap-up, his initial presentation of the bill, Madam Speaker, the almost $100 million that is going to go towards capital improvements, go towards, Madam Speaker, none of them want to talk, but now all of them talking. Madam Speaker, I'm being distracted, Madam Speaker.
Honorable, go ahead. Go ahead.
But I'm being distracted, Madam Speaker. I want to speak and hear myself while I speak.
Members, please. Order. Go ahead, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, the resolution before us is over $100 million. That is, as said by the Premier, because I don't have a document outlining the specifics, but as said by the Premier in his initial presentation, to address capital and recurrent expenditure, to refinance the balloon payments for some $7.9 million, another $440,000 for transactional costs, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like my colleagues that spoke before me, particularly on the opposition side, I too have a challenge in terms of the resolution. And in fact, I asked the House actually, prior to us, the Deputy Clerk, about getting the previous resolutions. Because I looked at the resolution, I said that something isn't right in what is being asked and the way the resolution is being structured, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like the leader of opposition last evening, I was floored, Madam Speaker, that we're borrowing this kind of a money. In fact, Madam Speaker, I need to say this is the single most biggest single loan that we've ever borrowed in this territory, Madam Speaker. The next single, and I know it's something to clap about. And the next closest one was a $65 million loan that we did for the recovery and development. And you would think, Madam Speaker, if you're going to borrow money of this magnitude, that potentially is going to put the national debt upwards of $207 million, based on the current debt is about 112, 111, and by January of 2025, it'll be, with payments made, it'll be about $107 million. So this loan, if approved, will take the national debt close to $207 million. You would think, Madam Speaker, a diligent and prudent government, if you're going to borrow that type of money and are going to push a national debt to that level, that you dot all your I's, cross all your T's, and ensure that the entire House is a part of the process. In this new age of good governance, transparency, and accountability, it behooves us as leaders of this territory to ensure that the people of this territory understand what we're doing on their behalf. Because this is not on the behalf of the government. If it was on behalf of the government, you'd have done it in cabinet. You wouldn't have to come up here. The laws are in a place for a reason, because when we make decisions like this, they are decisions that are on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And we have to be diligent, we have to be prudent with the people's business, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a resolution that is talking about, in the second whereas, is talking about recurrent expenditure. Are we in such dire financial straits that we're borrowing to finance recurrent expenditure? That is scary, Madam Speaker. What in recurrent expenditure are we borrowing to finance? The people need to know this information. You have 6 members in opposition, yet none of us are privy to this information. I don't know if I could speak for myself. I don't know if my colleagues to my left or my right got any information that outlines, one, the process that was undertook, that the government undertook to ensure that this money was borrowed based on good governance and transparency and accountability. 2, the process in terms of the term sheet. What does this mean? What does it mean for our national debt? What does it mean for us in terms of borrowing guidelines? What does it mean in terms of our liquidity? How are we going to manage the growing recurrent expenditure along with this additional growing debt? What do those things mean? If you're going to make a decision that is going to push the national debt up to $211 million. Those are the type of discussions that we need to have with the people of the territory. It is not just for the 7 members on the government side to make those decisions. That's why they have to come to the House, Madam Speaker. And we have to be responsible stewards of the public's finances to be able to have a mature conversation on where we're going. Let us put all our heads together to see if there's a different direction that we could take. Because at the end of the day, the borrowing of the territory is for the best interests of the people of the territory, and the benefits going to derive for the people of the territory, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, as the leader opposition said last evening, the resolution is not in order, Madam Speaker. The Premier is talking about going back after the House approves it, because you don't know which option you're actually going to select. He's talking about going back after you don't approve it to renegotiate, Madam Speaker. If you had that flexibility when you did the refinancing of the Bank of Popular loan, you wouldn't have to come back to this House. That had to come back to this House. Because borrowing is a responsibility of the House. So even if you leave here tomorrow and things based on the terms that are in this particular document changes, you have to come back to the House. Because what you approve has changed. You have to come back to the House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am deeply, and I'm going to speak specifically about some of the elements of the resolution, and then I'm going to go into some specific concerns. And a point raised by the Minister of Health, and I'm going to get to that later on. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the balloon payments, Madam Speaker. We're talking about just under $8 million that we're now proposing to finance or refinance to be able to now refinance for another 10 to 18 years, Madam Speaker. Monies that you should now be getting rid of, a loan that you should have already come to finality, now is living on for another 10 to 18 years, Madam Speaker. An important thing for this House to consider, Madam Speaker, before we make decisions like that, is that if you're going to make a decision to refinance, what was the interest rate on those loans prior that you're refinancing? That information is nowhere inside. Was it less than what we're now borrowing, the 6.5 and potentially 7% after 10 years that we're seeing in this particular document? So you're then putting the people of the territory, this is not your money, this is the people's money. If indeed that interest rate was higher or lower, if it was lower, you're putting them in a worse position, because monies that they now had already paid for the most part, is now going to be refinanced for another 18 years, potentially at a higher interest rate. I have to assume, because I have nothing in front of me, Madam Speaker, that could help me to make a proper decision. And those are the information that we need if we're going to make a decision on a loan of this magnitude. So that is information that is important for any responsible legislator. If we're discussing financing and how we're going to finance going forward, you can't just take the public funds, dump loan money into recurrent expenditure, take balloon payments that should have been paid off, and then refinance this for 18 years and not knowing the rate line and how that would impact the bottom line for the territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, and this has been my concern, Madam Speaker, and it's been, and the member for the third raised this, and I've said this many times, that our negligence 2019 to 2023 has cost this country dearly, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had an opportunity after the 2019 election, prior to the elections, where there was a loan guarantee on the table for well over $300+ million. Pounds would have been close to $400 million, Madam Speaker, with a potential of that rate being pegged against the UK's borrowing. Potential for persons in this territory could have gotten this loan at between 2% to 4% the most in terms of interest rates, as you look at what UK borrowing is, in line with UK borrowing. What type of rates that they use sometimes in terms of their borrowing. But even so, Madam Speaker, the CDB, Madam Speaker, even if we don't want to go as far as the guarantee, let's look at the CDB loan borrowing. Madam Speaker, in the same period, 2019, 2017, when we borrowed funding from the Caribbean Development Bank, Madam Speaker, that funding was borrowed at a rate of around 3.8%, Madam Speaker. At the time in 2017, when we got the financing for the 65, they're about 69%, $69,000 loan that we did for the recurrent expenditure for the recovery and development of the territory after the storms of 2017, Madam Speaker. Look at the difference. That loan started out around 3.8%, and my research revealed that the highest it went, and what it is right now, is around 4.8%. 7 years later, Madam Speaker. The most that loan has gone, because there was some variable rates in that process, most it has gone to my research, is 4.8%. Even if you didn't want to take the UK guarantee, right here in the region, through CDB, the loan that we got, $65 million, is around 4.8 during that period. So we lost an opportunity during that period to get financing at a rate that would give the people of this territory more for their buck. You'd have gotten an opportunity to be able to get more done based on the limited resources and scarce resources that we have in the areas that we're seeing that we're making with the finances and managing the financial aspects of our territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, we lost a golden opportunity with the loan guarantee, an opportunity for this territory to get more. Now you're hearing the list, and you saw the list, and I don't know the detailed list, and I'm only going off of what the Premier read specifically in his presentation. And I'll go back to the CDB loan and the fact that the reality and the ability to actually execute on the borrowing that government has done over the years, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have the RDA. And when that $65 million loan came to this House, Madam Speaker, I'm going to make the point again that you had a plan that came to this House, a clearly outlined plan in terms of how we're going to develop the recovery and development and how that money is going to be spent. You had an agency that was established to ensure transparency, accountability for the process and delivery of projects based on the numbers that we were talking about at the time, Madam Speaker. And you had a situation where there was a level of independence from the system, Madam Speaker, which was important because we want to have a focused approach to the way that we develop the country. Not where the government is focused on one side and still trying to focus on managing projects. And we see that model over the years, especially with major projects, has proven very difficult and has proven more costly to the taxpayers of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even with all of that and the models in place and the agility and nimbleness of the RDA, right now, 7 years later, Madam Speaker, the RDA still have based on the budget, more than $23 million of that money unspent. 23 million. So you're paying, and I'm getting to that, you're paying interest on money that you're unable to execute, even with the level of nimbleness and agility that the RDA has in terms of getting these major projects going. And they have been moving them out. They have been getting projects executed, Madam Speaker. And I have to share the view of my colleague. I don't foresee anything major happening with this over the next 2 years. I don't see it. We in year 2 now. We almost second year. In a few months, we're gonna be the second year of this government term, and we have we call it the civil mitigation vote. That you even can't get 10 cents out of it, Madam Speaker, through the current processes. And I used to think it was just an issue of the opposition. Remember the government complained that they can't get any projects done through that process. That's when we got some money just recently to cut bush, Madam Speaker. And the procedures that has been asked for that, to even get persons to cut bush, you can't get a $50,000 spent. How you can get $100 million spent in 2 years? Madam Speaker. Essentially, you have 2 years left in your term. The government has 2 years left in its term. You're borrowing this money now. Madam Speaker, every member has got, just now, no member wants to talk, Madam Speaker. Now, every one of them got everything to say. None one of y'all get to speak. You can do whatever you want. Madam Speaker, the Premier is going to have a chance to wrap up. Madam Speaker, I'm not yielding.
My dear member just spoke about political maturity. Just point of information, Madam Speaker. I'm just saying, I'm just asking, and I'm begging, please, don't mislead the public. I'm just begging. I got up when I presented this resolution, and I said that this loan would be spent across 4 years. Now the member is telling the public that we expect for $100 million to be spent in 2 years.
I didn't say that.
That's what the member said, Madam.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
And all I'm asking is that we can debate, that's fine, but let us not mislead the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And thank you, Premier, for your intervention. And that's not what I said, Premier. I said if you can't get $200,000 or 10 cents from that spent, or you can get the rest spent over 2 years. You had 2 years already as gone, and as members have not been able to get 0 penny, despite many attempts, spent from the civil mitigation votes and the red tape that has derived through that process, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's say for argument's sake, well, if they had shared a document, instead of us having to speculate, because we're here speculating and try to remember what you say, we would know what the terms are, the term sheet. We would know what the specifics are of the loan. We would know what projects is being outlined in the loan. But you don't share nothing. But you come here to the House expecting us to sing Kumbaya. And we don't always sing Kumbaya, Madam Speaker. Be that as may, Madam Speaker. It's impossible for us to be able to execute, particularly with the projects that I'm hearing, based on what I was able to recall, the Premier set up his presentation. How are those things that we're able to get executed in the next 2 years of this government's term, Madam Speaker? Quietly, and based on my experience of the last 2 years, virtually impossible, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a situation where I'm going to go to, and I tried to scribble down as much as I could while the Premier was speaking and making his presentation, Madam Speaker. Because, as I said, we want preview to the information before. So I try to, the best I can, scribble down the few things that he mumbled off when he was talking. Madam Speaker, he talked about the VI School of Technical Studies, what I heard, Madam Speaker. National Detention Center is another thing I heard, and I was able to scribble that down. The hospital improvement, and I'm sure if I say anything that he didn't say, he'll write on important information. So I'll continue to speak, Madam Speaker. The airport improvement, water improvement, R.T. O'Neill complex, road tongue improvement, sewage, King Garden Bay and East End, that's what I recall, and roads improvement, Madam Speaker. Those are the areas that I wrote down as it relates to what is being proposed, Madam Speaker, regarding this loan facility. In addition to the balloon payments, refinancing, which I mentioned, I expressed my view on that, and the transaction costs, which was, I wrote down $40,000 to $40,000 in some sense, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to focus on the infrastructural side of this, and a lot of people and a lot of us have expressed our concerns from an infrastructural point of view, the issues with the infrastructural issues of this territory and how the current state of affairs with our territory, with our roads, water, and sewage infrastructure, Madam Speaker, particularly. And those are the key areas that I'm going to focus on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the roads, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy that there's some improvements happening to the roads, and I think we have to all be grateful. I'm sure the people are grateful that some maintenance is happening, and seem like something lit a fire. Yeah, and those works have begun. It's good. People are benefiting. People are seeing some relief. And we're grateful that something is happening, Madam Speaker. I think I'm deeply troubled, though, that we're going to borrow monies, and I don't know what the quantum is, particularly for roads. Because, again, as I said, we got no document that outlines those specific line items and what the dollar amount is for those line items, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue that I have, particularly with roads, Madam Speaker, and we're talking about good governance, we're talking about transparency and accountability, and ensuring that we're doing the things that are necessary to ensure that we're now taking on the biggest loan, single loan, at one time that this country has undertaken. Yet you don't know. We don't know as a people's representative, so that you could talk to the people about these particular areas. But one thing that I know that has come before this House, and I've expressed in this House, and I've expressed publicly my concern with that particular project, is that the 30-something miles of road that is being proposed by the Minister for Works, Madam Speaker. You're the Minister responsible for roads. It's being proposed by you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm deeply concerned of the process that has been undertaken for that particular project, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you have one contractor, and it's called, when I asked the question, the House was called a request for proposal. I understand that this one contractor is being pushed to get this project under contract, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have zero confidence in the ability to get that done in a way that is proper. Madam Speaker, this is one of the reasons why the RDA was developed. When I asked the question in the House, Madam Speaker, I was told that they'll be able to do it cheaper because they're doing it through the ministry. Nonsense. Madam Speaker, that project should have been done. That project was signed almost a year ago. It should have been done already, Madam Speaker. The project that we have at Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek, for just under $3 million. It was designed, tendered, and managed through the ministry. Just under $3 million, Madam Speaker. Pure flat road. It barely got some little rising in between. Under $3 million. The same ministry signed that contract over a year ago. Should have been done by around March, 6 months from when it was signed. I think it was September or I don't know, October, November last year, should have been done by May, June of this year. 6 months it should have taken to get done. And I see in the news yesterday, again an announcement that it's going to be done in 6 months. When you peel behind the layers, Madam Speaker, you realize the drawings had several issues with the drawings and engineering in construction of the project. Several issues in terms of placement of things not properly done. So you can't engineer and get a small project of that magnitude on the road and get it done. You're going to take 30-something million dollars of loan money, going through the hills them at Katola, and going through the hills and dealing with the issues of drainage through the hills of this territory, and the hydraulic issues that we have in this territory, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I call on that project, Madam Speaker, should go to the RDA. If we're taking the public's funds and going to manage that project through the ministry, it needs to be managed through the RDA, Madam Speaker. And we need to put that back out to a proper tender. I have some serious concerns with this one-man tender process. This one man that was apparently only one applied, Madam Speaker. The only one that went through the process, Madam Speaker. I have some concerns with that, Madam Speaker. And that project is, as based on the last meeting in the House of Assembly when the question was asked, is scheduled to be around $30-something million. $1 million per mile. Million plus per mile, Madam Speaker. We have to be more responsible if we're going to borrow that money to do that. And I don't know if it's there. That's the only road project I heard the ministry speak about ad infinitum. So I assume it's part of the funding for this because we didn't receive any documentation that suggests where the funding was coming from, where the funding was going to. Madam Speaker, the loan funding was going to, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, currently of the opposition, if we need to investigate, see what's happening there, that is something that we need to look into. That project should not go along the way it's being proposed, Madam Speaker. People need to have more accountability for the resources that are being borrowed on their behalf, and there needs to be more clarity and transparency with the process, Madam Speaker. And that project is one of those that have serious issues with, Madam Speaker. Water issues, Madam Speaker. We all know the challenges in this territory with water from West End to Beef Island and all points in between. Everywhere in this territory has serious issues with the water infrastructure in this country. But what we haven't gotten, Madam Speaker, again, we're going to borrow $91 million for road, as you call it, capital and recurrent expenditure, $91+ million. But you have nothing in there that says where are the actual plans to deal with the water infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we don't have any clear plans for the water infrastructure. We've asked it in standing finance. We've asked it in the House. Every member on this side of the aisle have asked questions about the water challenges within their districts and territory-wide. We've asked for plans. We have not got a single plan. If there was a plan, let me know. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen a comprehensive plan to address the issue of water in this territory. Or we're borrowing money to deal with water, or what the money is going towards. Are the people of this territory going to be any better off once this money is spent? When the $65 million loan was borrowed, there was a clear plan. There was a plan. Every project was funded, costed. There were plans. There was the RDA had a plan. Of course, you're going to have to go through. Plans are living documents, but you have to start somewhere. You have to start somewhere. You had an agency established to execute the projects. That was the whole point of the RDA, Madam Speaker. But you have now, the ministry unwilling now, you extended the RDA. You decided that you want to continue with the RDA. The RDA had a chance to sunset. You could have allowed the RDA to sunset. But you're borrowing this money, and if the money is going to RDA, I haven't heard it yet. No member has gotten up and said that the RDA is going to execute these projects. I haven't heard any member got up and said so. So you created you extended the life of the RDA, but we're not giving it anything to do. The 2.4 million dollar project up at Hodges Creek, done through the Ministry of Disaster. The steel workers up there now for months, sitting alongside the roadside. They had pegs in the road that people were running down, couldn't start. A disaster. Almost a year gone and nothing significant has been done to improve the road. You're going to start with 30-something miles of road now, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, I have a problem with that, and I'm going to call on the leader opposition and whoever has ears that we have to ensure that a proper tendering process is redone for that project. Because the people need to get the roads, yes, but we need to make sure we get value, proper value for the monies that we're about to spend to fix the roads and get the right contractors in place to execute those works, Madam Speaker. And proper engineering, because we've proven that the engineering work is shoddy at best, is why that project took a year to start. Madam Speaker, let's go sewage. See how much time I have left, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure I can manage my time but more efficiently. Speaker, how much time do I have left? I'm trying to manage my time efficiently.
About a half an hour, seems like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sewage, Madam Speaker. Again, a lot of talk. Every time the government side gets a chance to speak, they talk about some $8 million at the pay pack, of which all but $2 million have been returned, with a payment schedule from the Port Authority to pay the rest of it off, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to this day, this government has been in place since 2019. We're now in 2024. 6 years, they're on their 6th year, Madam Speaker. 6 year I don't know about King Garden Bay. I see somebody's there for King Garden Bay, but I speak for Eastern and District 8. Not a penny that's been spent in District 8 since for the last 6 years, Madam Speaker. Despite the $6 million that has been returned to central government. But here we are borrowing more money, and we don't have a clue on where we're going with that project, Madam Speaker. The pump station, the transport station is in place. It started, the work started. It seems to be stalled as for some reason. I don't see any, if much activity there at all. The one there at Long Swamp, which is sort of between the 7th and 8th district. We've been asking about the force mains from Paramtown to the same station in that same area vicinity. The longest tender I ever see in my life. Every time you ask a question, they're out to tender. For 6 years, they've been out to tender, Minister. To this date, you can't get a decision on what's happening particularly with that project. But we're borrowing more money. And what is the money for? What the money is going to be used for? Nothing. Nothing to say that this money is going to execute X or is going to execute Y, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we need to be more accountable when we're borrowing the resources of the people of this territory, Madam Speaker. We have again, Madam Speaker, the RT O'Neill complex. Another project that's outlined is slated to begin under this loan project, loan funding, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what are we doing? How much money are we allocating? You had $11 million or $10 million that you got from loan funding. The building itself is in a state of disrepair still. What has that $10 million been spent on? But you're asking the taxpayers of the territory to go further in debt to do what? That's where we're going to borrow money. We have to be clear to the people what we're borrowing this money for. How it's going to improve the lives of the people of the territory. Are we going to borrow money for cosmetic things that are not going to really fix the problems that we have as a territory? and you'll be able to generate revenue for the people of this territory, Madam Speaker? Those are questions that people are asking. You're borrowing $100 million for what? How is that going to impact my life? How is that going to make life different or better for me as a citizen of this country, Madam Speaker? And many of the persons are asking that question, and there's no answer forthcoming from this government, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have been, and I think members of this opposition have been advocates for borrowing money, but borrow money responsibly. Borrow money in a way that's going to impact the lives of the people and are going to be able to generate revenues that are going to pay and finance the debt that we're going to incur. That's when we leave here and the decision is made and the process is finalized for the borrowing of this money, the country is going to be $207 million in debt. $207 million in debt. How are we going to ensure that that debt go towards the improvement of the infrastructure and improvement of the lives of the people? Because we're always seeing now, last budget cycle, over $50 million went back in the Treasury because of a failure to execute. What has changed to improve the execution process in central government? To ensure that once this money is borrowed, that the projects are going to be executed, and we're not just going to be saddled with holding on to money in a bank, paying interest on the money, and we're not getting any benefit from the money, Madam Speaker. That's a serious problem, and that's a problem that I have, Madam Speaker, is a problem that many persons in this territory have in terms of the management, not just of the management. We've never had, and I've said this over and over, I never felt that we had a money problem because the balance sheet holds that up. At end of June this year, the cash statement said that we had over $231 million in the bank. That's what the cash statement said, Madam Speaker. So we don't have a money problem, we have a management problem. And I've seen nothing in place with this money that's going to change that problem. So we're going to borrow this money and have it sit, and not get the true benefit from this money where it needs to be derived to the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the minister said, I don't like to talk behind people back then. I'm glad he's back. Madam Speaker, and the minister said a few things, and it's important. And we just now talked about misleading the people, and you have to make sure that when you say things, I didn't want to interrupt you while you were speaking, Minister. I think that wasn't the right thing to do at the time. So I just wanted to make sure that I allowed you to speak. But I'm happy that some work is being done at the hospital, based on what was said. I don't know the specifics. The minister read out something, so I don't know the details. Again, we weren't privy to the details, but the minister read some things out, and thank you, sir. You're such a kind sir. The minister read some of those things out, and he also spoke about the signage. And who should have, and he said, I'm not complaining while he was complaining. Complained bitterly, but he said he wasn't complaining. But who were there, who wasn't there, and why it didn't happen, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to, and I'm glad that he mentioned who the minister was that named that facility after the good gentleman, Dr. Orlando Smith. I think that was, for me at the time, it was important that we give honor where honor is due. And the man has served this country, the medical facility, with distinction, and persons who have served with that level of distinction deserves the opportunity to be honored in the right way, Madam Speaker. And I think that's what we did at the time as a government and as a house, Madam Speaker, which was important. Madam Speaker, the minister shouldn't mislead people like that, though. The minister's term, though he's a new minister, his term combined as minister longer than the term I shared, the 2 terms I was minister. Yeah, minister. And I was a cleanup man. I used to go in and clean up when things needed to get cleaned up and get the cleanup job done. And that's okay. I used to get the stuff cleaned up. Sometimes it's like baseball. When you have your starting pitcher, you pitch for 6, 7 innings, 8 innings. If you can't go another, you got to bring the man who can win the game. You got to bring the man in who could win the game. I don't mind doing the closer role. I the man who come in every time and win the game. Close it down and win the game. But Minister, you had an opportunity. When your former minister, and God rest his soul, my loving cousin, when he came, he had the money there to do what he had to do. You were part of that government. You were part of the government for 3+ years before they come and clean it up again. The money disappeared, and the tone that the message I got when I got back is that it wasn't a priority of the government to put up no sign for the Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. That's what the message I got. It wasn't a priority for the government. I didn't talk about no individual. I talked about the government. The government is more than one person. It wasn't a priority of the government why that sign wasn't put up. That's the message I got. So you had an opportunity to do it, you did nothing. But do it now. Stop complaining. And do what's good and right to honor that legacy of that good man. But what I would say though, Madam Speaker, I don't think that you should borrow for 18 years to put up a sign, Madam Speaker. Why are we taking loan money to do things like that? Take the money from the recurrent. Put up the sign. Why are you borrowing money in a loan for 18 years? It's like borrowing a car for 30 years. It's like you're going to build your house and you take some money from your house to go buy a car. For 30 years, you got 25-year-old mortgage, and you're going to go buy a car. That's going to last you 4 years. And you're paying for that car while you don't even still have the car. It don't make sense, Minister. The monies should not be used for that. Use the money. You have monies in the ministry. It's over 100. Just over 100 to put the sign up. Find 100. We came to the house a little while ago and found $20 million. Remember? Now for the third, it was $20-something million. We find 13, but 7. You had find 7 all in a year. So you find $13 million. Well, we hope so. People are still getting. I haven't heard anybody say they're not getting paid, so I assume that they found it. Because people are still getting paid. We'll know by December if they actually found it.
I raised a point of information because I did say, sorry to interrupt the member, I did say that the money for that sign did appear in our budget for the ministry 2023-2024. It's in our budget. The money finance didn't give us the money, but they put it in the loan. We did not do that. It's in our budget, Madam Speaker. The money to do that building. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make that clear.
I'll take it back. And thank you, Minister, for that clarification, but you made my point even stronger. It doesn't make sense. Why are you borrowing for 18 years to pay for a sign that you could finance from your recurrent expenditure or from your capital expenditure? It doesn't make any sense. And these are the type, and it's simple things like that, Madam Speaker. Imagine what else is in there. Imagine what else we're doing that is going to put the people of this territory at a disadvantage because of how we're managing the finances of this country. Nobody does that. You don't use our mortgage money to buy a car that's going to be dead in 5 years. People don't do that. So we have to be better stewards of the public's finances. And this, what I'm seeing here, Madam Speaker, and based on what the assumptions that we have to make because of the absence of information, shows that we have grave concerns in terms of what is happening, particularly with this loan and the management of the finances of this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, again, before I wrap up, I have a few more things, Madam Speaker, but I want to reiterate a couple of things, Madam Speaker. That's why I want to make it clear that the capital projects, particularly under the Ministry of Works, roads, and even the sewage, I believe the time has come now to place the sewage project in the hands of the RDA. Let the RDA go out, qualify and quantify the sewage in a proper way, come back with a true picture of what the sewage project is going to cost the people of this territory, and then once and for all make a decision on the way forward with dealing with the sewage issues of this country. That needs to be independently. We continue to play politics with the sewage issue, and people are getting ill, Madam Speaker. The problem is becoming extended throughout the entire communities now. It's now in Virgin Gorda in a major way. When you go on in the valley, you smell the stench, Minister. That problem is all over this country, Madam Speaker. We need for once and for all to have a proper, comprehensive plan and process for addressing the sewage, and I think the best place for that is in the RDA. Let them focus on it, Madam Speaker. The roads, Madam Speaker, that 30-something miles of road, Madam Speaker, that project needs to go to the RDA, needs to go back out to tender. Madam Speaker, somebody will get in trouble for that project. Let us ensure that that project goes back out, get a proper, wider base in terms of persons applying for the tendering of that project. It must be done, and I agree it has to be done. I support it being done, but I don't support it being done the way it is, Madam Speaker. And if the government insists on doing it this way, Madam Speaker, I'm gonna urge my colleagues, we cannot allow that to happen. We have to insist on transparency with that process to make sure that the people, once that 30+ million or whatever the value is spent, that we could say that we've gotten value for money for the roads, Madam Speaker. We have seen the work that the RDA did under the CDB loan. Every one of those projects that's held up, the Fish Bay project, it was every time it drizzled, that place used to flood. We've had major rain since. We have not had an issue with terms of flooding in that area since the RDA has done that project. The roads going over the ridge going towards Four Hill and heading towards east. All those areas were washed out by rain. Those projects were engineered and executed through the RDA, and those projects are standing since the major rain events that we've had recently, Madam Speaker. What's the insistence of doing these projects through the government, all of a sudden through central government, when this government made a decision to extend the RDA? What's the insistence, Madam Speaker? We need to ensure that the people get value for money. Madam Speaker, water infrastructure. We need a comprehensive plan on dealing with the issue of water in this country. You can't just change pipes and buy meters and then what? How are we going? We did a business case for Beef Island, which is, I commend you. Business case says this is what the revenue that we're about to make. It says that these are the things that we need to do. It says that this is how we're going to address these issues. These are the shortcomings that we need to address. Where's the business case for the water situation in the territory? Every year we hear that we lose over $22 to $23 million as a territory because of unpaid water bills or because of leakages. If anywhere that we need to do a business case is at the water issue in our country. How can we cut down that number to at least $5 million over the next 5 to 10 years? And maybe to zero. There's going to be some level of subsidy, but the level right now is too high. You can't subsidize water to the tune of $22 million annually. And you can't borrow money. So it's going to be more, because if you borrow money to say you're fixing a problem and the problem don't actually get fixed, you have to pay on a loan, the interest that being derived from that loan, with no true value to the people of the territory, Madam Speaker. And the minister have a plan. He needs to get up when he gets up. I'm sure he didn't want to speak earlier, but I'm sure he's going to speak now. To tell the people of the territory where that money is being spent, what are the plans for making sure that money is executed. But I insist that those major infrastructural improvement projects need to go through the RDA, where there's a level of independence to ensure that those things are done in a transparent and open way, Madam Speaker. Well, Madam Speaker, I want to end by saying I really express my concerns, particularly with the resolution and the challenges I believe. I myself, I'm still trying to figure out what is the decision. Because the Premier said when he was challenged earlier last evening that they're going to give them room to go back and negotiate. That's not how the process works. If you're going to come to the House, you come to the House to make a decision. If you're going to make a decision on lending, and then you go back, and then the interest rate changes, you have to come back to the House, because the terms under which we agreed has changed. Just like how you have to go back for the refinancing of any of those loans, it had to change. And this is nothing different than what you're proposing here today. So we need to be very definitive in terms of what we're doing and what decision that we're making on behalf of the people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to share. It has already happened, Madam Speaker. It's unfortunate. Madam Speaker, we have to get to the business of knowing that the business of the people is the business of the House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we're doing major decisions like this, you need to have all information to be able to make an informed decision. You need to have all information to be able to talk in a definitive and intelligent way to the people of the territory, Madam Speaker. Most of what you have to do now on this side of the House, your speculations, pure speculations, because you don't know. You don't know the numbers, how the numbers line up. You have broad numbers, Madam Speaker, and you don't know how they line up, Madam Speaker. And that is troubling to me, Madam Speaker. We have to do a better job of ensuring that we handle the people's business in a better way than we're handling it right now, Madam Speaker. This is as a young people I say, this is nasty work right now, Madam Speaker. How we're handling the business of the people. Madam Speaker, before I close, I have one concern, additional concern that I want to raise in terms of the institution for which this loan is proposed to go to again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're putting a lot of our liability in the hands of one institution, Madam Speaker. If my memory serves me right, this is the same institution that financed the Pear Pack, financed the sewage works, close to $60-something million, I think those monies were. This institution are handling some other loans. We have a credit facility with this institution of $25 million, Madam Speaker. Now we're adding another $100 million on the backs of that, Madam Speaker. More than 2/3 of our debt with one institution, Madam Speaker. And I agree with the member for the third. If that institution was ours, I would feel more comfortable. If it was the Social Security Board, I would feel a lot more comfortable. If that debt was housed with our people. But the country's financing is bundled up with one institution, Madam Speaker. I'm very wary of that. It's a cause for concern, Madam Speaker. More than 2/3 of the country's debt is with one institution. I think the last borrowing that we did, with any other institution, was with Bank of Poplar. We did the initial loan for the hospital and for and some other things. And I think Social Security had some of the hospital loan. I wasn't here at the time, but I remember that was a much talked about loan. It was about $45 million that we did for the now Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. Then was Peebles Hospital, Madam Speaker. So that's something we have to pay attention to. How we're placing all our debt and why we're placing all our debt so squarely in the hands of one institution. Based on my recollection and my research, more than 2/3 of it is housed with one institution, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know my time is almost up and I'm going to give my other colleagues an opportunity to speak. But I agree in principle that we need to borrow, that we need to do the things that are necessary to fix the infrastructure of this country. I believe that we need to focus on areas, in the first instance, that brings economic opportunities to the country and is able to help us, to pay for the financing of this lending and this borrowing, Madam Speaker. But I also believe that we have to be very good stewards of this money, Madam Speaker. We have to ensure that that money goes to an institution that has been established and has been proven in the RDA for execution. To ensure that the projects that are being executed from this $91 million, the major ones particularly, the big ticket ones, be executed under the RDA. the sewage, the roads, the water. Those major projects need to be executed in a way that we could get value for money and we could have transparency in the process. We've seen what has been happening with major projects within the government system. It's failed us. It continues to fail us over the last 6 years. No major project has been delivered, Madam Speaker, on the government over the last 6 years. If there's one, I would sit and wait to hear a major project that the government proper, other than the RDA, has delivered over the last 6 years. If there's one project, I am waiting to hear it. You have as I said, the Project Creek project, which is the biggest one that I see, close to $3 million, and it can't even get out the feet. Can't even jump start. That project can't get jump started. A year late, almost a year later, and it's still not started, Madam Speaker. We have to do better and be better stewards of the public finance, Madam Speaker. And until those questions and those concerns are addressed and answered, Madam Speaker, we'll see about the support for this particular project, this particular resolution. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first must apologize for being late this morning, coming to the House, and I want to, when I did arrive, I know the Premier was given his clearance to wrap up, and you so ably, and the Premier so ably yielded for contributions by the member for the 8th District. I'm grateful to the Honorable Premier, I'm grateful to you, Madam Speaker, for allowing such to take place. But Madam Speaker, I was late today because for the last, I want to say, month and a half, I've been dealing with visiting a friend. I more became an advisor and a big brother who this morning departed this life. And I want to express my sincere condolences to the Brathwaite family on the loss of their brother. I know it's also a close relative and family friend of Honorable Fraser and many others. And Madam Speaker, this is going to be a little bit difficult because 2 weeks ago, one of the conversations we had when he was able to be at home and sit on his bed still dealing with his illnesses, he said, I want you to banter. Don't ease up. I put you in there to fight for the people. Madam Speaker, we are here today, and the debate started last night with this resolution before the Honorable House regarding the government's desire to borrow $100 million on the people of the Virgin Islands' behalf. Madam Speaker, my 20 years of my life, my professional life, I have been trained and certified in business and money management and finance. And even though, Madam Speaker, I don't talk about it often, I always say that numbers are not words. Numbers cannot be manipulated like words can. Because at the end of it all, you must be able to balance. And the numbers must add up. They must line up, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader opposition, the member for the third who started on last night, raised some very significant points. And I, too, in reading this resolution, I would have hoped that there would have been some adjustment or amendment to this resolution to speak clearly, Madam Speaker, to what the government, the Premier and his government are intending to do, and clearly identify and articulate plans which they hope to achieve with borrowing this money. Madam Speaker, this document and even what the Premier has stated, even one of the members from his side has stated with this particular loan facility that they are intended to undertake through CIBC Caribbean, First Caribbean Bank. Madam Speaker, it challenges the limited education that I have in finance. And it challenges it from a standpoint, Madam Speaker, that it is almost as if you have a young child, might be a professional or wanting to be a professional in sports, Madam Speaker, and fresh out of high school or fresh out of college, and you give them and you tell them they're going to have $100 million contract for their talent. And Madam Speaker, that individual athlete and family, which is now the government, become happy because they see money, Madam Speaker, that they are able to have. And they have planned for this money with the things that they will want to do. So it's a rejoicing. And everybody happy, Madam Speaker. The money done spent even before you sign the contract. And Madam Speaker, one of the things in sports that persons don't realize is, especially in the United States of America, the money you earn ain't all yours. They don't all belong to you. So if you get $100 million contract, you have a gentleman there, I've never met him, but I've felt the effects of him, called Uncle Sam. He takes his portion. Then he has something called, depending on where you are, another friend called estate tax. And then he has some other friends, Madam Speaker. They don't just come, they just keep coming. Insurance and fees for this, Madam Speaker. And then it takes into account all the different avenues. And when you thought you had $100 million, Madam Speaker, you really only had 60 because the 100 don't belong to you. Madam Speaker, I start there because I would have hoped that the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance and this entire Virgin Islands Party government would have been able, Madam Speaker, because I believe it was from last year, conversation started about there needs to be more money to do things in the country. and talks about this $100 million loan came up. And Madam Speaker, I would have thought by now that the Premier and his government would have come to the people of the Virgin Islands, not me in the House or not any other member in the House, Madam Speaker. Not even you, Madam Speaker. Come with a comprehensive plan to the people of the Virgin Islands of how they plan to use this $100 million to benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. Not just ramble off, money for this, money for that, money for this, money for that, money for this, and the minister for that, and money for this, going to be all happy and excited, Madam Speaker, and they're going to defend their wicked because they feel that the Premier gave them a gift. But Madam Speaker, this is the people of the Virgin Islands money. This is a country we run in, and I continue to say it is not a mom and pop shop. In a lollipop shop, Madam Speaker, we have to be accountable. And one of the failures, Madam Speaker, in finance and dealing with money, Madam Speaker, is if you fail to tell your money where it needs to go and what it needs to do, Madam Speaker, your money will tell you what it is going to do. You have to master, Madam Speaker, your resources. It's financial prudence, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you will permit me, Madam Speaker, when I'm seeking your permission, Madam Speaker, to refer to some notes and research that I have put together for this debate. Madam Speaker, again, if you look at 5 key methods to improve public financial accountability. 1, you should ensure that the accrual accounting is the central to the whole system and provides accurate financial picture. Madam Speaker, we've been in this house for almost 6 months consecutively. Not once of those 6 months have we heard what the financial position of this country is. Not once by the Minister of Finance. We don't know where things are, Madam Speaker. Things are just happening. Financial services, tourism, you talk about how much people come in and how much this and how much that. Unless a question is asked in this honorable House, Madam Speaker, we hear a list of how much money you have in the bank, some $271 million in the bank, in different accounts. But Madam Speaker, what is the financial standing of the country? You are leading a country. And there have been no such report. Number 2, Madam Speaker, ensure that you apply systems that improves upon systems with scrutiny. Madam Speaker, people don't work, systems don't work unless people do. I'll say it again. Systems don't work unless people do. So, Madam Speaker, what are the systems in place? I've come into this house since 2015 asking one single question. What are we going to do to collect the uncollected revenue in this territory throughout the government departments that deal with finances? At 2015, it was over $50 million. Every time I ask, from 2015, 9 years later, Madam Speaker, nobody has answered the question. No Premier or Minister of Finance, including this one who I sat in the unity government with, has taken active steps to address it. But we continue, Madam Speaker, to go along the line because financial services and tourism continue to do and provide money that we continue to spend. But there is no clear picture, Madam Speaker, of how you're going to stop the leak. But, Madam Speaker, we're taking on a $100 million loan. This is a debt. And, Madam Speaker, before I get to point number 3, one of the things that I did here when I came back in 2005 is go around this territory, Madam Speaker, training businesses and individuals social organizations and churches. Madam Speaker, debt ain't supposed to be used to pay debt without a clear picture of how you're going to get out of debt. Because what you're going to end up doing is finding yourself in further debt. Madam Speaker, the debt of this country is somewhere excluding, Madam Speaker, the pension debt. Somewhere over $100 million. If we add in, Madam Speaker, the pension debt for the retirees, Madam Speaker, who will be qualified for retirement, you're looking at an additional $200+ million because our pension is currently unfunded. And then on top of that, Madam Speaker, we're going to take now $100 million. But we're in a position, Madam Speaker, that we don't have a plan. So number 3 of this accounting principle says that you should reduce your tolerance of corruption through big data and analytics. The analytics and data man on my left, member for the 8th, that's, what you say? Trust but verify? 5-4 and LIFO. Madam Speaker, deja vu is when you experience something that you experienced it before. But Madam Speaker, we 2019 to 2023, we experienced leadership that were just happy to get money without a plan and make a mock of it, and then here comes COI. We had, at that time, a $390-something million budget. Through that term, they went, Madam Speaker, and they didn't borrow it, Madam Speaker, from Social Security, $40 million, them take it. And that, Madam Speaker, only God knows when we get to the bottom of it. But when it comes to the accounting for that $40 million, Madam Speaker, even now coming forward, we are getting reports and audit reports that names are redacted. So you're still hiding things. Reduce tolerance of corruption through big data and analytics. If you're going to take the people of the Virgin Islands' money and spend it and waste it and mismanage it, Madam Speaker, when it comes to accounting, you should be accountable for it. And the people of the Virgin Islands should know how their money was spent and what it was spent on, Madam Speaker. Number 4, you should publish public government financial statements regularly. This is accounting principles, Madam Speaker. You see me? Publish public government, not Dr. Natalia Whitney or Kairaima or anyone else. Publish the public government financial statements regularly. Madam Speaker, when the last one you had? You ain't showing how over the last 2 years almost, you had over $800 million that you were responsible for. Let me break it down. You ain't showing, Madam Speaker, through the non-stop party that cost $250,000, how that was spent. SAP after SAP used for this, that, and the other. But Madam Speaker, they see your money And I heard last night the Premier said he was going to send forth some information to support the document. But Madam Speaker, the information ain't for me or the leader of opposition. It's for the people of this territory. We operate in, Madam Speaker, like this money is all money. Listen, if you want to fool around with your money while you're getting paid. But the people's money, Madam Speaker, we have to be responsible and accountable to somebody. And then when, Madam Speaker, blunder happen, mistake happen, mock-up happen, whatever you want to call it, Madam Speaker, oh, it's finance, and it's finance, but you don't reckon them. Madam Speaker, I sat with a gentleman yesterday. My father made 70 years yesterday, and I sat with one of the elders in our community. One of my great uncles, 85 years old. And he said to me, he said, let me tell you something. He said, I've been around a long time, walking from here, Puerto Rico to St. Thomas. And he said, this is the worst I have ever seen my Tatola. Now, he mean the whole BVI, you know, but when he from Tatola, so he said, I have ever seen my Tatola. He said, Mitch, this ain't right. He said, what are you in there doing? He said, look at the place. This can't be some place you calling home and you're treating it like so. Then another gentleman, Madam Speaker, who has now called this place home, but has been back and forth for some 57 years. He says, I know you guys are fighting. He says, but something needs to be done because this ain't the BVI I know. He came in through Beef Island and he drove to Mays. And he says, boss, I have to do better. Madam Speaker, we have to be accountable and stop blaming people. It's always somebody else's fault, Madam Speaker, but you have the responsibility. $20 million, Madam Speaker. Overrun. Who to blame, who to blame? We're going to call an investigation. Madam Speaker, God in heaven knows. Only He knows if this investigation actually started. Guys, just hot air, just words. And then, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance gets up when a member says $20 million and said it's not 20, it's 13. But Madam Speaker, again, I bet $20 million. You cut travel, you cut training, you cut hiring and whatever, and then you're trying to account for that at $7 million to make it $13 million, but the financial year ain't done. And who you think you're playing with? I ain't went to school for fun. My mother used to beat me to make sure I get something in my head, Madam Speaker. $20 million overrun, $250,000 here, $936,000 there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what else we could take? And nothing in this country is working. But then, Madam Speaker, you get a laundry list of what's supposed to happen from this $100 million over, now it's qualified, over a 4-year period. You got $800 million for 2 years. And you want to take $100 million for 4 years and nothing still ain't happening? Madam Speaker, the final point. In order for governments to achieve their highest results for their goals set in any calendar or fiscal year, they must properly plan. Number 5, properly plan. Properly plan. And then it adds for reform. Madam Speaker, what a plan? Where is the plan? And Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this because I open and I thank the Premier and I thank you for allowing this debate to continue. But Madam Speaker, you know what's funny? What is funny and sad at the same time, Madam Speaker, is that you had members of the government who were willing to sit quiet and not say anything, Madam Speaker, because they would be loyal to party politics, Madam Speaker, and allow the Premier to wrap up. Not explaining nothing to the people who elected them to be here for $100 million that is unplanned for to go forward in this house, because them feel them gain a little bit here, you get in a little bit there, and I gain a little bit here, Madam Speaker. That's maturity. That's fiscal responsibility, Madam Speaker. Or is it recklessness, Madam Speaker? And it's the same recklessness, Madam Speaker, that we have been experiencing in this country for the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, it has two options in this. Has two options in this loan facility. Madam Speaker, I don't know which option was negotiated. I don't know which one was agreed to, so I can't speak to either. What I will speak to, Madam Speaker, is that there must be a secret, because you can't get to this point with any financial institution and not decide what you're going to do. You ain't playing with fool here, Madam Speaker. Because even if it's a personal loan, and they give you the rates and the conditions, Madam Speaker, for that loan, you will have to decide if it's going to be a 30-year loan, a 20-year loan, a 10-year loan, a 5-year loan, and if the interest rates, Madam Speaker, is between 4% and 7%, Madam Speaker, you've got to decide which one you're doing based on the terms of the loan. Madam Speaker, stop playing with the people of the Virgin Islands intelligence, Madam Speaker. And come in here acting like, oh, it's $100 million, so we should be happy. And Madam Speaker, you know why? Imagine what happened. I imagine that the Premier, and now I know every last one of them would go on top, will stand up here, Madam Speaker, and blow them trumpet. We're getting $500,000 for this, and $500,000 for this, and $500,000, and the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker, are going to rejoice because they might feel, Madam Speaker, that something going to happen finally. But Madam Speaker, the devil is in the details. If you can't show me how this money is going to be spent, what is going to be spent on, what are the targets, Madam Speaker, who is going to be responsible and accountable and held accountable for these projects, Madam Speaker, listen to me, please, I beg. DDM building, team finished. Bruce Bay bathroom, 3 years, team finished. I talk about how the bush them high, them send a excavator down there. They send an excavator down there the next morning to start to clean out the place. Just for Night Primary School, $4.3 million, still ain't finished. We're talking about building, Madam Speaker, a new retention center, Madam Speaker, because we're paying X amount of money down by detention center, down by I didn't want to do the dehydrated, down by Casa Maria. But Madam Speaker, you're going to build a new detention center. Now, the RT O'Neill Administrative Complex is in this loan. The same RT O'Neill Administrative Complex that I know, Madam Speaker, and I'm aware of, we get $11 million for thereabout from insurance, and we still can't get it fixed back. And they got tender going out left or right to fix it back, Madam Speaker. So you're going to start to put, and you ain't get nothing finished? Let's go a little bit further, Madam Speaker. Dalton Moss used to say, old man, Jesus. Madam Speaker, from my childhood, I recall a gentleman was backing up. And old Uncle Dali behind him, and he telling, Dali, how much to come back? He said, a little further. Come back some more? A little further. Come back a little bit more? A little further. Man said, brother. He said, Uncle Dali said, you're rich. Madam Speaker, we're going to go down, put until we butter. Until we bring the people of the Virgin Islands to their knees. Or, Madam Speaker, until the fiscal irresponsibility that we have continued to portray in brings the UK to do what they're doing. Because what evidence, Madam Speaker, do we have? I said to the Minister of Communication and Works, and I said to the Premier, and I said to this entire government, Madam Speaker, we just have to start somewhere. Start somewhere, Madam Speaker. $25 million a year spent on water. We buy pipe, we buy meter. We had this person hired, said they're going consulted, said they were going to study and put forward the electronic testing so we could do leak detection, and we're going to modify this and modify that, Madam Speaker. But every single year we're collecting $3 to $5 million. Start somewhere. So rambling off that you got money for the VI Technical School. I want to know what's wrong with the children, I mean, no. I don't know. Hospital improvement, that probably just get added in there because the Deputy Premier talked about how her husband should be honored, which I agree with, Madam Speaker. Dr. Smith and many other doctors have served this territory, but the hospital is named in his honor. But Madam Speaker, here's my push. Don't just tell me about the outside. I know the outside look bad and the name need to be put on, and whatever it costs, Madam Speaker, we need to do it. But Madam Speaker, inside the hospital, it lacking machinery, it lacking staffing and nurses and doctors, it lacking outfitting of certain areas, Madam Speaker. And it has to have a maintenance plan. So don't tell me, Madam Speaker, that you're just saying it to try to appease the public, because hospital improvements need to be extended to health services improvements for this territory, Madam Speaker. Road improvement. King Garden sewage now get kicked down the road to a loan now again. First it was supposed to be a $3 million loan, now we're in this road, and now I catch the member for the 8 now, King Garden Bay and Eastern Long sewage tie up in a $100 million loan. Mr. The Minister for Communication will work on King Garden Bay. We put a waste treatment facility in place that's supposed to have the capacity to be able to treat sewage, Madam Speaker. I think it was 7 to 10 times the amount that is currently being generated. But Madam Speaker, the sewage ain't going to the thing because we ain't have the land side connected. We ain't have the part done. So the thing don't whistling, wee, wee, but he ain't got nothing to treat. Madam Speaker, you go down there, the children of Evan Dawson Primary School. When that thing says, wee! And you telling me no, Madam Speaker? You telling me no? That this is what we come to? Where we going down the road, Madam Speaker, to put this in a $100 million loan? Bruce Bay Community Center, Madam Speaker, since 2017 in Bush. King Garden Bay bathroom. He gone again. I don't talk about that. You want me to say it again? The people at Bruce Bay will love to hear it. You think you'll make me waste my time? But the people at Bruce Bay need to hear it. Bruce Bay bathroom, 3 years, can't finish. They ain't got no more bush there, don't use the excavator. Yeah, they clean it up. Madam Speaker, the premier after Demoy Hodge was drafted to the NBA came down to King Adam, a big celebration. We're going to rename a court in honor of Demoy Hodge. Go in there. Go in there by the court, Madam Speaker. I want to tell you, tell the Babylons be right there. The Bumbalons, tell them be right there when you come up. Because you think the road ain't up at hole. Jack, I tell you. You just talking thing. Refinance loans facility, Madam Speaker. I said in the beginning, you don't take a loan to borrow to pay for a loan. And then, Madam Speaker, even in all of this, Madam Speaker, what is the plan? What is the tourism plan? What is the plan for roads? Remember for the aid, you went where are you going? 35 or 38 miles of road. One contractor for $35 million. Madam Speaker, that's accountability, that's good governance. Or we need to do what's right, Madam Speaker. Or we need to dig a little bit deeper because, Madam Speaker, one of the things I tell you is follow the money, you know. And if you follow the money, you'll see where you're going and who you're connected to. Madam Speaker, you can't say you're helping on one hand and you're causing confusion and destruction on the other hand. Madam Speaker, simple business practice. One of the reasons businesses fail, one of the reasons governments fail, one of the reasons individuals fail, Madam Speaker, is because they have no plan. One, no commitment to the plan. Two, or they simply move too slow. Where are we, Madam Speaker? Where are we with this government? All three. Because nothing is happening. You can't see a plan, and there can't be no commitment to the plan, Madam Speaker, because there is no plan. But then you're going to take $100 million and add on. And every minister going to probably try to shine, Madam Speaker, and say, I do this project and I do that project, Madam Speaker. But are the people of the Virgin Islands going to be better off because of it? Madam Speaker, how much time I have left? Okay, you answer me. I'm going to go to this now.
We have less than a half an hour.
Praise.
I'll let you know when you're at the 10-minute mark.
Fontaine gone. Madam Speaker, we have private individuals, private companies, private organizations in this country that have been willing and still are willing and have, Madam Speaker, agreed to partner with the government of the Virgin Islands to help us rebuild. Rebuild this, rebuild that. And we brag about it, we go, we take picture, we happy, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, if I am outside as an investor or a philanthropist, Madam Speaker, I'm looking at the government at present, Madam Speaker, and I'm doing all these things, at some point I'm going to have a conversation with myself, and I'm going to say, myself going to say, huh? We do this project. Government said they were going to do such and such. We do this project, they said they were going to do such and such. They want us to do this project, but we ain't see their skin in the game. We ain't see them do the things that they say we're going to do. What sense are you going to help you for? If you're willing to help yourself. Madam Speaker, I had a group of young men And I'm starting on Just Van Dyke. Sunday gone. I've been talking about the ports at Just Van Dyke. I've been talking about the customs docks to help alleviate some of the crowding and overcrowding. Last week I had a group of young men that went and purchased lumber and purchased cleats for the customs dock in Just Van Dyke outside of the Albert Shinnery building. And they walked Saturday morning until they were finished to put in cleats and replace the broken pieces of lumber that were there or that were lifting up. But this ain't the first time it may happen. We have persons all over this territory, Madam Speaker, willing to do what is necessary to help the country which they love. But you don't see the effort, Madam Speaker, from those who are elected to lead and who has the ability and the finances and the resources to leading. I want to thank those gentlemen, Madam Speaker, instructor, and the whole crew. Madam Speaker, water woes. I stood up in his honorable house. I sent WhatsApp, not to fire nobody, I sent WhatsApp, Madam Speaker, to minister, I sent to director, I sent to anybody, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is now the 7th time in the last 4 months that Just Van Dyke community has been without water for over a week. Madam Speaker, people can't get water to bathe them skin. Parents, Madam Speaker, complaining that they have to keep home their children. And some of them even have to stay home, Madam Speaker, because they don't have water to deal with their hygiene. Madam Speaker, you know how sad it is that you see it in the chat and you hear the phone calls, Madam Speaker, that the people in my community, Madam Speaker, get so frustrated that they don't resort to just going in a cigar bathe. Water. Businesses having to close down. The building that houses water and sewage, Madam Speaker, destroyed since 2017. No plan for how it's going to be rebuilt. So this generalized listing that the Premier gave our water infrastructure, just like they do it in the budget, water. And then when you start to dig and you hear money for Bargos Bay, money for this, money for that, money for Board Point, Madam Speaker, and then when you get to it, nothing happens. Yet another year. Water and Sewage has 2 employees on the island of Just Van Dyke. No vehicle to transport material. No vehicle to be able to do this stuff. The people I'm using their own vehicle, Madam Speaker, and catching them tail, Madam Speaker, to get refunded for using their own vehicle and pouring gas in it to do the government work. Speaker, you think that right? Just Van Dyke people ain't no less than nobody, Madam Speaker. And I know it ain't just Van Dyke. I heard a member for the 3rd talk about water, a member for the 6th and the 8th talk about water, Madam Speaker. Even a member on the government side talk about water. And Madam Speaker, we just saying down here. Public works. 2 weeks ago, Madam Speaker, we buried Miss Gertrude Carlwood. Madam Speaker, I happened to drive towards the east. I gone over there, Madam Speaker, the public work truck up on 4 jack stand. Not a wheel, a tire, or nothing, a rim, this thing. Up on jack stand. Madam Speaker, go over Just Van Dyke right now. That truck's still up there on jack stand. Why? Because he can get 4 tires that get sent over to Tatona replaced to put back on the boat so they could do what, Madam Speaker? And we comfortable here saying no? And when you hear, if you know about it, yes, we had an issue with financing and we had an issue, the man paid for the boat. Well, he made a truck to get a thing then. He live on just one day. He got to come back over here to go pick up tire to carry them West End. But then public work on just one day, Madam Speaker, 2 employees. 2 for water and sewage. I guess it's District 2. 2 for public works. Here's the equator. 2 minus 2, no building for public works since the hurricanes of 2017. No equipment. But we're going to rejoice over $100 million and we're going to support the Premier just like we did when the $20 million plan. I stand with you and each one of them get ordained, Madam Speaker. Last man I played with God in here. Don't go there. I sit down behind you and do stupidness. Madam Speaker, yeah, man, I got thing to talk. $100 million we're talking about, and not $100. You know that $20 million ain't $20. Madam Speaker, another complaint. Potable water for the fishermen are just for them. Potable water for us. Anyway, another complaint. You have fishermen, that's all they do on just for them, to provide fish for the businesses over there, and even some on Tatola. They ask for a water pipe, Madam Speaker, to be connected on the dock so that they can wash off the fish and wash off the boat when they're done, Madam Speaker. Nothing even that we can get do. The man them still they gonna pay for it, put it in one of their name. Nothing? Nothing there. Plans, Madam Speaker. We built a $4.3 million multi-functional school, Madam Speaker, but it's only functioning for one thing. Ain't finished. There's a playground, Madam Speaker, that we put concrete in the whole yard, but we're talking about growth and development. Concrete in the whole yard, parking lot. You got 28 children in the school now, Madam Speaker. And you got a whole parking lot concrete with a little tunchy section over here, say call it a playground. But Madam Speaker, the children them can't play in the playground. You know why? It open. So when in the afternoon, the dog them come and use it. The goat them there using it, and the children them can't go out and play, Madam Speaker. Balling and fighting. Balling and fighting. Because when you ask a question, you hear in them is RDA. When they ain't RDA, is the ministry. And they just blame back and forth, Madam Speaker. $4.3 million. And we here playing. Madam Speaker, the roadways on that particular island. Roadworks have started. And every time they start, I give gratitude. The 2 pieces are road that have been undermined for years, works have started. But Madam Speaker, there has not been a plan or the effects of a plan, Madam Speaker, to resurface the road on Just Van Dyke heading from Foxes to Essen since they were built. I know you're going to laugh because it's a joke. It's a joke to you. You're secure. Madam Speaker, when you deal with roads all over. I say, we get asphalt plant. I don't know why we get asphalt plant, but leadership at that time thought it was best to get asphalt plant to cut down the costs. So they say, Madam Speaker, of dealing with the private individual, Madam Speaker. Get an asphalt plant. I understand a brand new asphalt plant. It broke down. Back up, Madam Speaker, you broke down again. Back up, Madam Speaker, you broke down again. Tell it, burn up. You know where we is, Madam Speaker? Back to the private individual. And now we bragging about paving road. The roads in my community, Madam Speaker. Mayaba, Kinganembe, Bruce Bay, Lock Hill, Church Van Dyke, Mares, Chalwell, Windy Hill. But watch this. Watch this. McNamara, Eastern, Horseback, Barhouse Bay, Seacoast Bay, Warden Gorda, the highway. There's a problem all over. So, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to understand, with the lack of a plan, how this government intends to fix anything. Because they have $800 million over the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, in my community again, beach erosion. Bruce Bay every time it rains. The culvert and the drain by the community center, Madam Speaker, is so small that the water coming off the hill surpasses that culvert and goes straight out to continue to deteriorate the beach. Natural resources, Madam Speaker. This is our natural resource. It happening now in Kinganem Bay. Madam Speaker, when are we going to plan for drainage? When are we going to plan to address these issues? The minister, the premier is the minister of the environment. I get a piece of news. I didn't pick it up on a speed bump. They blow up in one of them catch and keep up the hill. You know when I catch and keep, catch it keeps. We get board point up and running, Madam Speaker. But what going on there? They ain't treated. They ain't treated, Madam Speaker. Run this, Madam Speaker, environment we're talking about now. I find it on the paper and the catch and keep. Yeah. Madam Speaker, simple things, healthcare, clinics closed down, NHI. God knows how much them owe now. We're going to have to wait before the end of the year to hear how much them owe. And then we're going to have another problem because all we could do is put Band-Aid on problem. What is the plan, Madam Speaker? Leadership, Madam Speaker, leads. We were elected to lead. The government is the government because they're supposed to be leading. But you can't lead without a plan, Madam Speaker. Detention center you're talking about, Madam Speaker, but then you're talking about a detention center, Madam Speaker, for immigrants, Madam Speaker, but then you haven't built a detention center for juveniles, and we're still putting them up there with the adult prisoners, which is against, Madam Speaker, the Human Rights Act, which is against, Madam Speaker, what the Constitution speaks about. Sex offenders, Madam Speaker. Everything costs money. You just have to make a decision, Madam Speaker. Sitting in the youth court, Madam Speaker, for years, talking about the poverty in this country, talking about how the social ills are affecting people in this country, Madam Speaker, and then you have persons abusing now both males and females, Madam Speaker, and them allowed to walk the street and still torment the children. Madam Speaker, I learned one particular scripture when I was young, and it stuck with me for a reason. Ecclesiastes 3:3. There's only 4 words. Somebody is going to take that into their hands. If their child or children is abused, and then we're going to have a different story. Madam Speaker, Just Van Dyke, King Garden Bay, Bruce Bay clinics, the proper resources, something I've been barning about, some sort of emergency vehicle. Giving Just Van Dyke, Madam Speaker, the ability to have something as simple as the board that you put somebody on. If they're injured, we still resort to throwing them in the back of the truck. Madam Speaker, but then when we talk about this money, I've been talking to Madam Speaker for the last 2 years about the Social Development Department needing, Madam Speaker, to improve not only just their skill set, and I appreciate the job that they are doing with what they have, but improve, Madam Speaker, the human resources to be able to address and continue to address some of the social and growing social ills in this country, Madam Speaker. One being in particular for the seniors in our territory, Madam Speaker. We have more and more seniors that are becoming ill and unable to care for themselves. And all we need to do, Madam Speaker, is put the resources necessary to allow this department to become bigger so that we could care for our elderly. You got to take care of your foundation, Madam Speaker. And while I'm on that, Madam Speaker, the seniors that have been in the service and have retired from elsewhere, Madam Speaker, they are operating on the bare minimum standard. While we look at public service and what we do and what we offer them and raising minimum wage, Madam Speaker, their income ain't going nowhere. The retirees' income ain't going nowhere, Madam Speaker, and the cost of living continues to go up. And we're talking about $100 million, and we just list brick and mortar project. Because that's all we could see. So you're going to have huge buildings and huge this and huge that, Madam Speaker, but your society is dying. Because you can't go take a picture with a senior doing what you need to do for them. Not politically correct. But I could take a picture in front of a building and not have it outfitted or have it staffed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, $10 million in rent for government offices and bodies a year. This government for the last 6 years have had the responsibility for fixing the admin complex, which, because we haven't seen the numbers and we don't know, Madam Speaker, we don't know what the size of the government complement is, so we don't know how much people could fit into that building now. Well, Madam Speaker, here's my swan song again. Start somewhere. Finish the building. Everybody don't need an office. Everybody don't need their own private office. We ain't learn nothing. When Oma mash up everything, before them people come out of the ship and get an order to go destroy this and destroy that, Madam Speaker, everybody was saying, next to each other, but things were happening. But we want everything perfect, Madam Speaker. It ain't about being perfect, Madam Speaker. Just do what's right. Madam Speaker, I'm going to end in my last couple of minutes by speaking about something that I am passionate about, which is our young people. Madam Speaker, where's the plan to invest in the development of our athletes? How many more success stories do we need to see before we put the proper resources into investing in the development of our athletes, and not just in their craft, Madam Speaker, but in the education Sporting don't just have to do with running and jumping and swimming, Madam Speaker. What about analytics, Madam Speaker? What about being able to develop that profession, Madam Speaker, that we have people, Madam Speaker? When our individual athletes go out, we have people keeping data like what Mr. What his name is, Mr. O'Neill has done, Mr. Ray O'Neill has done for years. And the sporting facilities, Madam Speaker, what is the plan to invest and develop those facilities, Madam Speaker? We don't need to see another success story before we decide to do something, Madam Speaker. Let's invest in our young people. Let's invest in it, let's make it easier and more appeasing for them to want to succeed. Madam Speaker, I've heard over and over, going and coming over this last 2 years, from this side on the opposition to that side on the government. When you hear, Mitch, no, I ain't gonna talk to the Premier, and you're hearing he don't listen. The minister finance, he don't listen. He don't listen. This side saying he don't listen. That side of other government saying he don't listen. $100 million, Madam Speaker, who you gonna listen to? Madam Speaker, who he gonna listen to? You can't just take this money without a plan. And if you are being led or leading the people in the Ministry of Finance who knows better about financial prudence and accountability, things that they should be trained on, somebody, Madam Speaker, should have the gall and the fortitude and the courage to say, we can't do this. And not just see, Madam Speaker, what may be politically expedient for them and them looking good in the public. When it's all said and done, we won't be able to measure, Madam Speaker, what this thing is about. Madam Speaker, there are no conditions that we have seen for this loan. We don't know what the government is doing, and the government must understand that this is not their money. They have a responsibility as leaders to inform the public, and we in the opposition, Madam Speaker, are going to continue to advocate that information is forthcoming, not just for this House, Madam Speaker, but because it is the responsible thing to do. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the chance to make my contribution on this very important motion before the House. I want to thank, Madam Speaker, so very much the people of District 6 who has placed their confidence in me to represent their interest here in the House of Assembly, and particularly to lend my voice to matters of this importance that we are now discussing here, this proposed $100 million loan facility. Madam Speaker, if I could just cast our minds a bit back to the events of 2017. We all knew what this country looked like when we woke up that morning following Hurricane Irma. Saw a country in tatters, widespread devastation, both private and public infrastructure in disarray. And then, sometime shortly thereafter, we had another Category 5, Maria. But the people of this country showed their resilience. They got up and they did what they needed to do to get their houses back in order. And they did the things to get this country back as quickly as we did. Truth be told, in many places that would have gone through the level of devastation that we went through, they would not have gotten themselves, at least from the private sector perspective, back in order as quickly as we did. It was a difficult time for us. We were in a crisis, Madam Speaker. But, as Churchill said during World War II, that one should never let a good crisis go to waste. We had a golden opportunity, Madam Speaker, a golden opportunity coming out of that disaster to rebuild our Virgin Islands that we want to see. A modern community with good roads with all the trappings, so drainage, proper sidewalks to allow for people to walk, bike lanes and so on for people who want to cycle, since we are promoting health and wellness. New schools with new models, Madam Speaker. A high school with an auditorium and a gymnasium, a cafeteria. We had an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to put our electrical wires underground so that when the hurricanes come back again, our people would not be in the position that they were in, waiting for months to get electricity restored. We had a chance to have proper recreational facilities. You heard the member for the 2nd District speak about the state of the recreational facilities in Just Van Dyke. We had a chance to be able to do that, rebuild the Bellevue Gym and the other areas around, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we have proper spaces for our young people to use their energies wisely. We had a chance to extend the airport, to bring international flights so that we can improve our competitiveness in the tourism space. We had a chance to improve our seaports, Madam Speaker. And all that opportunity that was before us. And it was an exciting time, even though it was a disastrous time. Because finally, we had a chance in a very structured and architectural way to rebuild our home in a way in which we all know we wanted it rebuilt and that we can be very, very proud of. A modern looking society, a modern looking road town, a modern looking valley, and the various sister islands that need development. That came to us in the form of a loan guarantee opportunity by the British government of $400 million. Madam Speaker, significant work was done. Significant work was done by some people. People like Broderick Penn and Pat Leon Johnson and others who hit the pavement and worked hard and developed a document, Madam Speaker, that we knew exactly what the problems were, we knew what the infrastructural deficiencies were, we had them down to the dollar, and this would have been the roadmap that we would use for the proper reconstruction of our home. We came in, we had the Recovery and Development Agency Act. It was very controversial in nature. Some people didn't think we were doing the right thing. But if you're going to be asking people for donor money and so on, donors want to make sure that their money is somewhere where it will be spent as it's supposed to be. And the RDA, even though It was controversial at the time. It's proven to be a good decision. And they had the recovery and development plan to go along. There were discussions with the British government on this $400 million loan facility. Backward and forward, backward and forward. And by the time election came in February 2019, all the new government had to do when they got in would have been to forward themselves to the bank to try to access that money. You did not have to take the whole thing. You could have taken as much as you needed, and if you needed more, you top up as you move along. And you had the benefit of the UK credit rating, so the money was cheap, Madam Speaker. Election happened. The Virginians Party government became the government, and they dropped the ball, Madam Speaker, in spectacular fashion. They dropped the ball. They went up to the college. They called a big meeting, say, come up, come up, come up. Wherever you are, we want to discuss this loan with you. Nothing but pure lies were told to the people at the college auditorium. And I sat down and I tried to wonder, why would you go up there and invite the whole BVI to go give them a Nancy story that you know or ought to have known was not accurate? The only thing I could conclude is they wanted to get that money in their own hands. Because if the British government gave the guarantee, then of course they'll be watching you like a hawk to see how you spend the money. You couldn't get your hand on it yourself how you wanted it. That is the only thing that made sense to me. And so, Madam Speaker, we lost a golden opportunity to be able to rebuild our home the way we would have wanted. Now we are here with a motion before us. A very ambiguous motion, I must say, Madam Speaker. I've never seen one of this type. But I guess the longer you live, the more interesting things you see. I would have hoped that a motion would have come before this House, already properly deliberated upon by the Minister of Finance and his team. And then the motion would say that this is the one that we have chosen, this is the way we're going to go about doing this loan, we have assessed everything, and this is the option that we are bringing to you for your approval. Instead, what the House is expected to do is to go through the two options. We must do it ourselves, and then say which one we think is the best one, without any type of financial information at all to assist us with the process. When the Premier was pressed on why he didn't say his option, his response was that they have to go back and take a look to see which one is the best one. Ostensibly, that's what he said, which would leave any right-thinking member of the society to think that the Premier brought something to the House as Minister of Finance, which he himself did not even take the time to look at. And it is these types of actions, this type of reckless management, that is responsible for the $20 million salary snafu that we have found ourselves in. So we come to the House with no documents, just a piece of paper telling us this resolution. with no plans of raising revenue. No plans of raising revenue. There have been no revenue raising initiatives at all by this government since I've been back here. So it raises the question as to how you're going to pay the loan. How are you going to pay the loan back? You have a $20 million recurring expenditure. Over 5 years, Madam Speaker, that $20 million error will equal the $100 million loan that you're borrowing. You have not decided how you're going to plug that $20 million hole that you've had. And the monies that you have gotten, or you propose to use, you haven't shown how you're going to make that money work for you to be able to finance the loan and keep things moving the way they should. So, what did the Premier do? No documents at all before us. And then you look up at him on his cell phone. From his cell phone, you know, Madam Speaker, reading out what he's going to do or the projects he intends to do with the loan. From his cell phone, a Minister of Finance. The Trinidad man sent a text, and he get up and he read the text from his cell phone.
Madam Speaker, I was just going to let the member talk and talk and talk. I was going to let him do his thing. I normally don't trouble him. But when we give in debates, Madam Speaker, we have to have some level of decorum. We have to have some level of decorum. I'm not going to accept anybody telling any lies in the House on me about people texting me and I'm reading from it. Completely out of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the Premier just get up and start talking. He say what you're raising for. That's what we're doing now. No, you didn't say point on nothing. You just get up and start talking.
Member for the sixth. Continue.
Premier, speak, ma'am.
Are you finished, Premier?
No, I can't be finished.
I don't know if he's finished.
You gotta tell us where the information comes from. Wake up. You treat that bad?
Are you-
What's wrong with that?
Well, I have some things to say, so you might lose some weight today, because you're going to be getting up quite a bit today.
You will let him.
It'll be good exercise for both of us. No problem at all. No problem at all. No problem at all. But as I said, Madam Speaker, he was reading from my text that I believe was sent to him by the Trinidad man. And he read it out because the documents, Madam Speaker, the pertinent documents were not before the House like it should. And what is more troubling, Madam Speaker, to show the state of this country. If you have cabinet, you are part of a government, and all the members of government are in cabinet or in caucus. You want to tell me they have one that could have said, you cannot just bring a measly resolution for $100 million to the House without having the proper documentation to support what you're doing? Not one of them could have done that. Could have said to him that that is not the way this is supposed to be done. So it shows you that you have problems within the entire government. None to pick out, because somebody should have been able to say, this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. But I believe, Madam Speaker, that you see that vote of no confidence, this thing was rushed. It was rushed to cut off the vote of no confidence. That is why it's as terrible as it is. That's part of incompetence is one. That is established. But I believe it was part of it to cut off that vote of no confidence. To make sure that when the time comes for the vote of no confidence, that they can say they have done this, they have done that. Look at this now. Just the other night, I'm walking through town after 10 o'clock, bush cutting in town after 10 p.m. You couldn't get a bush cut at all. Now they're cutting bush midnight. All of a sudden, you were complaining about roads. They're getting roads paved all over now. Even if I go to alone the walk, they're paving the road. All because now you have a vote of no confidence coming. And because they don't want to be held accountable properly for their stewardship, they're now hustling, Madam Speaker, to do a lot of things that they should have done before. And that's why, Madam Speaker, I liken the government to a government of 8th graders. Because that is how 8th graders and children operate. You don't wash the dishes until your mother threatens to beat you. You go wash the dishes in the sink, them they're lying down all the time. Only because now you have a vote of no confidence. That you're now trying to make it look as if you're working. So I took the time, Madam Speaker, nonetheless, and I looked at the loan and the option that the Premier gave to us without any information at all. And the purpose of the loan is threefold, as he said. Financing identified critical government infrastructural projects for recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure. To borrow money for recurrent expenditure is a very dangerous thing. And it's something that is pretty much new in BVI when it comes to borrowing money. He says that it's going to be $91 million for recurrent and capital expenditure. He listed out some projects on his phone that I believe was sent to him by the Trinidad man. He talked about the complex, the Rotong Sewage Project, King Garden Bay, the hospital, airport improvements, detention center. I want to know what kind of improvements you could do with the airport. Because what the airport really needs is a runway extended. So I really want to know what you will really do with that $100 million that could impact the airport, that could make a significant difference in our tourist arrivals. A detention center. Yes, we need a detention center, but do you know we have homeless people in this country? People here, our own people, who have nowhere to live? What are we doing about those people who are our people that have nowhere to live, Madam Speaker? The second part of the loan is refinancing balloon payments during 2026 on an existing loan at $7 million. I don't know what is the term of that loan or when that loan is supposed to mature. Again, that information was not provided by the Premier. And then paying transaction costs associated with the arranging the facility. Now, the term of the loan is 18 years with a moratorium of 3 years from the date of drawdown, subject to the payments of interest paid monthly, commencing 6 months after the initial drawdown. Now, option 1 says fixed rate at 6.5% per annum for up to 10 years. Reset thereafter, either based on the floating rate pricing under option 2 or a new fixed rate to be agreed at expiration of the fixed rate term. Now, a fixed rate, Madam Speaker, for 10 years at 6.5% for the first 3 years would amount to semi-annual payments of $3.25 million. And after the moratorium, the repayments of $3.3 million will be required each half year plus interest. At the end of the fixed term, the government will have the option of securing a further fixed rate for the remainder of the terms, or to change to a floating rate. Now, it's too far away to speculate where interest rates would be 10 years from now. But the loan, Madam Speaker, is ostensibly a 15-year loan and not an 18-year loan because of the 3-year moratorium, and the principal will be amortized over the 15-year period. The government will therefore be paying interest for 3 years without touching the principal. It would make more business sense, Madam Speaker, to pay the loan faster. Perhaps get a 1-year moratorium to get your house in order, and then pay the 17-year loan straight away. Because the bank is doing you no favors by giving you a 3-year moratorium. It's a way of them getting more money from you. So you have to think it through. The other option, the 6-month SOFR plus the 2.2% reset semi-annually, present indicative all interest rate of 7.55%, subject to SOFR floor of 0%. Interest rates linked to 6-month SOFR, which would be set half yearly, plus a margin of 2.25%. SOFR means, for persons who don't know, secured overnight financing rate, for which rates are quoted overnight, 30, 90, and 180-day loans. And I take it that for both loans, that the interest rates would have been reduced based on the recent reduction by the feds. Now, if you take the SOFR route, the government would be exposed to adverse movements in the interest rates. US interest rates are now starting to fall from a relatively high position in more recent years and are expected to fall again. In the short term, this might seem the more sensible option. However, to seek to look into a crystal ball that has a 10-year lifespan is not going to be helpful. However, it suffices to say that the events drive inflation, and the interest rates and politicians really have control over those events. So a return to a higher interest rate at some point in that 10-year term seems to be a safer bet from what I've seen. Now, SOFR is quoted as 7.55%, higher than the fixed rate of 6.5%, and rates would have to fall a full 1% for the SOFR option to be attractive. I suggest, Minister of Finance, that you renegotiate the 7.55 down to 5%. This is not too much to ask, given the magnitude of the loan of $100 million. In addition, with the SOFR route, the interest rates shall increase by 25 basis points for each notch in downgrade of the government's sovereign credit rating by Carrie Chris Rating Agency, and the rating now is Carrie AA-. And of course, the option of substituting for one of the big threes. Now, the current rating for the BVI is AA, the same as the UK. In assessing BVI credit rating, Carrie Chris states the BVI credit rating is attributed to a number of factors, including a sustainable economy. The BVI has made efforts to maintain a sustainable economy through the medium-term planning, risk management, and transparency. Tourism and financial services. The BVI tourism and financial services sector are performing well, this is what they've said, which has supported the economy. Now, Madam Speaker, in order for us to maintain this credit outlook and for the territory to be able to generate more money to provide the services that we provide, to service this debt, to cover that $20 million shortfall that we will deal with every year, we have to raise more money. And the quickest way to be able to do it is through the tourism industry, particularly with overnight visitors. That is where we continue to struggle, Madam Speaker. And that is why I'm trying to understand what it is we intend to do. Because if that $100 million has to do with roads and all the things that you've called out, roads, water infrastructure, and the airport, what sort of extension of the runway will take place to cause us to get more direct flights and that would entice hotels to set up shop here so that we can have more overnight visitors? Because when you're calling out those numbers for tourism, the majority of the numbers are in the cruise business. And it's not reaching where it's supposed to reach. The dollar spend is not reaching where it's supposed to reach in the pockets of our people. We need to increase the overnight business so that the hotels can benefit, the local hotels as well, the local restaurants, the car agencies can benefit, and we can have more dollars spent in the economy. That is what, Madam Speaker, we need to be paying more attention to. You look around all the other Caribbean countries and you see investment coming in, and you just continue to get nothing but talk from our Premier, the Minister of Finance and Tourism. All he continues to say and asking, where is the tourism plan? Because you must have a plan for this industry. It is too important to us not to have a plan. And his response to the plan was, it's not rocket scientists. So you can continue to shoot in the dark and we get nothing done. But look at this. You look at the Caribbean Journal, which I looked at recently. It says Antigua and Barbuda is the fastest growing economy in the Caribbean. The Twin Island countries projected to see GDP growth by 6.3% in 2024. And this is from the Economic Survey of Latin America and the Caribbean. 6.3% number is higher than any other country in the Caribbean. And it is projected to continue to be strong in 2025 with a forecast GDP growth of 4.8% next year. Most of what they're getting is tourism investment in the country. And if they can go out and get that with this kind of growth, we can go out and get it too. But we have to structure ourselves and get ourselves going. And then what is funny? Listen to this part, Madam Speaker. You know which country, obviously after Antigua is Dominican Republic, 5.2%. But look at this. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 4.7%, they're third for growth. And guess this, Dominica, 4.6% in the top three. Economic growth. Where is the British Virgin Islands? We were always leaders in what we were doing. We were always, everybody, if you understand tourism, were always trying to catch up with us. What is the BVI doing? So they can know how to position themselves because they knew we knew what we were doing. And look at this. St. Vincent, Dominica, God ahead of us. God ahead of us. Then you look at an interesting one. Just to show how we're not paying attention to the industry, Madam Speaker. And I'll read this out. In a bid to enhance St. Croix's position as a top cruise destination and stimulate economic growth, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. has introduced a legislative proposal that would allow cruise ships docked at the island to keep their onboard casinos open while in port. This initiative is aimed solely at cruise ship passengers and is intended to attract more cruise ship lines to the island, increasing visitor spend and supporting local businesses. You see that level of thinking? You see that level of thinking? The ships go off early because they know most of the countries that they go to, including BVI. Gambling is illegal. So in order for them to make their money, they got to get out of the territorial waters and get out in there where they can open up their casinos and make money. St. Thomas is saying, no, leave the ship overnight. We will make sure you can gamble while you're in port, and while you're here in port, the people will be out supporting the restaurants and all the other businesses. That is the level of thinking we need. But the same Brian, they're up and down with he. Up and down with Brian. And Brian doing what he's supposed to do, and them ain't doing nothing. Up and down. Brian fixed his horse track. Big opening. All's down there, buried. You can't even see the path for the horse them to run anymore. And they get up and gone down to celebrate the opening of Brian track, while they're own in complete disarray. Complete disarray. That's why I said that they remind me of some 8th graders, how they run the government. It's almost like you come home from school. When you used to come home from school, somebody said, we're going to play basketball. You drop your bag, you're going to play basketball, you hurry up yourself, you get so tired, you go home, you're going to fall asleep. When you go to school the next morning, teacher say, well, who do the homework? The person who tell you that to go play basketball was the first one to go up to the teacher. Up to now, you ain't touch yours. Detention for you. That's what this government is doing. Up and down with Brian, and Brian is doing what it is he's supposed to do for his country. And they here have us flat out, Madam Speaker. Can't get anything done. The other point in terms of the BVI credit outlook was our fiscal operations. And they've commended us well. The BVI has good control over its fiscal operations. Now, this ain't for y'all, because this is work that was done a long time ago. So don't think you're going to get a credit from this. This is the work of people from Ralph T. O'Neill right down. And it stopped 2019. So don't lavish in that. That was not a comment for you. That is a historical perspective of the BVI. And it says continued support from the UK. The BVI has continued to support the UK. That is all part of the BVI credit rating outlook. And I raise that point for a reason. That relationship with the UK, we have got to be careful how we manage that relationship. We have to be careful. Our connection with the UK is important to us. Even if we become independent, they are a major player in the world. I will meet them at some point. I will need their support. I am not saying that we should not become independent. That is not what I'm saying. I'm saying we must be sensible in how we move. We must be sensible in how we move. You move towards independence when you feel you are at the point of political and economic maturity, that you can manage your own affairs. That has to be the litmus test. The litmus test cannot be, I don't want nobody to tell me what to do, because there is benefit in that relationship that we must value and understand. And that is why this national conversation on independence is important. We continue to talk around the topic, and nobody's having a national conversation with the people of the country. Do we know? Do we think that financial services just happen to bloom because we are so good at it? It's a lot more than that, Madam Speaker. It's a lot more than that. When you're going to have cross-border transactions taking place, inevitably you will have disputes. You will have disputes. And the legal system is one of those things that people consider when they are making a choice for what jurisdiction they're going to do business with. They trust English common law. They trust the predictability and the outcome of decisions made when you have disputes. That is a benefit to the BVI. So we have to be mindful, Madam Speaker, how we manage and handle that arrangement, because that arrangement, Madam Speaker, has dividends in it for the BVI. A couple of other things, Madam Speaker. I noted, for instance, in SUFFER, the terminology, or it means secured overnight financing rate. There is no mention, Madam Speaker, and the Premier has not said it to us, whether this loan will require UK approval. That has not been said to us. And whether or not they are prepared to stand behind this loan. This is something that we do not know. We know they were prepared to stand behind the loan guarantee. And it is so ironic. It is so ironic how Momo will be sometimes. So ironic. We run away
Honorable,
from the...
just be mindful of parliamentary language, please.
Sure, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
But Madam Speaker, even with parliamentary language, we have to give some room for colloquial talking. It's not directed at anybody.
If we really define what it is, then we know exactly what we mean, right? So let's just be mindful,
Yes,
because
no
we
problem,
know
Madam
exactly
Speaker.
what it meant.
I'll be guided by you. The $400 million loan guarantee. The UK was standing behind of us with that. We messed that up. And now the chances are now we're going to come back for far less money with a much higher interest rate than we'd have gotten on the $400 million. And still the chances are, and I believe the chances are, and I believe that we need the UK approval for this loan. So we have basically wasted from 2019 up until 2024, wasted all that time when we could have done magnificent work to build out the infrastructure of this country. And now we're back full circle to the same people who we told them we don't want your money. No, they don't have to approve the money, but less money, and it's more expensive. That's not good sense at all, Madam Speaker. That is not good sense at all. So, I don't know, Madam Speaker, how we're going to deal with this motion. I don't know, because it has two options in there. So I don't know what we're going to be voting on. I took my time, I read through it with a little understanding I have of banking and loans. I can't say it's the best like anybody else, but I believe I got an understanding as to how it works and what the options are. And it'll be interesting to see, because we will need to get some further guidance, and there are lots of questions that members would have to be able to say yay or nay based on the options. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. At this time, honorable members, we'll just take the lunch break and return at 3 p.m. So House is in recess until 3 p.m.
This train that man send you the same message?
This House now resumes its sitting. Members, the floor is still open for debate. I recognize the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Stacey Mather.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to my honorable colleagues. Good afternoon to those of you who are listening to us on ZBVI or watching on YouTube while doing your work today or on your lunch break. Madam Speaker, before I begin, with your indulgence, I'd like to pay respects to the late Elroy Turnbull, the late Jamal Freeman, the late Arlington Zeke Pickering, and now the late Derek Brathwaite, and any others who have passed away. Madam Speaker, it's always great to reflect on the lives of people and the contributions they have made. And sometimes even in the smallest way, that impact goes a long way. Derek used to say, look here. So we're going to look here, Madam Speaker. We're going to look here. Madam Speaker, respect is given, but it's also earned. As one of many educators, despite where we taught and how long we taught, we sit in this house. Some of the members of this house, their family members may have been educators. I remember when I taught, it was said, if you want to hide something from a black man, put it in a book, because he wouldn't look there. Madam Speaker, before I begin today, I'll say this to you. I'm going to thank the members on the government side today without calling their names, because I don't want to cause any confusion, for getting up periodically when questions are asked and nudging the Premier or the minister responsible to provide the information. Because I think that's appropriate. I think it's bipartisan. I think it's mature. And we've been throwing around that word a lot lately. Madam Speaker, when I left here last night, I thought we were getting a document that would help us look at what it is or where these projects or where this money was going, Madam Speaker. You know, when you apply for a loan to a bank, they will ask you where you're spending the money on. If you're buying a fridge, a stove, a car, if you're building a house, what is the cost? I think, you know, in construction, you get a bill of quantities, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand the government runs the country, but I also understand respect, Madam Speaker. One of the areas of deficiency that the COI pointed out was good governance coupled with public consultancy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this honorable house, when we debated and spoke about this 10, 20, 13, 30, I'm not sure how much it is, quoted mistake, slip up, miscalculation. The Honorable Junior Minister of Agriculture got up and he said that the Premier is not an accountant. And I respect that statement. Madam Speaker, I am not an accountant. So I went into the public domain and I asked questions from accountants, economists, bankers, because I do believe that the brains out there are a lot bigger than the brains in here. So in my contribution today, Madam Speaker, I am going to throw questions out, and I'm going to hope that when the wrap-up comes, or when the ministers on the opposite side get up, they may choose to respond for the public to have the information. Because, Madam Speaker, I don't have the answers to the questions that are being asked of me. Madam Speaker, we have a loan, and as it was mentioned, this loan is going to take existing loans and repay them. Which loans? Madam Speaker, are we in breach of liquid assets ratio, seeing that the government took funds from the reserves for the slip-up? Madam Speaker, will there be savings through this new loan? Will the debt burden of this country be reduced? Madam Speaker, one of the biggest questions I got when people asked me about this loan was, and the Premier was very adamant. We went to a local bank. And my colleagues on the far left and right of me said, perhaps go to Social Security. But Madam Speaker, in business, don't you explore other options? So my question is, did we go to the CDB? Fish Bay Road and other projects from 2016 come forward were done by the CDB. The CDB has a process, Madam Speaker. Did the Ministry of Finance approach the CDB? Was the interest rate from the CDB higher than that is being offered now? Because when I did my research, someone told me, when I looked, it was about 5.9 versus 6.5 that we're bringing in here, Madam Speaker. But again, as my colleague said before, am I here speaking on option 1 or option 2? It's like when you go to buy a car, Madam Speaker. You go to the bank and they tell you which car you can get, and then you choose the one they tell you? Or do you walk into the bank and say, I want a red one? Or in this case, was it the green one? Madam Speaker, so the CDB, I'm not making an advertisement for them. They have protocols. Was the government not confident in meeting the project management and oversight protocols? Were they not happy with the benefits that would have come from a project managed by the CDB? Madam Speaker, you like Fish Bay Road, I like it. It's standing up. I do. The procurement policies from a bank like that, its disbursement guidelines, its evaluation and assessment tools. Madam Speaker, those are great things because it will keep the project within the procurement policies. The guidelines of how bidding and contract management and evaluation criteria, everything, it will be laid out and they'll be managed outside. It will tell you when to pay out, how much to pay out, whether it's met the requirements to be paid out. Sounds like good governance. It has evaluation and assessment tools. Madam Speaker, I like that. I didn't hear the Premier mention it, and I'm hoping he does. Were they approached? Madam Speaker, the Caribbean Development Bank, just saying, has access to technical assistance throughout the region. We don't need it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you go to borrow so much money, I think the member for the aid said it's the single largest loan in the territory history. Madam Speaker, that looks good. That's like an accomplishment. We did this. Okay. But it can also backfire. And Madam Speaker, I'm not putting it out in the public domain that I want the government to fail. I'm doing my job, which is to encourage the government to be cautious. So, Madam Speaker, if this money is not spent the way it's supposed to be spent, if it's not managed the way it's supposed to be spent, you know, people will get up here and they will talk about the money going down the drain. And I agree. That is a big factor. But Madam Speaker, you know one of the biggest factors for me? Loss of public trust. Madam Speaker, inside here, we know that when things are not done correctly, the public stops tuning in, they jump on the blogs, they criticize us, and they have their right. But Madam Speaker, how will this money be managed in a way by the institutions of the government to make sure we have accountability and transparency? I did not hear the Premier talk about any system. One minister mentioned the RDA being involved, but I haven't heard anything. And I'm going to be fair to the defense of the members on the opposite side. I think one member has spoken so far. And I anticipate that others will get up and if need be, correct me, Madam Speaker. But I would have liked to have more information before getting up and speaking. Madam Speaker, if the money isn't managed properly and put in the places it needs to go, we may see a deterioration of our infrastructure. And that might seem far-fetched. But Madam Speaker, haven't you seen where people start doing things, there is no oversight? Everyone in this country may know a friend who hired a plumber, a mason, a carpenter to do something in their home or their business. They spend the money and when they come out, they worse than when they started. Madam Speaker, that's a risk. I don't think we should even be thinking about that. Now I watch my attorney colleague to my left, and Madam Speaker, legal consequences. If we mismanage, or should I say they mismanage this money, Madam Speaker, what's the legal consequences for our country? Madam Speaker, if we cannot say it was managed properly, who managed it, how it was managed, the BVI might find its reputation at risk. Madam Speaker, again, I don't want to see this, nor do I want to say it's going to happen, but I'm going to talk about what may happen, because sometimes it's not going to be, you didn't say it, it's going to be that he had said. Madam Speaker, understand that borrowing $100 million increases the debt burden of a country. So the national debt over the long term is going to be an issue. How are we going to service that debt, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, you ever see a man borrow money to do things in his yard, but he wind up paying rent with it? Madam Speaker, we in here, recurrent expenditure, borrowing money. Are we borrowing it to pay the salaries that we need it for? And Madam Speaker, I'm not even joking. I'm just asking questions because it is not clear. So my colleagues to the left and the right of me will get up and they will say, where's the plan, where's the plan, where's the plan? Madam Speaker, I ask for answers so that I can understand the plan. I'm not throwing egg. I'm asking questions. Madam Speaker, given the risk of management, distrust, falsification, and that word that I don't like to use that's always thrown around called corruption. Madam Speaker, if we don't manage this money properly, we're going to find ourselves back over looking at something again that we don't like talking about. Investigations, allegations, name getting slandered. There are people in the BVI to this day not sure where their reputation is. Have we not learned? I hope we have, because I believe someone's going to get up and give me some answers that I like. Madam Speaker, economic vulnerability. Suppose now we have a recession. Something happens and we can't pay this loan, Madam Speaker. Should we have gone for all 100 million one time? I don't know if that was the answer. But what happens if we can't pay it and then we have to find other ways to pay the loan back, Madam Speaker, and then our services in our country take a hit, like education, health, what we do or don't do, little that we do for our seniors takes a hit. What will happen when we build the roads and we can't maintain them? What will happen when we build the infrastructure that we're trying to build and we can't maintain it because there was an economic downturn? Madam Speaker, I'm not an accountant. I'm not an economist, but I'm asking questions. Madam Speaker, I love the people of the territory because they're smart. Government paid money through scholarships to educate our people. Madam Speaker, why didn't the Premier sit down with stakeholders? And someone might say to me, Meta, they don't do it. But Madam Speaker, 1, 2, 3, 4 were all part of an unconventional government a few years ago, who did innovative things and thought outside the box. So why not go outside the box and meet with the economists in our country? You don't have to give them all the details, but figure out what they think about what is going on. Did we bring past financial secretaries together? Did we bring people from the industry together to have a conversation? Madam Speaker, correct me, I want to be wrong. Tell me it was done. Tell me the prudence that was necessary has been done. That due diligence has been done. That there is something there that you could pick up and you could chuck it across the floor and say, Meta, read that. Put your mind at ease. Because last night, Madam Speaker, and I waited until I was the last member in the opposition to get up to speak. I've been waiting on the email. I ain't see it. But again, I say to the members on the opposite side who get up and tap any other minister and say, give them more information, so that they understand the process. Because, Madam Speaker, I am not fighting for a seat. I just want to be able to answer my people when they ask me, this is what's going on. That's my job. Don't hinder me from doing it. I'm begging for money. I'm begging for information. Madam Speaker, if we are borrowing, as Honorable Walwyn said, money to use for our recurrent operations or expenditure, Madam Speaker, that is dangerous. I hear somebody on the opposite side say it too. That means I was right. Madam Speaker, you don't do that. And if you're doing it, explain why. Come to me and say, well, you know, I spoke to this person and that person. I didn't want to call people names. There are people in our country that will say, trust the process, but the people out there are not doing it. Madam Speaker, I have a game on TikTok called, give me my money. You know that game, Madam Speaker? We were inside here. Give me my money for education. Give me my money for health. Give me my money for roads. And we in here clapping. Madam Speaker, they came in, the Premier dropped something on, nobody clapping. You understand what it is? What is it? Senior member gets up, other senior member gets up, says that it's not in order. Come back in, same thing. I guess it's in order. I'm not a senior member, but when I read it, I was like, this does not look right. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I meet a lot of young people, and they talk to me about the come up that they want. The Deputy Premier has spoken about small businesses, macro, micro, doing everything in our territory. I would hope within this plan, there is something for capacity building for a young contractor who wants to get a leg up and a start. Because what we seem to notice, and I heard a word or two thrown by the member from the 8th about a single person having a contract. Madam Speaker, how that works, that, you know, we have to be careful that we don't put ourselves down a road, and I don't have the intricacies of the project, but be aware and be mindful, be very mindful of favoritism. Some people in our country have done well, they are experts, they have built many things, they've done many things, and they need to be applauded. But sometimes they gotta reach back. The petty contract system in this country, I was told, was created to help upcoming people for capacity building. We doing some of this in here? I hope so. Tell me, let me know, so I understand it. Because, Madam Speaker, $100 million, in this house I said $1 million fits in a backpack. That's 100 children walking with $1 million each. And that's the future of this country. It is not small money. It is not small money. Madam Speaker, you know, I heard about the roads. I have chastised the minister in here for roads. Wherever you go, it's bragging. But Madam Speaker, we're doing roads. And the government had time. Is Anigada in here or not? Are they? Virgin Gada kicked up the other day about health, and they had a rate. When this comes now, when we start dealing with roads, where we then have to face Anigada, Minister, is your district I talking about? You know, the two of them? Anigada getting that back road fix? All right. If you said it, I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Madam Speaker, in May of this year, a man named Dan Fargus came to the BVI for a cruise ship meeting. He stated that the roads, country is beautiful, but the roads need repairs. Madam Speaker, we're right around the corner here, you know. So I assume we're dealing with that too. How soon? I don't know. You drive from here going east, Madam Speaker, you're looking smooth. Nothing like what the Todd looked like. And if the residents in the Todd are not backing and balling at the member for the Todd like they are at me, why that way get done, but what got scrape up down there and get touched? Madam Speaker, why not the road in town, where everybody drives as well? The potholes on the highway. I know we had some patching, but I'm just asking. Minister, I'm going to thank you for doing Joe's Hill, right there, the retaining wall coming on the hill. I saw it. But I'm just saying, Madam Speaker, how we the prioritize wrong here? Has the politics gone past the point of some districts getting and some districts not getting? As an at-large member, I see from where I sit. Some districts get and some districts don't get. Madam Speaker, the government has complained about procurement. They complained about civil servants, public officers, sorry, Madam Speaker, who drag their feet, don't get things done. Madam Speaker, if that's the case, then we go back to the management of this loan and the funds and the projects under it. Where is it going? Who's managing it? Madam Speaker, in August of this year, August 2nd to be precise, and then again on the 24th of August, the Auditor General later, well, there was a document laid in the House of Assembly pertaining to major contracts. In that document, on page, and I beg your indulgence, on page 15 and 16, they spoke about 3 projects. The economic zone in Huntamscott, Madam Speaker, which was initially, and I quote, scheduled to be completed on the 30th of May 2021 with a budget of $1,377,500. The project commenced in November of 2020 and was planned to be executed with a mixture of major and petty contracts divided under the authority of the policy. Despite being awarded a variation of $105,648 and extensions on the building structures which were to be erected under the major contract, were at the time of writing, July 2024, incomplete. Madam Speaker, that project was managed by the ministry. One of the lines in here says, this is a failure of both transparency and accountability. The public gets documents all the time. I think they could look at that. Then you have the road town market, $1,432,500, which was projected. And for that $1,430,000, sorry, it's $1.5 million to date because they got shutters. Madam Speaker, it looks pretty. What's the rate of return of that? So I go back to what my colleague from the 6th said. In here, projects. Madam Speaker, we borrowing money to fix things. We have to pay back a loan. Where are the revenue generating things that we created from this money we borrowing, Madam Speaker? You know, some people, when they borrow to build a house, they put an apartment below. Where our apartment? Where is it? Madam Speaker, we went through the whole of standing finance last year. Many people, many government departments, ministries came and said, if we had this, we could make money. Why we didn't take up some of them? Maybe I'm wrong, Madam Speaker. Maybe these things are in there. Madam Speaker, I didn't see anything in here for small businesses. And I hope the Deputy Premier corrects me, because I saw roads, the school, healthcare, different things. Is the reservoir in here, Madam Speaker, for the farmers? Are they getting that? Are they getting the area up there for the fishermen to land their fish? Is the fishermen probably going to get out of this some ice machines on Just Van Dyke and Igara? What all is in here? I don't know, Madam Speaker. I'm just asking questions. Because we have a lot of priorities which question. Do we have the priorities of how this is going to be done? When I get the document that are going to get thrown at me, will it have the list of projects and how they're going to be done in the order they're going to be done? Because that is a plan. Makes sense. Yeah. Am I asking for too much information? No, because this is what the public is asking me. Madam Speaker, the member for the 2nd alluded to the National Emergency Operations Center, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in this document, again by the Auditor General, it says the contract for the NEOC was the result of a public tender that was awarded to the highest bidder for $9.8 million. Then they had a variation at $382,264, bringing the contract value to $10.18 million. Madam Speaker, that billing ain't finished. They have money in there to finish that? Okay. Madam Speaker, I just asking questions because I'm wondering, what are we doing? Madam Speaker, you see the seniors' home that was started up Schooners? That didn't qualify for any of this? Or seniors down in Rotong, some of us in here know how it is down there. I know they need a roof. Is that it there or is that in something else? Madam Speaker? Okay, the minister said it's in something else. You ask questions, Madam Speaker, you get answers. The hospital. Madam Speaker, Dr. Orlando Smith is a man that I respect, I adore. I've had many conversations with Dr. Smith over the years. I like that man. He's done a lot for our country. Too long his name isn't on the building. And I was happy last year when I heard in November that the money was allocated and it was going to happen. I've had conversations with the Minister of Health. I call him the friendliest minister. Madam Speaker, I agree that aesthetics is important. And I agree that putting Dr. Smith's name on that building has to happen and the exterior of the building needs to be looked at. Madam Speaker, I said this in the debate or the contributions yesterday or the day before. Madam Speaker, there are services in our hospital that need equipment and we need personnel. Madam Speaker, echocardiograms, sometimes the MRI machine is working at no fault of anyone. Maybe they're just a bit old. Mammograms, Madam Speaker, orthopedics. I went to an ophthalmologist, a surgeon, to get my eyes done at Peebles. Sorry, Dr. D. Orlando Smith Hospital. Madam Speaker, the service is being provided by a private person in the hospital. Madam Speaker, I want to categorically say that we have to figure out health care for all people. And Madam Speaker, maybe again, I think there's the way the Father to speak to me. But Derek Brathwaite was there when I was in the hospital and they cut me open. He was right next to me. And now today what? He's gone. And I hear talking about healthcare. Madam Speaker, if we continue to push the customers, the clients, the patients, whatever you want to call them, to the private sector, the healthcare facility down there, the HSA, will continue to be a black hole that we throwing money in. We have to figure it out. Wasn't NHI created to figure this out? But now NHI seems to be only benefiting private. How we get there? Madam Speaker, Elmo Stout High School, to my knowledge, it doesn't have a water catchment. So when water goes off, you can't flush. Is there money in here to fix this? Are we buying water tanks? Do we need a loan for water tanks? The wall. The minister has told me they're going to address the wall. Madam Speaker, I went to a parent, had a conversation about the school months ago. The parent told me that they went and they did, they're an architect, contractor, they could build the wall, the piece of the wall, because somebody got crucified for the wall. So the piece of the wall that isn't finished, they could fix it. But Madam Speaker, I know that the cost that the person gave me of less than $30,000. That's not what it's going to cost to fix that piece of the wall. But Madam Speaker, every time it rains and it floods, and today just now I went and I moved my vehicle from my UPs because I'm afraid it's going to flood. Those teachers over there, those parents over there, whoever have to go now, if it rains heavy and floods, they got to go clean the school. Madam Speaker, you know what disappoints me? Not that it's going to get done. It's that we who could throw a party, who could do all kind of things, wasn't that a priority? Madam Speaker, where we going? Madam Speaker, over there, they don't have a place to have lunch. The children are having lunch in the corridors. Madam Speaker, over there, you ever been over there, Madam Speaker? You know how hot it is in that new building? And yes, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. Just before election, and before election, through private donors, I went and I made sure fans were given to the school. Madam Speaker, what is the priority? Madam Speaker, do you think the people of this country are not wondering, like how I am wondering, that the school over there, the senior school, was built for the technical school? But now we need money for the technical school. And just last week, I got a call from someone asking me in my private capacity for donations for the school. And it's not that I'm going to say no. I'm going to say, what are we doing? What are we doing with the money that we have? Member got up on that side, talked about healthcare, and he used the phrase, skin in the game. My colleague to my left used skin in the game. Madam Speaker, when the donors in the private sector, and I think I have the longest history in this house, because we like to talk about experience when it comes to the non-profit world. So, Madam Speaker, when I speak, I'm not speaking as a minister. I'm speaking as someone now. I'm not speaking as an elected official. I'm speaking as someone in the non-profit world, Madam Speaker. I remember a man from a Boys and Girls Club named Gene Bailey, who has a home in Lambert, came to me and he said to me, in the largest program they have in Los Angeles, the children are asked to pay $1 a week. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because it's called skin in the game. When did this country come to the point that we want donors to give everything and we're not giving anything? Altes is going to be built. It's not in here. Government ain't paying for it. Robinson O'Neill, government didn't do it. Enos Adams, government didn't do it. The minister at the time was supposed to finish the second floor. It never happened. Who finished it? Non-profit. But thank God for non-profit, and I appreciate them, and they need to continue doing it. But what are we putting in to show that we want to be invested in our own? And Premier, I thank you for coming back inside while I'm talking. I appreciate it. Because I'm asking questions. And I see some members over there writing and writing and writing. And that means that they're going to either give you my questions, and I will not say that you're going to get a message to answer my questions, because I don't mind if you get a message, as long as I get the answers. You understand me? Good. Madam Speaker, you know, my thing is this, right? We want to talk about a detention center. The first week of being elected, we were invited to a tour of Her Majesty, His Majesty's prison. Her Majesty's at the time, I think it was. Or it was His Majesty's. Madam Speaker, when you commit a crime, you're supposed to be punished. But with punishment also comes rehabilitation. Madam Speaker, if you see up there, now there's a thin line between making people too comfortable and making people so uncomfortable they plotting all kind of other things. Where are we at? Madam Speaker, building a detention center sounds good. We have a female wing up there where we hold juveniles. And it was mentioned, where you going to build a detention center when you need something for juveniles? But Madam Speaker, the existing structure up there, it need work. So let me say this, Madam Speaker. The responsibility of prisons and security, it falls under the governor. So why we ain't asking the governor, saying, Governor, we got some money here, you can put your skin in the game and help us. Why we ain't asking the UK that? But Premier, maybe that happened when you went up there and I wasn't there, so I don't know, so I ask him. Maybe some of these things I'm talking about already happened. Correct me. And I will acknowledge that I have been corrected. Madam Speaker, I love the Tour District because I lived in there for so long. Madam Speaker, haul out the boat them out the harbor down there, no man? You ever see anybody in this territory when they're taking drone footage, they never take one at Sikobe Harbor? You ever wonder why, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, are we down there just creating artificial reefs? What are we doing? That was originally a task under the Recovery and Development Agency. After Irma, take all the boat them up from before you know. So when the plane them coming, nobody could have seen. Broke them up, take them up, move them. What happened? Nobody don't come to Seagulls Bay? Well, there is a large regatta that happens down there every Easter. Right, Honorable Fraser? That's enough. I've heard the Deputy Premier, one thing, Madam Speaker, I will give people their credit. Madam Speaker, go down there and haul them out. Don't sink them. Haul them out. There was a project up Eastern around after Irma where they were trying to repair boats. I don't know how far it got. Madam Speaker, we got to think different. Madam Speaker, we got to be unconventional. Madam Speaker, I went just one day. My good friend to my left talked about it. I took pictures on my phone. And I don't believe in shaming people in order to make things happen. I like to talk to them first. The Minister of Communications and Works. Minister, I know you see the building over there. And I beg the other at-large members to go over there and see the buildings if they haven't. If they haven't. Madam Speaker, they ain't got no roof. Madam Speaker, some of them ain't got no windows. Ain't got no doors. Is that part of the loan? We can give the people over Just Van Dyke renovations too? For their 2 buildings they have over there? Madam Speaker, who have the priority list? Who helped put the list together? I don't think anybody on this side will offer any input. Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, by the end of this year, the government would have budgeted $2.5 or more million for Bush. I stood up in this house, I talked about many things. That press conference, I talked about the Premier, and I stand by it. It wasn't an attack on him personally. The Premier of our country shouldn't be talking about Bush. Never. I sneak a peek, Madam Speaker. You know what I'm say? Catch and keep. Somebody say a breeze, the blow, them say a speed bump. And Madam Speaker, I do whatever little training them do in school sometimes. I peep over on somebody else's desk. And I see a document that came from the Ministry of Communications and Works. They're going to be overseeing some bush cutting. Madam Speaker, you know that make me smile? Because now I know some of the things I say in here might be listened to. I'm not crazy. Premier, I ain't against you. I for my people like you. Make decisions. Madam Speaker, recreational facilities. Which ones are them getting upgraded? Bargus Bay getting something? Bellevue? We're doing some Greenland? I know the minister would support this. I know the executive director of the Recreational Trust will do it. He would support it. Are we doing anything with recreational facilities in the country? Seagulls Bay getting something? Is there money in there because we figure out what we're doing with a horse track and we're going to resurface it, Madam Speaker? Give me the list. Let me see what's going on. Madam Speaker, implementation, the risks. We walk in a tightrope here, Madam Speaker, and I don't want my people to have to be questioning what I'm doing and what I ain't doing. Madam Speaker, a few months back, I took some heat in the public domain for voting against a document, a resolution that came here that stated that the cabinet, and if I'm saying it incorrectly, again, like I said, correct me. The cabinet could only overrule in extraordinary circumstances. And I want the public to know the reason why I voted against it is because I like operational definitions, Madam Speaker. I don't like vague. I'm a man. To a man, light blue, dark blue, blue. I don't know the other colors that we made to call things. I like things. I don't know what turquoise is, Deputy Premier. I don't know what teal is. I know it as a word. I could spell it. But Madam Speaker, when I saw extraordinary, I was like, how, when, and where will that apply? So Madam Speaker, somebody sent me something here, and allow me to grab my phone. I don't have a consultant, so you ain't gotta worry. It says in the protocols for effective management, it says in clause 19, and I quote, unless in exceptional circumstances, I think the Premier read it earlier, different arrangements are agreed in writing by the government of the Virginals and the Secretary of State. The government of the Virginals will borrow only to fund capital expenditure where A, the proposed project is forecast to yield sufficient revenues to fund additional debt service costs. Or, let's be fair, B, the government has sufficient surplus operating cash flows to fund additional debt services costs which arise from borrowing to finance each capital expenditure. Madam Speaker, I didn't understand that. Not an accountant. So I went to ask questions. And it was explained to me, and some of the questions I asked earlier, which I know someone took note, will help me answer that. But Madam Speaker, here again, you don't have extraordinary, Madam Speaker, you have exceptional. Madam Speaker, the roads need to be fixed. I think all people may have been comfortable if we had a press conference, a graphic, something that showed them we're going to fix these roads, then these roads, then these roads. Or maybe the suggestion offered by the leader of the opposition last year in November to take some of the money that's allotted for water and sewage, put it into fixing one heavily populated area, one densely populated area like Greenland, like Poso, like Huntom's Gut. Fix their water delivery. Try something. I think our people would be comfortable if we were going chipping, you know, start somewhere, do something. Madam Speaker, I'm not criticizing the government. I am cautious. Because of the 13 of us sitting in here, I don't know if anyone in here has that ability to say, come 2027, you know they're going to be sitting here. Or even 2031 or 2035. So be very careful and mindful about how things are done. Because the backlash ain't falling on us. As the leader of opposition was saying, Madam Speaker, they're going to fire us. But that debt and then monthly payments going to stay there. And they're going to be paid by those that come after us. So, Premier, I'm not saying what you're doing doesn't make sense. What I'm saying is, give me some more information. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise with strong and joyous support for this resolution before us. And Madam Speaker, I will expand on my reasons, but I want to repeat that it is with joy that I welcome this resolution that is before us. Madam Speaker, before I get to the resolution, I would like to thank sincerely all the members of this House, and especially the members of the opposition, for their support over the last 3 months or more as we buckle down to finish the COI legislation. I believe we are almost there. We finished the last one yesterday, and I want to really and sincerely express my gratitude. The opposition, without singling out anyone, they were very, very, not just supportive, but they took the lead in a number of areas to make sure that the bills that are now, we hope, will be assented to are strong and they will last us for years to come. It took us a little longer, Madam Speaker, than we anticipated. But as the member for the third says, and it is the member for the third who says it, we cannot rush democracy. We have to get it right. The sixth? Okay. Well, it's an important phrase, whoever started it, but I like it and I'm embracing it. It took us a little longer, but we've gotten there, and I want to say thank you again to all members of this House. Madam Speaker, as it pertains to the resolution, there are a number of points I want to make. The first point I want to make, Madam Speaker, is that we are all elected, we are all responsible to the people of this country, but we have to recognize, Madam Speaker, that it is one government at a time. One government at a time. Madam Speaker, there are demands for information. Some of the demands are reasonable, and I do accept that we should provide the House with the information that they require. But, Madam Speaker, some of the demands are unreasonable and they are meant to embarrass this side. Madam Speaker, the insults that are pelted across the aisle are unbecoming and unhelpful to the people who elected us. Madam Speaker, this gotcha mentality is very unhelpful. The moment the Premier rises, there is this gotcha. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's saying. But Madam Speaker, as I always say, the people of this territory are not foolish. They are very discerning. They might like the melee, but they are discerning and they know right from wrong. They know when people are disrespectful. And we as members must respect each other. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I have, over the last year or so, observed that there are often, too often, deliberate attempts to confound and confuse the public. This is plain wrong. Before I could leave my seat last night, I had, Madam Speaker, a member of the public texting me about this resolution. She was totally confused. And so, Madam Speaker, I ask you to bear with me as I try to explain a little later on what I understand the resolution is intended to do. Madam Speaker, I have to say that this government has been accused of doing nothing. Now that something is being done, it is wrong because government just can't do anything. And that was the message that has been conveyed. But with this $100 million loan for a number of projects, and I have a list of projects that I did not get from any Trinidad consultant. I have a list of projects here that I am very pleased to be associated with, and I think it is insulting to the 4 banks that made submissions for these projects for it to be said that these projects are useless in some instances, or there's just $100 million that's going to go into the treasury for no purpose. I was very amused by some of what I heard. I was pained by other things. I was amused by one member saying that I think the government would not be able to spend, is it 50 million or 50,000? By the end of the term. And then out of the other side of his mouth, he said, the $100 million is nothing. It's not enough. Which is the correct one? Is it enough or is it not? As I said before, I heard that the money is not going to be spent because we don't know what we are about as 8th graders. Madam Speaker, I was pained when one speaker said that yet again the ministry and the Minister of Finance, or accused the ministry of not knowing what they're about. In fact, his words were, I am even more alarmed today. So, Madam Speaker, if I may, let me explain what I understand we're trying to accomplish here. With $100 million, if we look at the resolution, and Madam Speaker, I would like to be heard too, please. The House of Assembly is being asked to approve the borrowing by the government of the Virgin Islands from CIBC Caribbean of a sum of $100 million for the purposes mentioned in Recital 2. And if I look at Recital 2, it says, whereas the government of the Virgin Islands is desirous of borrowing the sum of $100 million for the purpose of A, financing identified critical government of Virgin Islands infrastructural projects, including but not limited to recurrent expenditure and capital expenditure. And I'll come back to the recurrent expenditure point as one that was a question raised by the Deputy Speaker. B, the refinancing of balloon payments due in 2026 on existing loans and paying transaction costs, etc. So that is Recital 2, on the terms that the loan facility shall be repaid over a period of 18 years on the following terms. Fixed rate at 6.50% per annum for up to 10 years, reset thereafter, and this is where the option comes in, either based on the floating rate pricing under option 2 below, which is the 6-month SOFR plus 2.25 reset rate that the member for the 6th so eloquently explained, either that floating rate, or after 10 years, a new fixed rate to be agreed at the expiration of the fixed rate term. So that is my understanding of what is contemplated. Infrastructural development financed by a loan and under the terms that I just mentioned. Madam Speaker, I am absolutely delighted that the banks have had confidence in this government. 4 banks competed to offer this $100 million loan. There has been some question about why not go to the Social Security Board, and I do agree with the member who said that we need to get back on $60 million. That was 60 was the amount he mentioned, whether it was 40 or 60. I believe it was 40, but whatever. The point is, I agree with him. I have contributed to the Social Security Board, and I want my money to be secure. Since its inception, you see how old I am? I want my money to be secure, and I want to have it back. And I'm not sure that I wanted us to go to the board for this $100 million. I think it could be, because I think there are other sources, and I'm going to come to, I'll tell you why in a minute. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you know I can't speak for an hour. But I gather, Madam Speaker, that the Social Security Board was in fact invited to submit a bid, but they didn't, long and short. Madam Speaker, there was some question as to whether the $100 million will be spent in whether 2 or 4 years. But Madam Speaker, whether it's spent in 2 or 4 years, government is a trust. And so it's a continuation when I say a trust. So we expect that, as the Deputy Speaker said, we don't know whether any of us are going to be here in 2027. But whoever is here would be expected to carry on these projects if they are not completed. Madam Speaker, I welcome this critical funding for several reasons. Our infrastructure will be rebuilt and improved. I do wish, as the Deputy Speaker said, that a few dollars went to trade and business development, but that might come in the next tranche. But more importantly, I am very happy that all of the banks, bar none, have committed to supporting business development through small loans and through various sizes of loans. And I am also pleased to announce that we are now ready to go with the grants program for business development. Is experiencing or about to experience a Category 3 hurricane. And so we in the Caribbean are exposed, and resilience is critical. We look at all of these projects, all of them, we hope, will be built with resilience in mind. There is the redevelopment of the Elmore Stout High School for technical studies. I would add to that, and I'm sure the Minister of Education will speak to it, but I do hope that we will have additional areas such as electronics, digital technology, and so on added to the courses that will be offered. The National Detention Center is a no-brainer. How many $1 million have we spent to date on illegal immigration? It's not just at the, I'm just speaking to the paper, and I apologize, but that's, I'm speaking to some of the projects that are Madam Speaker, may I continue? I'm just mentioning some of the projects because there was some, Madam Speaker, I have to mention the projects because there's been some talk about no plan. One, no plan, the fact that the money can just go into the treasury. So it's important to say some of the projects or to state the projects. And in fact, the Premier mentioned the very projects that I'm speaking to. So I'm not giving anything.
You know, she's reading off a paper, remember the Deputy Premier, and we don't have access to the piece of paper. If you're going to be reading off a paper, we should have access to it.
Madam Speaker, I have a list of projects, and I heard members from the other side addressing the very same list. Whether they wrote them down or however they got them, they did. So, Madam Speaker, if I may continue.
Well, one moment. Leader of the opposition, under what standing order in particular am I to address my mind to?
Madam Speaker, I'll have to go look for it, but if she's reading off an official piece of paper, official document, then we should have access to it. That's all I'm saying.
Madam Speaker, I didn't say I was reading from an official piece of paper. All I said is that I did not get it from a Trinidad consultant. That's all I said. And I wanted to add to that as far as I know, all this, you can follow? No, it's blank. Oh, I wanted to say in response to the point that was made by one of the opposition that as far as I know, one can use their phones or any kind of electronic equipment with the permission of the speaker. But I'm not using mine. But anyway, if I may continue, Madam Speaker, I welcome the improvements.
Members, please. I'm sorry, members, please.
Thank you. I welcome the improvements to the water system. A country with the per capita income of the British Virgin Islands, we say it ad nauseum, should not be to this day experiencing limited water facilities. I believe, and I'm sure that my colleague will speak to this, but I hope that some of this money will be spent to hire whatever professional support we need to help us with our water system. We have to move beyond just the insularity sometimes creeps in and hire the best possible persons to help us with our infrastructure. Madam Speaker, the roads project, of course, we all welcome. We heard about the Deputy Speaker is known as Mr. Bragadam Gam, I can't get it called, whatever. But he says it too so often, I still can't get it said. But, Madam Speaker, that reconstruction of our primary roads is critical. Our infrastructure is so important. And so I welcome these projects. And there are others that I have not listed. But I am I'm thrilled. I can't find words to explain, to explain my joy and my satisfaction that we have gotten to this point where we have approval for a loan for 100 million to carry out various projects. I have always been one to say that where this government falls down is execution. I am hoping that some of this money will make sure, strengthen that execution where it is necessary, so that there are not delays and so that we can work as quickly as possible. In terms of the point that was made by the Deputy Speaker about the funds being used for recurrent expenditure, I was one who was scribbling because I wanted to give you the answer. And I asked. And it does need clarification. It is recurrent funds, recurrent expenditure that is related to the activities, the work of the various projects. That is the answer I received. Okay? The project, like if there is the TB Letsum, whatever it is, airport, the recurrent activities or the recurrent expenditure around it and so on. In terms of his other question related to, and I'm answering to the extent that I can, because that's what we are here for, to do the people's business. It shouldn't be lights, cameras, action, as I like to say. It's work. Madam Speaker, in terms of why not CDB, I asked that as well. And I was told that the medium-term debt strategy was tabled in this House, and it was noted that the best option for the BVI economy in the medium term was to borrow from a local bank. And this was further subjected to further analysis by the Commonwealth Secretariat, and that is impeccable. So those are the two responses that I got in a very short time. Madam Speaker, there was a lot about who's best to carry out projects, whether it's RDA and what have you. And again, on the one hand, you're hearing about the ills of the Just Van Dyke School built by the RDA, and then you hear about other great projects done by the RDA. Madam Speaker, the importance of these projects is that government projects, of course, government projects stimulate the economy through employment, through capital investment, and of course, they in turn encourage investment in our territory. Madam Speaker, I will end by again saying how happy I am that we have gotten to this point where we have before us this important, critical resolution that would move this country forward in terms of our infrastructural development, and I am hoping that it will receive the support of members of this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to join in the debate on this historic resolution where we will be attempting to approve a loan of $100 million to address various needs across the territory. the largest such loan in the history of our territory. And a number of members on the opposition side have pointed out that the Virgin Islands have had a good record with respect to the repayment of debts, and we expect no different here. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to be associated with this individual and taking loans to address particularly capital matters, and that's what the most of this loan by far comprises. It's something that we do as individual households, as companies, as governments. We borrow funds to make available the amounts of cash needed to meet our immediate needs with a view to be able to repay it over time. We know the issues, Madam Speaker. Some of them are long-standing, and they will be addressed within this loan. And Madam Speaker, I am coming to understand the rules of play in the House, the politics. I'm coming to understand it. It put me back in the mind of a friend of mine, Madam Speaker, when I was in the higher education world. In 2015, I mentioned to some of my colleagues I was contesting electoral politics, and one friend in Barbados said, "Carl, I think that's for you, man. You ain't come like a politician." And maybe she's right. Time will tell. Because it seems that as a politician, there are some scripts or songbooks that you are committed to read or sing out of regardless, depending on which side you are on. So, Madam Speaker, we have for the last year and a half been complaining about sewage, been complaining about roads, been complaining about a number of things in this territory. And we have an opportunity now to get some funds to address them, and the opposition feels that they must continue to sing out of that is government presented, it can't be good songbook. Madam Speaker, I invite them to change their tune. Madam Speaker, this very measure that we are here discussing today, and I would even have needs be called upon the recorders of the House. We would have had times we were in the House recently, Madam Speaker, where members would say, "Don't worry about that because it ain't coming. I ain't going to see it before the end of this year." All these sorts of comments were coming, Madam Speaker. And we were all here listening to them, and yet, Madam Speaker, here it is, here we are debating it. $100 million, Madam Speaker, to help the territory. We, as was pointed out, we borrowed $65 million after Irma. And the member for the aid pointed out how effective it was through the help of the RDA to get projects done. And those projects that we are seeking to do now, Madam Speaker, these are projects across the territory that we are not going to pave a road, reach down to Fort Byrd or whatever the boundary is down there, jump over past Cox Heath into the 4th district and omit the 3rd. So, Madam Speaker, when the member says that nothing is in there for him, I'd suggest to him that he ought to take a second look, because this loan will address issues across the territory. And Madam Speaker, I say across the territory, and it seems like a simple term. But as I'm going down memory lane, I remember back in 2015 when I first got the crazy idea to contest a seat with some people here in this house as my leaders, proudly as my leaders. Madam Speaker, there was a party at that time that said, and my member who led me, he and I would recall that they said that as a part of their campaign strategy, they said, look at District 1 and look at District 3. Nothing happening there. They're in poor condition because somehow that party at the time felt that if you could point out that the districts that were not represented by persons in their party and they're not doing well, it seems somehow to look good to them. When in fact, Madam Speaker, we know how government works. That is not a district thing. Yes, the district representative may advocate, but if you are the representative, the member for communications, is from Anegada to Just Van Dyke. Even the minister related for water and sewage, it's for Anegada to Just Van Dyke. But perhaps it was a good strategy because they retained the government. But that view irritated me to my gut, Madam Speaker. Because when ministers have responsibilities, portfolios that are national in nature and in scope, is responsibility for the entire territory, and it means every district. So these loans here, Madam Speaker, and the subjects come under them. We have ministers dealing with national responsibilities. And I am proud to be a part of a government that does not punish districts that did not support them. Very proud. And I'm proud particularly of the Minister for Communication and Works, because a lot of the areas in his portfolio covers responsibilities across the territory. I would even talk about the Minister for Education, and when we look at where the school development was, I wouldn't talk about saying that, well, Just Van Dyke ain't in the 4th or the 4th or the 7th or the 9th. I wouldn't say, and I know it could have been, well, you had private-public partnership. I wouldn't say that Up at May School was in the 1st or the 4th or the 9th or the 7th. When people take their work seriously, they look at the nation as a whole and see where help is needed and put it there. Madam Speaker, I had to laugh a little bit because we talked about, even as we said, the simple things. You know, we can't come in here and don't talk about bush cutting even a little bit. But when it comes to those things, Madam Speaker, rated programs, civil mitigation, and all these things, Madam Speaker, the Minister for Communications and Works, he gets just like the Deputy Speaker at that time. He gets colorblind, Madam Speaker. So he doesn't put green up in one spot and put them to the head of the line and put yellow and all the other colors down. That's not what he does, Madam Speaker. He deals with priorities, he creates opportunities for all, and they're not just for the members, Madam Speaker, but those members are able to identify and recommend persons in their districts fairly, I assume, and I believe, in order that the work would be done. Madam Speaker, this loan that we are pursuing to approve today has been done responsibly, as the Premier pointed out, that we work hard to ensure that we were in the various debt ratios, liquidity ratios, and all the things that would indicate our capacity to repay the loan. Madam Speaker, in terms of repaying the loan, we know that in addition to addressing the critical capital issues, that there is funding in there, Madam Speaker, to ensure that some of our government agencies perform better to make less of a strain on the central government's coffers. And I'll give an example or two, Madam Speaker. Because what this does then, it's saying that this loan will enhance the fiscal outlook of the government as a whole. Because if less money is required from the government to go to statutory bodies, it means that there's more money to be allocated in other critical areas. Madam Speaker, I'm sorry the member for the 8th is not here, because as far as the money that will be allocated to the Health Services Authority, Madam Speaker, in that area, I know one of the projects that they will be doing is related to the completion of the renovation of the Peebles Hospital, and in particular, helping to bring online the specialty clinics, Madam Speaker. And the specialty clinics, Madam Speaker, is one of the critical strategic points that the HSA is undertaking to help them to increase their revenue. Of course, in tandem, Mr. Minister, Madam Speaker, with reform in NHI, as well as other performance reviews within the HSA itself. But simply by having, Madam Speaker, the specialty clinics, it positions the HSA to better provide a service that's comparable to that offered by the private providers, hence opening up the opportunity
I'm confused to see how the Premier expects us to support this motion, to borrow $100 million, knowing full well that his team has all the information, they know exactly what he's going to do with the money. But why didn't you tell us so that we can be supportive as well? I'm lost, Premier. Is that intentional, or is it a strategy that you missed? That you didn't tell us exactly what you're going to do with the money, like you did, like you told your team. It's not a secret. It shouldn't be a secret. You want our support, don't you?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I read out the list of projects, and I saw the members take notes, and they've been repeating the projects. Some of the details in the projects come directly from the ministries. Of course, some of what Dr. Dawson expressed, even I didn't have some of that detail that he expressed. But all the members will speak to areas under their ministries which are receiving resources that obviously I would have approved it. I would have approved all of it, but of course their job to speak about the detail of it. And the members, once they receive that detail, they can make a decision based on what they've listened to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I will also refer members to various presentations, such as those made in Standing Finance, that spoke to the plans from these various departments as to how they expect to change the financial trajectory. And again, I'm proud that a number of those, the funding has been provided to ensure some of those plans to move on. Similarly, Madam Speaker, there's an expansion, as I have heard said to us from the other side, that there is money for the TB Letsum International Airport. And I actually heard a member of the third refer to it. His concern was it wasn't enough to do anything. But I believe that it is enough for what is expected as far as expansion of the terminal building, which would enable a better customer service experience, as well as the provision for additional services at the airport, hence enhancing the revenue picture. And the member knows full well that the work has begun as far as the wider project of expanding the airport and the airstrip, and the business case is being reviewed, and that will determine the way forward. But everything cannot be left to that, so work has begun. This government has made investment to start things that will start to turn that picture around, because, Madam Speaker, a number of the statutory boards that we have that are currently receiving subvention, they are, by example, in other places, have sufficient revenue potential to be eventually weaned off the public purse. Madam Speaker, the water improvement, I've heard that mentioned as well from the other side as one of the projects that they took when they were taking their notes, and not through anything that they got through Catch and Keep, but through the notes that they took themselves. And again, Madam Speaker, from Ballesville, not Catch and Keep. But, Madam Speaker, that is another opportunity there again, Madam Speaker, because through this project, Madam Speaker, we will see an improvement and enhancement in the water supply network, but also we expect that there will be improved revenue collection through the additional funding of meters. Some meters were funded in last year's SAP, and we expect more in this project, so that while the production of water may not have to be necessarily increased, Madam Speaker, because water is getting to people, but there are a number of persons, Madam Speaker, who are not paying for water. But through the installation of these meters, funded in part through this project, we will be able to enhance our revenue situation for water. And of course, Madam Speaker, as the others would have said too, the R.T. O'Neill Admin Complex, I heard members speak of that as well from their notes. And we know that the amount that we're paying in rent across Rotong and other places, Lord, Madam Speaker, we can get this figure greatly diminished, and again, savings. So this loan, Madam Speaker, presents the opportunities not only to address critical areas, but also to ensure that there are savings for the territory. When the member for the third spoke, and I know he's from Seacoast Bay, Madam Speaker, one of the homes of softball, and he mentioned the money for the airport can't do much, and he also talked about what the government was doing or not doing. We were not swinging big enough, he said, Madam Speaker. He said, we're going for singles. All we're getting is singles. And the member for the 8th even helped him out and said, well, a bunt. But Madam Speaker, as he is from that district, Madam Speaker, I know he knows that if you string together a set of singles, what you have? A rally. And you start to really score some runs there, Madam Speaker. If you get enough of those singles put together, you're going to get a rally and you will score runs. So the revenues that have just been speaking about with those statutory boards, that will reduce the amount of money that they need to get from central government, those are singles, Madam Speaker. Each of them having impact. The less money that they need, the more money we can reallocate to other areas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opening of the medical school, which we expect to do. Madam Speaker, that may be another single that helps to move the runners along. Madam Speaker, the recapture and rebranding of BVI as a base for sport fishing. Another single to move the economy along, Madam Speaker. Increasing our production in agriculture and fisheries, another base hit, Madam Speaker. And other emerging sectors based on the creativity of our people. Single and maybe even a double there, Madam Speaker. But in addition to making singles, I do agree with the member for the tour that you need big hits. You need doubles and triples and home runs. And I would say to you, Madam Speaker, that the home runs are coming. Well, you said, why would you say the home runs are coming? You said before that this loan was coming and it was so long before, but it's here. Madam Speaker, we said it was coming, and it's here before us today. And I'm saying there are home runs out there that are coming, and they will make it, Madam Speaker. I believe, Madam Speaker, that the Beef Island Resort Development is a home run, and it's coming. The expansion at Nanny Key is a home run, and it's coming. Norman Island is another home run, Madam Speaker, and it's coming. Madam Speaker, we are aware of the issues we face. Many of them long-standing, Madam Speaker. I'm proud of the Minister of Finance and his team for having successfully brought this resolution to the House to borrow $100 million. It will address many existing issues, and it will provide a stimulus for improvement among several government agencies and departments. And I am happy to support this measure. Thank you.
I now recognize the Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hart-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity for me to also lend my support and to give a brief contribution to this debate on the resolution of the loan of $100 million. Before I go into my reasoning and my explanation as to why I support this particular resolution today, as it is dubbed a historical event in our history. It is the highest amount of a loan that the government is undertaking, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I sat and listened to my colleagues across the aisle, and I am somewhat of an emotional person, and I think my colleagues know that as well. And I sat there and I listened to the words that were spewing. And I, at some point, got to a point where I felt so ashamed. I felt that, you know, do I need to be here? Am I supposed to be here? Do I deserve to be here to represent the people that put me here, or even the entire territory? Listening to the berating and being called 8th grade government, and you know, the level of disrespect that I think is disrespect. And I know that it's okay because I'm told often it's the politics. But Madam Speaker, it's a part of the politics that I don't necessarily like. And I often ask my family, if I ever get to that point, please let me know. Pull me up. Because I don't find it necessary, Madam Speaker, because I think we can say the things that we want to say, but we don't necessarily have to say it how we say it sometimes. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to, you know, just say that we all here in this house, this honorable house, because the people voted. They went through a democratic process and they elected the persons they felt would be capable of running this country. no, an 8th grader cannot run a country. So it cannot be, you cannot be associated at such a low level in terms of the education process, although the 8th grade will get you to where you want to go, because we all have to start at the beginning, we get to the middle, and then we get higher and we get to where we want to be. So I just want to point that out, Madam Speaker, that it's not a good feeling. And I know they often say that, you know, it's just that we have to say it. But I just don't feel it has to be said, that the things that are being said have to be said, and the way they're saying it. I just want to get that off my chest, Madam Speaker. But I also want to point out too, Madam Speaker, that as a representative or even a minister responsible for the areas that the ministries, they need the support of their staff. And each ministry, of course, has a level of their staff. They have from the permanent secretary to deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries, heads of departments, and other supporting staff members in order to get the work done. And not just for the ministries to achieve their goals and their objectives, but for the country to grow. And I've said this before in this honorable house, and I think it deserves to be said again, that all of this is bureaucracy. And bureaucracy is a necessary thing in order for it to in order for the work to get done. Now, bureaucracy often gets a bad name because of how the bureaucracy is being carried out. But we have to have the staff, we have to have the support in order for the work to get done. And this is where, in this particular case, why we're debating this particular matter today with the loan. This support in this particular case came from the Ministry of Finance, because they're the ones who had to do the work. They're the ones who had to advise the Premier, who was also the Minister of Finance. And they're the ones who had to prepare the documents for it to go out to the business sector in this case, the banks, and whomever else that wanted to submit to say that they could provide this $100 million that the government is so much in need of. And they're the ones who did the RFP. They sent it out. And then the RFPs came in, the request for RFP, requests for projects, proposals, thank you. And they're the ones who evaluated these documents, Madam Speaker. And they're the ones who looked at each document meticulously and then decided that we're going to go with the lowest bidder. And that's why we are here today, Madam Speaker, to debate this resolution, because if it was left to the Premier and his Ministry of Finance after going through the process, then so be it. They would have made the decision and then we wouldn't have had to come here to do it. But we're here and we're having this discussion for the opportunity for us to share with the public why we are taking this $100 million loan. We had to come here. There is no choice, because this is the process. This is part of the bureaucracy that why we're here today. So, Madam Speaker, I'm a former civil servant. 25 years that I was given to the public service. But I'm also a public servant in this capacity that I am in here. So I am grateful for the opportunity of serving my country for 25 years as a civil servant. So I know what it's like to be berated and not be appreciated. I know. I have many stories, but I stuck it out. I went to work every day, appreciated or not. But because of my strong work ethics, I did what I could to get my job done. So when we are here saying that you know, the advice that's given to the Honorable Premier or the Minister for Finance at this stage is not good. It's not a good thing to say, because the opposition are saying that they're coming and they're going to continue to come with a vote of no confidence, right? I believe there's one on the agenda that's to be placed on the agenda at some point. But when you look at it, even if you are successful and you do able to cross because you're able to get a vote of no confidence, it's the same people, the same staff that you have to work with. It's not like you're coming in with a whole new set of staff like some countries do. Our neighbors in the US Virgin Islands, when they are elected, they get rid of who's there, most of them, most times, and then they bring in who they want. You know, even some people are advocating and saying that this is a system that we should do, but it's not the system that we have here in the Virgin Islands, in this particular set of Virgin Islands. So the same staff that they want to come over to be the government is the same staff that you're going to have to work with. It's the same Ministry of Finance that you're going to have to work with. It's the same staff in the Ministry of Communications and Works, whoever becomes the Minister for Communications and Works, if you are successful with the vote of no confidence. Whichever ministry that you're coming over with is the same staff, because that's how our system works with. That's how we work. So, Madam Speaker, you know, we have to use our words wisely. We have to be able to express ourselves a little bit more decently. And we have to have respect for us as your colleagues. And I understand where you're coming from. I understand where the opposition is coming from, because you want to be in the know. You want to know the information, but there are ways in which to get the information. You know, you don't necessarily have to berate. But I feel good now. I feel better because I got it out of my system. So I'm good, and I could move forward. And I just want to state for the record that on this side of the island, I'm sure on the other side, they help each other out. And we help each other out here too, on this side. Because the Honorable Premier, when yesterday he realized that he missed the document that he wanted to read from, I was the one that sent it to him via WhatsApp. So I'm not from Trinidad, you know, so I sent it to him. And nobody from Trinidad or anybody else sent it to him. I did. So I just wanted to have that stated correctly for the record, and that's what I'm saying. In terms of what we're saying, Madam Speaker.
What has happened today to the opposition is a travesty. Because the member for the Fourth just said that a document does in fact exist. And she sent the document to the Premier, which is perhaps the very same document that the Deputy Premier was reading from. But yet you send, this House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, this is your house.
Coming back again.
This is your house. And when things come to your house, they must be complete. You cannot have $100 million loan facility and just simply bring a few clauses written up on the order paper and give to the opposition. It is dishonest, because how are we to properly prepare for a debate when you have kept all the information and it just came out? It just came out. She said, this member for the Court said she sent the document to the Premier, which means it is a document that's already well circulated within the government. But they didn't think it was proper and right to give it to your house, so that all the members of the House would be on the same footing and make the same contribution. As was said before, we are all representing people. My people from District 6, the members people from District 2 sent in here to the House to represent their interests. How can we adequately represent their interests when the government is clearly hiding pertinent information from us? If we didn't get the information clear before, we just got it out from the member of the Fourth. She sent the document to the Premier, which means that they all have the document and the opposition members have nothing. Madam Speaker, that is wrong. And that should not be tolerated in your house.
No, member for the sixth, again, just like I asked the leader of the opposition, if you could help me address my mind to the standing order that basically states that such evidence is required.
But Madam Speaker, that would not be in standing orders. Even outside of parliamentary democracy, that is proper decency. When you're coming to the House of Assembly, you bring all the requisite information upon which people are to make a determination. How can we properly make a determination to support or not to support when pertinent and requisite information is being hidden from us? It is just wrong. And you need to stand in order to tell it that.
I understand. So what gives me the authority to force either the Premier or any other member to provide the information that you're saying should be provided?
Madam Speaker, the toothpaste is already out of the tube. But you can give a warning for the future that this type of conduct cannot be tolerated in your house. If you're bringing information, there must be full disclosure. Why are you keeping it a secret? What it is you don't want us to see? I'm getting concerned now. What it is with this $100 million you don't want the possible people to see, or the Belgian people to see, or the King Daddy people to see? Because you have it there now on your phone sitting around, and we have not seen it. What is happening there? $100 million, and it's a secret?
Yes, member for the sixth, I completely understand where you're coming from, but again, I will suggest that the standing orders be amended so that the proper procedures can be stated. That way, it gives any speaker teeth in order to enforce certain things. But I do understand what you're saying. Yes, Premier.
Yeah, point of information, Madam Speaker. The Junior Minister for Tourism and Culture sent me a list of the projects for the loan.
Premier, it's not that I want to interrupt you, but I know the point of order was raised in respect to the Junior Minister for Culture. And given that she was the one that brought it up, it's only right for her to correct any sort of misinformation. I think that would be the most appropriate thing.
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. So I may continue? Okay. And Madam Speaker, the point that I wanted to make is the fact that the information didn't come from Trinidad, so I leave it there. So, and then I just wanted to, before I go into it, I just wanted to say that, responsibility for us all is to provide the public with the correct information, and I believe that is what we all want to do in this honorable House. So, Madam Speaker, I stand in full support of this loan for many reasons. Not because of the list of projects that we are going to be expediting through this loan, but because of the fact that it is going to benefit the economy of our country. It's going to provide job opportunities for our country, for people who have jobs and those who don't have jobs. There will be opportunities to complete various projects that will improve the infrastructure throughout our territory, as was said before. So I won't go into all of that because it was said. And I think the public understands now what this loan is all about because of all of the information that was shared before. It will directly and indirectly improve our tourism product, Madam Speaker, because of the type of products that we have. And we often talk about infrastructure. We have to have our infrastructure in place in order to attract our tourists to come. And that's what we're doing. And in addition to that, Madam Speaker, this loan is going to increase the quality of life of our people. It's going to increase the quality of life of our people, Madam Speaker. But I am particularly pleased with this resolution reaching this stage in the House because we talked about it. And it was said that it wouldn't get here, but it's here, to the fact that we are debating it. And at the end of the day, hopefully, we'll pass it. And then we can move on to the next steps to get access to the money because that's what we need. We need access to the money so that we can carry out these various projects. Madam Speaker, I also want to mention that there are plans in train. There are plans that we talked about, and I mentioned the PPP, the Public-Private Partnership Program that we are going to be implementing very soon. And this loan gives us a step ahead in order to accomplish that. But I won't go into these PPPs because I mentioned it before. Because at the next step that we're going to be doing is actually launching this program and sharing with everyone what the projects will be consisting of. So I won't go into that. So there are plans afoot to stage an official launch of this proposed PPP program. And yes, we will be working with the various stakeholders from within government. And yes, we will be working with the RDA. And as I said, detailed information will be shared shortly, and soon as we are able to get access, and then we will be access to the funds, and we will be moving forward. Now, in terms of specifically to the resolution, and I think there is a mix-up, and I think it's just a matter of the wording. And the English language is a funny thing because sometimes you read it, but sometimes you're reading it and you have a concept in your head, so you think you're reading what you're seeing, but we're actually not reading what we're seeing. My understanding of the options, and the options is not, you're not going to be voting on an option today, and the Premier or anyone else, Madam Speaker, can correct me if I am wrong. My understanding from the very same staff at the Ministry of Finance is that it's not an option. They're not options because there's no or. There's not an option 1 or an option 2. I think the choice of words is what's confusing this resolution in terms of what we have on this paper. But when we listen to the Ministry of Finance staff, it is one decision made. That is, the interest rate, yes, is 6.5% per annum for up to 10 years. And that is at a fixed interest rate, or fixed rate for the first 10 years. And then after the 10 years, it then goes into the option of whether you're going to maintain the fixed rate or a floating interest rate or a floating rate. That's my understanding. So it's not an option whether you choose the option 1 or the option 2. So it's what was decided based on what was submitted by the bank, CBI, First Caribbean Bank, because they're the ones who won the bid because of their offer. And the fact of the matter is, yes, First Caribbean Bank may be a bank out of the Cayman Islands, but it's here. The branch is here located in our territory. They're providing jobs, they're providing job opportunities, and they're providing banking services here in the territory. Services that we need because it gives us a choice of which bank that we want to choose. So I don't see a problem with taking the loan from this particular bank because they submitted their offer like all the other banks that participated in the process. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that the Ministry of Finance have done a great job, wonderful job. Yes, it took a while for it to get here, and they went through the process, which is required to go through the process to get to where we are today. So, Madam Speaker, with those words, I would like to say that, again, I support this loan, and I look forward to when we actually can have the first drawdown so that we can start to roll things out based on the plans that are in train to get done. So once again, Madam Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Education, Honorable Shari Di Castro.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this resolution that is before the House, and I want to recognize the Premier and Minister of Finance and the team at the Ministry of Finance for bringing this resolution, as it requires legislative support to be able to access this loan in support of some very crucial and critical infrastructural projects that are needed in the territory. Madam Speaker, it is very clear that we have a responsibility to ensure that we develop our infrastructure in the territory. And for quite some time, I know the Minister for Communication and Works would have been working diligently with his team to ensure that the water as well as roadworks were planned to be executed upon receipt of funding. Madam Speaker, the same would be true for myself as Minister of Education, ministry officials, sitting and seeking to finalize plans and prioritize areas awaiting funding for execution in the best interest of the people of this territory. The same is true for health, as well as areas such as small business development and trade, agriculture and fisheries, tourism and culture, the environment, and so forth. And Madam Speaker, while this resolution has taken quite some time, I am certain that the public would have heard the Premier and members speak consistently about the need for the funding, and we had to go through the requisite process to be able to get to the point of having this resolution here in the House today. And so I want to give some clarity surrounding processes and systems and structures in government. You know, it's very convenient for members of the opposition to speak about how miraculously, when a vote of no confidence comes, things start happening in the country. Madam Speaker, they often tout about the COI, that irrespective of it not solely speaking to 2019 onwards, it is very convenient to seek to establish that in the public space. But we are well aware that even before the COI, but the COI further strengthened the reality for the need for us to adhere to certain processes. And so while they are seeking to create an appetite in the public domain for quick, fast, and easy fixes, they have also lobbied continuously for processes that require time in order for them to be completed. Madam Speaker, the transparency that the public is asking for cannot happen at the snap of a finger. The same tender processes, the same RFPs, they take time. It's either we want to do it right and transparently, or we want to revert to some of the practices that we beat the government for, which enabled potential quickness, but there were other challenges regarding those sort of efforts. And we have sought to ensure that we put the requisite systems and structures in place to allow for these processes to take place. So the Minister of Works would be the first to tell you that from early up in the year, he would have started certain processes and he was awaiting the requisite paperwork and documentation to be able to move it forward. And I'm certain when he stands, he'll be able to speak a bit more to that. But somehow, even in supporting the reality of the need for processes, for systems and structures, the opposition would stand here and seek to have the public to believe that because they brought a motion of no confidence, somehow the government was able to quickly get into gear and start fixing roads. Madam Speaker, I am a product of the Virgin Islands education public school system, just like a lot of us here. And while certain members in the House who want to come in here and speak about decency could seek to categorize persons as mumus in this honorable House, it is very clear that the members on this side went to school. And Madam Speaker, while I'm there, I want to divert a little bit. I studied English in school. I didn't study maths. And I'm the first to profess that I'm not very good at math. I struggled through math. but I seek to get tutoring and support, and I seek to ask questions in order to understand. And Madam Speaker, when the Virgin Islands Party government, I just want to give a very short tutorial in that, because the matter ain't matching with some of the things that are being said in the House. When the Virgin Islands Party won the government, we had 6 seats. The opposition parties had 7, which means that they were well capable, by that account and by that number, of forming the government. All the numbers and maths and accounting they had quoting, they still clearly didn't have the capacity to be able to add 3 plus 3 plus 1 and form the government. But this government over here, 8th graders, were able to add 6 plus 1 and form the government. Madam Speaker, I want to say one more thing regarding numbers. I have 7 members on this side, and we juggle a lot because every single member is sitting and lobbying for funding in support of their various areas. And so, Madam Speaker, we would have gone through our budget process last year, and I pulled up the report of the Standing Finance Committee, and I specifically looked at the section related to the Ministry of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, which I have the honor of leading. And my team came in and diligently spoke to the reality of the funding constraints of the ministry and the support that was required through the budget process in order to enable some of the work that was desperately required, whether infrastructurally or otherwise, in schools. And Madam Speaker, you end up coming into the House, even here in this debate, and you're hearing a whole lot of talk and jargon surrounding the inefficiencies in the education system. And as minister, as my colleague and the junior minister member for the 4th District said, you articulated these things and you lobbied for funding regarding these things, and the opposition was silent. And the reason I said the opposition was silent, because I'm going to do a math lesson again. I am 1 member standing on the government side, and there are 6 members standing on the opposition side. And even if my 6 colleagues over here didn't support me in getting the funding that was required for education, if the 6 members of the opposition supported me and spoke the reality of funding to the very same areas that they are seeking to hold the Ministry of Education's foot to the fire for, the ministry would have had the funding in the budget to be able to facilitate the work that is being requested of us. Madam Speaker, 6 plus 1 is 7, 5 plus 2 is 7, 4 plus 3 is 7, 2 plus 5 is 7. No matter how you turn it, it's 7. And if we're going to speak about accountability in the House, we have to understand our individual position. Once it is good, it doesn't matter who brings it. If the government brings an initiative forward, if the government brings an opportunity to acquire a loan in support of the many challenges that we have all identified and accepted in the territory, it takes 7 of us in here to support it. But Madam Speaker, all 13 of us should support it, because we were all put here to serve the interests of the people. And this loan facility that we are seeking to acquire checks off a number of priorities that the public have been screaming about, and we are now in a position to address. Madam Speaker, I've sat and I've seen persons give kudos to the Minister for Communications and Works, despite the antics that are being raised, because they can see a difference in the road infrastructure. And Madam Speaker, it is on that basis alone that the House is now seeing the level of discourse in here, because we have to find a way to discredit the work of the government. And because the public are now visually seeing some examples of the hard work that have been going on for months, we have to find another reason now to explain away why we should not be here today and why we need more information and why information is required. Let's give it. I support it. But you know, oftentimes in here, Madam Speaker, the opposition comes in here and asks us for information, and then when they get up, They don't use that information. They don't give fact. They then instead give their opinion. So you wonder why they come to you and ask you for the facts in the first place. Madam Speaker, I want to state that I am here in full support of this facility because I believe it is extremely necessary to the development of the territory. Madam Speaker, we have some infrastructural needs, and we all know the saying that you can't build a house on a weak foundation. So, Madam Speaker, here we are with a strong plan to rebuild, but the opposition is now questioning its necessity. Madam Speaker, it's like wanting to fix a leaky roof, but arguing over the size of the hammer. I don't understand how practical that is, because the reality is, you know, that the roof mash up, it needs fixing, we have to break it down to fix it, and it don't matter who hand the hammer in, or who hand the nail, or any type of tool is in. It just matters that the work is being done. And Madam Speaker, this is why I support this resolution before the House. A lot have been said about whether it's enough or not and how it will be spent. But Madam Speaker, I think a number of members have spoken in regard to the various areas, and I will speak specific to the Ministry of Education, that some funding is in the budget in support of the ESHS redevelopment, specific to ensuring that we have the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies attended to, as it is of great importance and priority to the territory if we are to be in a position to train our young people in key areas to develop our economy. Madam Speaker, so I'm glad that this is here, because one member saw it fit some time ago in the news to get up based on some information he received to speak about how the minister was having a meeting to close the Virgin Islands School of Technical Studies. Well, Madam Speaker, I don't know how the school could be closing if it's receiving loan funding, and as far as I know, it's currently open, very much so, and it's excelling, and its mandate is being operationalized and expanded, because we understand that there is need for additional technical skills in our territory. The ministry has already undertaken and has sought to previously put a committee of stakeholders together who have put the requisite information regarding what is needed and required infrastructurally in support of the school. We have also sought to ensure that our curriculum offerings are expanded, and the rollout of that will be as soon as next school year, even as we await the construction of a new facility that will fully be equipped with the necessary equipment that the technical students need to really garner the skills in an experiential way. Madam Speaker, technical and vocational education is important. And through this resolution, through this loan funding, the government is committing to ensuring that all young people in the territory have access to technical skills in a well-equipped facility that removes the stigma that is currently associated with it in the territory. It's a regional and international problem. But Madam Speaker, I believe we're well on our way to ensuring that we remove that stigma and to ensuring that all children in the territory have access to some technical qualification once they have graduated from our school system. Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about the reality that just a very small percentage of this loan funding would have been designated to the portfolio under the Ministry of Education. And I've said this to my team privately, and I'll say it publicly, to the Premier and to the whole House, that just like we did in the last budget process, the Ministry of Education will come and seek to advocate for the funding needed to be able to carry out its mandate and its expectation from the people of this territory. And Madam Speaker, I've said it over and over, and I'm supportive of this But by extension, as I support it, I express the need for support from my colleagues as we enter into the budget process very shortly to ensure that the Ministry of Education has the funding that it needs in the budget process in support of infrastructural works throughout our schools in the territory. Our schools have been for many years plagued. The infrastructure, the electricity, everything, very little attention has been placed on them throughout the years, especially after the storms of 2017. And I say that very generally because more specifically, we would have sought to rebuild specific areas. But based on the cry of our teachers and our students, there is clearly need for more support in very strategic areas. And the ministry has worked to ensure that we have a plan and we have the requisite information to support the type of funding that we need. Madam Speaker, the ministry would have engaged in the creation of a plan due to engaging with our stakeholders. When I became minister, I sat with all my teachers, collectively and individually, and other stakeholders, and we agreed to prioritize 3 areas: infrastructure, resources, and professional development and training for educators. And Madam Speaker, through the budget process, we've seen government make strong commitments in some of these areas. And due to the plan that the ministry sat and created with involvement from stakeholders, we were able to take that plan to the private sector. And the private sector was able to look at it, agree with it, and subsequently support it. Madam Speaker, I hear a lot of jabs being thrown at the government for going out and seeking private sector support. I hear a lot of jabs being thrown at the government for not having a plan. Madam Speaker, if we didn't have a plan, we wouldn't have received the level of support that we got through the Memorandum of Understanding that we signed earlier this year, which is a 5-year agreement that pours significant funding into the infrastructure, resources, and training of teachers across our territory. But Madam Speaker, I also take this opportunity to advocate, as I always have, that government too must do its part. And Madam Speaker, I've spoken, and the Standing Finance Report of 2023 will show that while at some point in the ministry's history, its budget would have stood at 18% of the national budget, over time, that commitment has reduced. In 2023, it would have been 14%, and in 2024, just about 12%. And the ministry would have advocated for additional funding in last year's standing finance process to be able to support its mandate. Madam Speaker, all I'll say as I move forward is that we've done the work, Premier. We have the plans. We have the quantities. The ministry, through support, has been able to do structural assessments on all schools in the territory, and through those assessments, we've been able to prioritize works on the schools that are most important based on the level of inefficiencies that were seen, and works have begun. But in order for works to continue in a very strong way, we need the financial support through the next budget process to be able to alleviate the concerns of our principals, teachers, and students regarding the inefficiencies that exist infrastructurally, especially in our schools. So, Madam Speaker, I alert members, both on the government side and the opposition side, for the need for support to ensure that we get things done. And Madam Speaker, I also use this opportunity to say thanks, because the private sector in many ways have been reaching out since the ministry has put together various plans and programs and have asked, how can we help? And we have provided plans, and we have been seeing significant resources being put into schools. We've received a number of robots. We've received almost, I think it's about 170 iPads to support our robotics programs. Madam Speaker, the support is there and it's coming, and I dare say that in the budget of 2024, this current budget, the ministry received funding as well in support of these initiatives. And so there has to be a balanced approach moving forward with government and private sector, and I believe the government is committed to doing so, and I will hold our feet to the fire as we go through the budget process to make sure that this happens. I want to encourage the members of the House to support the various ministries in their pursuit for funding, whether it's private sector funding or it's government funding. Instead of seeking to usurp the processes, and instead of seeking to plan meetings outside of the constructs of what the House allows, to seek to disturb the processes. We have to work together, Madam Speaker. We need to stop working against each other, because when members seek to work against members on the other side, it's really the people who are being disadvantaged. Madam Speaker, I did a little bit of research because I wanted to speak to some of the numbers in terms of percentages that are being thrown around about why this 6.5% and why not this percent and that percent. And Madam Speaker, if we recall, we did some years ago seek to do some major works on the Peebles Hospital and the National Sewage Project, which was a fixed rate of 6.25% for the first 3 years of a 12-year loan. And then we had another $50 million loan for the pay pack extension that had a fixed rate of 6.1% for the first 5 years of that 10-year loan. And so, Madam Speaker, with the number of years that have passed and with the economic situation that we now face, for this government to bring forward a loan facility at a fixed rate of 6.5% for the first 10 years of an 18-year term doesn't seem very strange to me. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is very much in line with what we have done over the years. Madam Speaker, the facts are there. This is information that we can find in the annual budgets that speak to the reality of government's commitment, its debt, and other areas over the years. But Madam Speaker, it is a bit more convenient to come here and start hauling a whole bunch of opinions instead of seeking to inform yourselves and do the requisite research that is required, because of course, as was stated, the debt strategy would have been laid in the House. I think it was up in May. And so we have full access, full explanation, a full document, pages long. I took the opportunity to scan through it last night. And it gives a very vivid picture of the Ministry of Finance's intent to acquire this $100 million loan. So it didn't come from out of the sky and from nowhere. It was a part of the strategy, and as I understand it, this is the first in forever, or potentially ever, that we have a medium-term debt strategy. Madam Speaker, 8th graders did that. You know, I'm going to stop because I try to promise myself to not get into some of these things, but as Honorable Smith says, my God, it pains you to see the lengths that people would go to acquire power. You know, I also sit there and I smile because I sit and I listen to people talk about how they would never sit and align themselves or talk with other persons. And you sit down and you watch the chatter from across the room and the chairs them sliding from left to right, and you wonder, Madam Speaker, what is going on? But Madam Speaker, when you're seeking to acquire power, you do whatever it takes. Madam Speaker, I want to close because I think I've said enough. And I want to ensure that I once again lend my full support to this loan facility. Madam Speaker, it is important. Madam Speaker, it is necessary. Madam Speaker, it is critical. We have to do it. We have done it. And Madam Speaker, we will do whatever is necessary to not just pass this resolution, but to ensure that within our term and beyond, the mechanisms are in place for these developments to come to fruition. Madam Speaker, we came and met a $65 million loan. And I think our reputation is clear because we've executed a lot of those projects. We didn't sign the loan, but we've executed them. So we have a reputation of execution. In fact, we've invited the members of the opposition to come and stand with us when we opened those facilities. And they stood proudly and helped to cut the ribbon, but they have amnesia now. And I'll end on one point because my first district representative reminded me of it. And you hear people trying to make the public feel like as if the government only seeks to do work in their districts where they have representatives. And Madam Speaker, there are 2 at-large representatives on this side of the aisle. So that is categorically false. But Madam Speaker, I'm going to use a very simple example of how the ministry through private sector funding sought to develop our schools in a very critical area. Playgrounds. I'll use that example. We were able to get 5 playgrounds, Madam Speaker. The first one we opened, Madam Speaker, was at the Willard Wheatley Primary School in the 8th District. The second one and the third one, 6th District, the Alexandrina Maduro Primary School and the Joy Samuel Primary School. The fourth one in the 3rd District, the Ebenezer Thomas Primary School. The 5th one in the 2nd District, the Inez Adam Primary School. Well, Madam Speaker, my member here asking me what side I'm on. Because every single playground that has been put in the members of the opposition's district. And I want to assure my members, while that was intentional, it was because the ministry did stakeholder consultation and looked at the playgrounds that we have, and we sought to put the funding and the support where it was needed. It didn't matter whether it was in District 1 or District 2. It didn't matter. It was based on need. And that is a clear example that we're not playing politics, that when you sit in a ministry, you must have a national perspective and a national mandate that supports needs in the territory. Madam Speaker, the at-large representative, Honorable Smith, and I will not sit and allow these amazing 5 district reps that we have here to do as they please and ignore other districts that we have the responsibility of supporting. The public voted overwhelmingly for us. And so, Madam Speaker, it is clear that we have a national mandate because we sit in a seat that affords us the opportunity to look across the territory, to consider the deficiencies that exist and prioritize them in support of the territory's development. So on a lighter note, I want to assure my colleagues that the playgrounds in the other districts will be forthcoming. Don't worry. Colleagues on this side, it's coming. But I use it as a very simple example. Honorable LTS Catliff is coming. It's on its way. It's going through the processes that are necessary to be able to ensure that it happens. And you know, I know it's been used as a political football, even though there's very intricate details of information that is accessible to all members regarding the reality of it coming. But I want to say, we have a job to do in this house. And a lot of the work that we need to do, funding is required to do it. We could have all the passion in the world, we could have all the ambition, all the vision, all the plans. If we don't have the funding, it's an exercise in futility. So, Madam Speaker, the projects that are allotted through this loan facility are projects that have been prioritized, and I want to issue my full support. And I want to thank the Premier and Minister of Finance and the entire government for being diligent enough to do the work that is required, for being patient enough, because while we know that we wanted this to come a long time ago, it has taken far too long, but it is here. And while the members of the opposition refuse to celebrate it, it is our job and our responsibility to celebrate the hard work that has gone into this loan facility. And so Premier and team, government, I want to say congratulations, and I look forward to when we have to say yea or nay, that my yea is the most resounding in the room in support of this loan facility to ensure the continued development of the Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
I recognize the Minister for Communications and Works, Honorable Kai Reimer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll start off here this afternoon. I just went to my phone, I got a WhatsApp message. It says, water is off again. I look at the time, just after 5. Madam Speaker, I remember years back, I visit people in various communities. They would always say, you know, Mark don't take off his water already. Madam Speaker, today, that's what they are telling me. Kai, you don't take off your water already. Madam Speaker, this water issue is troubling. It's troubling. Roads in our territory, deplorable. No secret, anybody that drives on the roadway, we know how terrible the roads are. Sewage. Sewage issues are profound in the territory. Eastern Longlook, Road Town, Cane Garden Bay, Virgin Gorda. Madam Speaker, the R.T. O'Neill Administration Complex, decimated since the hurricanes. Madam Speaker, since being elected, the cries, they've been loud, pertaining to these infrastructural issues. But here we are today, where the government of the Virgin Islands is desirous of borrowing the sum of $100 million, Madam Speaker, for the purpose of addressing some of the same issues that I've spoken about. Madam Speaker, before members of the government spoke, you would have think that this is something horrible. Or you'd have thought that this is something new, that members, this is the first that they're hearing that we are intending to borrow money in this excess. As late as the last budget speech, the Premier spoke about this loan that he'll be seeking. Madam Speaker, I recall hearing members of the opposition laughing. Yeah. You ain't gonna get a loan, because the Premier put some timeline to it. He said that this loan would be here before the end of the third quarter, I think he said. You laugh, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, today I just want to celebrate the Premier and his team, that we could stand here in this honorable house and speak about $100 million loan, the largest in the history of any borrowing of any government that existed in this territory. And Madam Speaker, this money is not being borrowed to squander. So when I hear the members of the opposition speak with such disdain for what is taking place, I wonder if it's just politics or these guys have no care for the people of this territory. Madam Speaker, when I got elected in 2019, I think the first time that questions came to this house, you know, when I saw the paper, I'm like, how do I answer these questions? They're asking me about the boards along the roadsides because they're the washouts from the road. I'm just elected. Questions are being asked about why the residents of certain areas are not getting water. When are we going to fix this road, or what's happening with the complex? Those were questions from 2019. So today, when you hear them speak, you wonder what their motives are. Is it that it's because this government is bringing this loan and the intention is that some of the works will be done, is that they have to show that the doom and gloom of it? A member is saying that since the vote of no confidence came, bush is being cut or road is being paved. When the vote of no confidence came on the other paper in the incorrect way, the press conference, and you heard in the media that, you know, we don't want the premier to get no brownie points when he go to the UK. Clearly, Madam Speaker, it's all about politics. Madam Speaker, this proposed $100 million, this loan is essential for addressing our pressing infrastructural issues, as I mentioned. This investment is just not needed. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely critical for the future of our territory. This ain't just about fixing roads and improving the water system, Madam Speaker. This is an investment. This is an investment for the very foundation of our community. And enhancing our infrastructure, Madam Speaker, is a strong basis for economic growth. And when it's all said and done, this would benefit each and every Virgin Islander. Madam Speaker, it was mentioned about what happened after the 2017 hurricanes. We were devastated. A member got up, he spoke about, we blew the opportunity to utilize the loan guarantee. And Madam Speaker, I want the public to understand. We are here bringing a loan to this honorable house, $100 million. What the members are speaking about is a loan guarantee. You know? No money attached to this. Not a quart, it's just that the UK will be backing a guarantee. Sounds good. Madam Speaker, is like a horse when he's on the track galloping. He looks good by himself. Members speak with eloquence. The song's so good. You believe everything that they say. But I always got two sides to a story. The loan guarantee. Oh, the government came in 2019 and we blew it. They don't want to do it anymore. Madam Speaker, this loan guarantee was available to that same government when they reached out for it from 2017. Why didn't they take it? I mean, now we are being labeled as 8th graders, and so maybe it's something that is missing there. But Madam Speaker, why didn't they take it? They're not going to tell you that there was a high-level framework agreement. Madam Speaker, that was attached. There were some stringent conditions attached to that loan guarantee. When I went to that document, Madam Speaker, it nearly mirrored the COI. Madam Speaker, the UK support for the British Virgin Islands hurricane recovery. I recall the letter came from Lord Ahmed. It spoke about what this government needed to have put in place even before the consideration of the UK guaranteeing any loan. You hear them talk now like 2019, everything went crazy. But Madam Speaker, back in 2017, they were speaking about good governance and the lack thereof. Audited financial statements are needed to come forward. Had no Auditor General in place. But it seemed like when you hear them speak, it would seem like that government was clean like a whistle. All the ducks were lined up. Madam Speaker, you gotta be honest with the people. They continue to talk about this loan guarantee and us not taking it. But Madam Speaker, some of the conditions, just like you go, when you see on this resolution now, it tells you what the interest rate is, it tells you the terms, and it tells you some of the conditions attached to this loan. When you hear about the loan guarantee, they didn't tell you what would happen if you defaulted. It tells you that they wanted some of the government assets that they would be better operated in the private sector. Madam Speaker, it highlighted, it was a whole document, 5 pages long. At that time, it even referred to the fact that they want to reduce the public service. Madam Speaker, maybe that's why now Public Work and Water and Sewage, when they had 4 and 5 teams, we're only down to 1 now. But we're trying to act like as if things were, the same then as it is now. Yes, the RDA came into force, came into place, and Paul Bailey and the board at that time, I think was headed by Robert McTavius, did an amazing job with setting up the RDA. Madam Speaker, the $65 million loan. That loan was approved December 2017. Madam Speaker, you know when the first project kicked off? Sometime in 2020. I saw an article where he was a minister then, now he's in the opposition, cussing CDB. You can't expect to come with these stringent rules when this country is in this situation. That's what he went on the podium and said. I could say where I did some research. August 2018, that same member cussing CDB want to know, we got access to $65 million. I want to quote exactly what was said. How to say you have a $65 million loan facility in your hands and can't get a cent of it spent almost a year after the hurricane is absolutely ridiculous. Those were the words. 2018, August 2018. But you got to follow rules, you got to follow procedures when you're messing with people's money. Madam Speaker, again, I need to applaud the Minister of Finance. The debt strategy that the Minister of Education spoke about, when that came to Cabinet, I think it was May, it highlighted exactly the plan for the next 3 years, how you're going to manage your debt, the plan going forward. The first of its kind. And Madam Speaker, it's because of the prudent spending of this government, where we don't need to go to the UK for no approval for this loan. We are within the confines of the ratios. That only took place in 2019. First time we were in compliance with the ratios. Ministry of Finance would give you the information because it's public. But Madam Speaker, we are here. $100 million, and you know, sometimes it could get, you know, a bit deflating. You get elected and you want to address all the issues of this territory. Madam Speaker, when we went to the Recovery and Development Plan, the loans at that time, the plans amounted to about $860 million. That is from when we got elected, those were the plans. So obviously, nothing was done. We came to the House and we revised the plan for it to fit into the funds that we had allocated. $865 million. That's how much we needed to recover. Madam Speaker, all we had was $65 million in the loan funding. But they want you to do everything under the sun. How does that add up? The maths ain't mathing, you say, right? The maths ain't mathing. Because if you got $800 million in damages, but you only have $65 million, you could only do so much. Madam Speaker, the RT O'Neill complex, destroyed. The roof damaged, the skylights smashed up, messed up, windows, doors out. Madam Speaker, it was said at that time that the complex to repair it would be $25+ million. Now, the building was obviously underinsured because the payout from the insurance, you're going to say you get $11 million payout, but what is, help me with the maths. The building is $25 million plus to repair, you only got $11 million. Madam Speaker, anybody would know how the finance operates. When you go to the budget, you know, it's always a 3-year budget cycle. The first year, you're going to see the year that we're going into the budget year, you'll see $3 million. Year 2, you're going to end up seeing 15 million. You feel good. You're thinking that you got that money there. But Madam Speaker, within that budget cycle, you can only do that $3 million worth of works, because no matter what plans you have, finance is not going to allow you to send out a tender unless you identify where those funds are. So, I got elected. First thing, I want to seal up the roof. We did that. We did the skylights. Madam Speaker, the next year come around, you want to do the glazing, you want to make sure that you secure the building. So you do the tender, you do your windows and your doors. Yeah, we're walking along, Madam Speaker, because I am walking within the confines of what is allocated to me. This is the complex. If I could have rebuilt the entire complex by sending out a tender or expression of interest as we are doing now, the complex would have been built. But Madam Speaker, we could walk with only the money that you have. A plan is just a plan, you know, until you get some sort of funds to execute on that plan. It's like you graduate high school and you want to go to college, but you know you don't have the money to go to college. That's just a dream. It's just a dream until you're able to get to that next stage. That's what it is. I want to finish the complex, and I'm happy that it is a part of this loan. Will it be enough? Madam Speaker, it's only $100 million. You heard everything that the opposition said needs to be done? They ain't missed nothing. From building that need roof, to vehicle that need tire, road that need paving. Madam Speaker, they ain't missed nothing. But Madam Speaker, I look forward to being able to inject some money from this loan into the admin complex, the RT O'Neill complex, roads, Madam Speaker, that was spoken about heavily. Members asked about the sole tenderer. Madam Speaker, let me just publicly state what I know about the tender. Last year, about the same time, we put out a request for proposal. This would include design, engineering, building the roads, resurfacing the roads, and then lining out the roads. So we are doing a comprehensive fix. Madam Speaker, included in that, the tenderer would also purchase a curb wall or slipper machinery that would, you know, we're dealing with technology, that would install the slipper drains and the curb walls and so forth. So the company who wins the bid would then be the one to come and buy that machine that would eventually be the government's machine. They would also buy a lab so that we can test the aggregates, we can test the asphalt. Because the government didn't have me money, it's just a dream. But we know we want to get these things run. We have the plan afoot. Madam Speaker, there were questions pertaining to this tender. I think quite a few persons got the package. Madam Speaker, they came to the territory, they looked, did the observation, went to the sister islands. The only thing Anegada they didn't visit at the time because we were only doing asphalting for the completion. And I'll get to Anegada rep because I know you want to make sure that Anegada is a part of this, and it is. But Madam Speaker, with the tender process, you know, it was a fight even to get the request for proposal out. I said to the Premier, I said, Premier, you're talking about this loan over and over. You're talking about doing the roads. Do you know how much money you need? I said, Premier, this would give you some accuracy as to how much money you need based on allowing this tender to go out. Went against rules, submitted it, went out. Madam Speaker, they asked for an extension. This is an open tender. The whole world sees that this is a tender to do road works in the BVI. Tender, return, only one person bid it. Think it to the tune of $37 million. No, Madam Speaker, one person bid, but it's an open and transparent process. Central Tenders Board, they gone, they do the evaluation, they look at the company. Central Tenders Board said that, okay, this company seems like they have the capacity to be able to carry out these works. But Madam Speaker, it's seeming now that something nefarious may have happened. And members of the opposition who seem like they want to be the government, because they're telling you what to do from the opposition side. Seem like they want to be the government making the decisions and saying what needs to be happened, what needs to be done. They are saying that this suggests that this go back out. Madam Speaker, maybe that's why the document hasn't come to cabinet as yet. But yet we want to do proper roads. Madam Speaker, the Paraquita Bay Road to Hodges Creek, yes, we had some delays with it. The designs had to change. We had some relief issues. Obviously, they were trying to do more than what the footprint is, and the delays were there. But Madam Speaker, I understand that it started today. Madam Speaker, roads would be done on Judgment Night. They have been identified. Roads would be done on Virgin Gorda. They have been identified. Madam Speaker, within this loan, Anigada will see the proper construction of a road that has been there since about 2015. I understand that persons already have contracts signed. But we will, as this government did, we paid a lot of outstanding bills when we got in. This will just be another one. Persons had contracts for various works and they never were able to execute, and we honor them, as we will. But the intent is to have first-class roads in our territory. Madam Speaker, water. I started off by saying, you turn off the water. Those are the messages I get. I ain't get to bathe, I ain't get to do this. It's sad hearing. It's really genuinely sad listening to those calls and those messages. So, whatever fund is allocated in this loan, Madam Speaker, I recall questions being asked me. What is the plan? How do you know this? Madam Speaker, we are not short on plans. You got plans from 19 when? 2000 when? You got plans after by water, then you didn't do the infrastructure, you got plans. Madam Speaker, we asked for about $20 million to do it in the budget last year and years before. we got a few $100,000, you know, and I applaud those guys out there working, the acting director and his team, going above and beyond. Madam Speaker, it is no secret. And I just want to read off just a little snippet of one of the plans for the water infrastructure. And this is for Tatola, Madam Speaker, because it's we are taking it in a two-prong approach. Obviously, with the little money that the Premier gave me back in April, $1.8 million to do this road resurfacing and to address the water continuous breakages from Diamond Estate, we purchased HDPE pipes. A more durable pipe, higher PSI, would be able to deal with the pressures of the water from the pump station going up all the way to Enos Adams Primary School and over to Rudy's and where it will be distributed. So, Madam Speaker, we would replace those pipes. They're now going to be, I think, 10-inch pipes. Nothing on our system right now. I think we have one road where we have some 12-inch pipe that is connected to nothing. But almost all the pipes, the transmission lines, are just 8 inches. But we will be moving to 10 inches, more carrying capacity. And then we would put a pressure release valve on the system so that the water would be distributed in a more controlled manner. Madam Speaker, the upgrade of the main transition line along the Ridge Road, starting from Sabbath Hill Reservoir to the Long Trench Pump Station. Upgrade of the main transmission line from the Long Trench Pump Station, then over to Diamond Pump Station. We'll be upgrading the main transmission line from Diamond's Pump Station to Cane Garden Bay Junction to Rudy's Bar. Those are the material that we have purchased now and we'll be soon engaging to get those done. Upgrade the main transition line from the Hope Hill Junction to the junction at Josiah's Bay, Little Dix Hill. And that is the immediate plan. The second prong is to address the water losses and leakages throughout the system. The plan under the second prong is to do the following: upgrade the pump stations and stage pumps at Long Trench and Diamond Estate, Chalwell Estate, to ensure that the flow and the pressure of water is managed in accordance with the transmission line upgrades. We'll do installation of pressure management station, pressure reducing valves, SCADA system to manage and assess the water pressure throughout the network. Madam Speaker, last year in the SAP we got a little $500,000 there. We intended to buy water meters so that persons in the territory would get water meters. But Madam Speaker, it made no sense that we were going to purchase water meter when the people are not getting water at all. So what we did is we took that money and we sent it over to the RDA, and they have engaged a contractor to do leak detection in the most vulnerable areas. Madam Speaker, the reservoirs as well, despite from the same CDB loan to the RDA, we replaced reservoirs at Minton Hill, we did reservoirs at Zion Hill and Carrot Bay. But now the existing water, the reservoirs, they're about leaking, so we have to address them. Madam Speaker, the sewage infrastructure, and I have to speak on these a little bit. Madam Speaker, I see you. You okay? Eastern Langlook, Road Town, and Road Town. The completion of the sewage system at Eastern Langlook It's being developed in a structured manner and was previously outlined. Madam Speaker, we want to restore, rehabilitate, and commission the treatment plant at Paraquita Bay. That contract has been ongoing. Construct a sludge treatment facility to treat all sludge from 3 active plants in Tortola, those at Kingan, Bayport Point, and Paraquita Bay. Construct the main collection pump station at Long Swamp. And then we'll do the installation of the lateral lines. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, we have some contract with Toshiba and so forth. But Madam Speaker, the plans are afoot for the works intended to be done. So Madam Speaker, with this $100 million, again, I am in full support. Full support, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to when we can start the drawdowns so we could start getting some work done and seem like the territory that we are to be. Fix our roads, make sure people get the water that they need, that they deserve, and make sure the sewage plant is fixed and the R.T. O'Neill complex as well. Madam Speaker, I think I may have covered most of what I anticipate the loan would achieve. Madam Speaker, also members spoke about the airport a bit earlier, and I look forward to the upgrades to the expansion of the departure and the arrival lounge there at the airport while we go through the business case. And the business case would then let us to know what the next step would be for the airport expansion. We know the airport runway need to be expanded. I mentioned earlier that the UK see it as an investment, and they said it would not be tied to the debt. But Madam Speaker, I know that this loan would be an investment to the people. It will create jobs, Madam Speaker. It will enhance the quality of all our lives. And Madam Speaker, this is our opportunity to create better prospects for everyone in these beautiful Virgin Islands. Madam Speaker, again, I thank you for the opportunity to lend my voice to this resolution, and I am in full support. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to thank all the members who rose in support of this resolution, Madam Speaker. The evening is fast spent, so I'll attempt to be as efficient as possible with my words. The members of my team did a good job of responding to some of the concerns and explaining what this resolution is all about, Madam Speaker. So they leave me with not a lot of work to do. But I'm certainly grateful for all the clarity that has been provided. First of all, Madam Speaker, the members of the team said this, and they're quite correct. We have been speaking about this $100 million loan for some time. And the irony, Madam Speaker, is that members of the opposition have almost been berating me for not coming to the House to borrow as yet. They come and they speak about the fact that we had this $400 million loan guarantee. I'll get to that in a moment. They speak about the fact that some members have said it, they laugh and said, you know, it's going to take you 1,000,000 years before you get a loan. But Madam Speaker, I would have hoped that every member of this House would be pleased would experience joy like what the Deputy Premier stated for this loan, because this loan is designed to address challenges that the people want resolved. This loan is about solving the road problem that we have in the Virgin Islands. And when we say solve the road problem, we mean drainage, we mean proper engineering, proper sub-base for the roads so that the roads are built to last. We're talking about sidewalks and things like that, Madam Speaker. We're talking about doing a proper job with the roads, which we know have not really been done in the past. When you look at the roads, a lot of the roads don't have proper drainage, and the minister comes to do it properly. This loan is about solving the sewage woes of the people of the Virgin Islands. It's about solving the water woes. It's about expanding our arrival and departure facilities at the airport because we are welcoming more passengers than ever before through our airport. And Madam Speaker, it's about building our educational infrastructure. It's about building our health infrastructure, Madam Speaker. We would have thought that everybody would have been really happy that this loan was coming here. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, politics strikes again. Politics strikes again because just because we're called Her Majesty's Royal Opposition, we believe that we got to oppose everything. Even when it's good for the people we want to oppose. And Madam Speaker, had we not gotten the loan, we would have been berated for not getting the loan. And we would have been accused of not being serious about solving the problems of the people of the Virgin Islands. So we went out and got the loan, Madam Speaker. And I want to commend the Ministry of Finance team. And to be honest with you, I felt badly for how the Ministry of Finance was being referred to. Madam Speaker, we have some good public servants. They work hard. I want to commend, in particular, Michelle Phillips, who leads the macro fiscal unit, who led the effort of this entire process in a very transparent and responsible way. First thing we did is we had our medium-term fiscal plan that we did along with our budget. And that mentioned the $100 million loan as well. That was passed all the way last year, 2023, Madam Speaker. It went through Cabinet and it was laid on the table of this House. All the members of the House would have had access to that document, the medium-term fiscal plan. And soon after that, Madam Speaker, months after that, because of course I was pressing the team because I wanted to get this borrowing done, they said, no, we are going to do this thing in the right way. We are advising you as Minister of Finance, we're going to go through the correct process to make sure we do things the right way. And they prepared a document called the Medium-Term Debt Strategy. The first time that document has produced in the history of the Virgin Islands. And yes, yesterday I said I would share some documents with the opposition. But then, Madam Speaker, I realized that everything that they were asking for was in this medium-term debt strategy, which was laid on the table months ago. It tells you all about our ability to repay, the strategy to repay this debt, whether we were our level of debt to GDP, our debt to our recurrent revenue. It spoke to our ability to finance the debt. It explained the whole strategy in terms of what we needed to do to ensure that we are able to manage that debt in a sustainable way. All of it is in this document that's publicly available, laid on the table of this very house, Madam Speaker. And perhaps the members of the opposition didn't read the document, as they come here and often accuse us of not reading or knowing what was passed through cabinet. But this document was, I believe, over 30-something pages. And, you know, very detailed. It has graphs, it has statistics. It was a very responsible approach, Madam Speaker, to embarking on this $100 million debt. We didn't just decide we're jumping up and borrowing $100 million and then go to the bank and then just come here with a resolution, Madam Speaker. We went through a process. And Parsons speaking about the interest rate, Madam Speaker. Another part of the process, Madam Speaker, was having a competitive bidding process. It was a transparent process. All the banks, domestic banks, had the opportunity to be able to make proposals. A transparent process. And yes, Social Security could have put in their proposal. It was a competitive process. And of course, Social Security is a statutory board managed by their own board, and they would have had to have made a decision. That wasn't a decision for the government. That's a decision for the Social Security board, managed by a board. They would have had to make the decision to put in a proposal, Madam Speaker, and that didn't happen, unfortunately. I do share the positive view of investing in our own institutions, our own financial institutions. I share that view and I share that perspective. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, that board is managed by a board. Social Security Board is managed by a board, and we are not in the position to force the Social Security Board to participate, Madam Speaker. So that process gave us the best possible terms that we could have domestically, Madam Speaker. And we did make the decision to just use our domestic banks, because in the medium term fiscal strategy said that was the best way to support our economy at this particular time. And the Deputy Premier can go to the banks and say, look, we made these opportunities available to you domestically, and we can continue this good partnership that the Deputy Premier has established with the banks. The banks have been very supportive. We want to be supportive to the banks who are a part of our economy. We don't want this establish this negative relationship with our local banks that I heard right here in this very house. Or they're not one of our whatever. Quite a number of our people use these banks. We want to support them, and we want them to support us, Madam Speaker. So we went through this process, and it yielded the best possible interest rates that we could get at this particular time. We understand that the outlook is a difficult outlook right now. We have to look at what's happening outside of the Virgin Islands that we have no control over. What's happening in the United States? Inflation is very high. What's happening around the world? You have Israel, Hamas. You have Russia, Ukraine. All of these are external factors that have impact on what's happening in the Virgin Islands. We don't control the interest rates. And we can't afford to wait, Madam Speaker, to get work done here in the Virgin Islands until the interest rates drop. Suppose they don't drop. So we have to make a move, Madam Speaker. I've been informed by the Ministry of Finance team, who, might I add, did a great job in negotiating, because I heard on the other side criticism and made it seem as though I'm going and I'm personally negotiating with banks. Now that's something that you have your technical officers, technocrats, do on behalf of yourself and the government. And let me say, I believe they did a good job, the best job they could do given the circumstances as it was. And I want to commend them for that. And that yielded the particular interest rate that we have. And we know, of course, they've been having some shifts. The Fed in the United States dropped interest rates, I think about 50 basis points. But of course, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we brought forward a resolution. And let me speak about the resolution which has confused some members, Madam Speaker. And let me see if I can read from it once again, Madam Speaker. I'm going to read from my laptop since persons have a problem with me reading from my phone. Madam Speaker. And let me as well take this opportunity to thank Honorable Luce Smith. When I can't find a document, she sends it to me. And as she has said, I don't know her to be from Trinidad. And Madam Speaker, while I'm pulling up this document, I really do not know what is the obsession with Trinidad, Madam Speaker. There's some type of obsession with Trinidad that I just cannot understand. Those who are on the other side, when they were in office, they had a Trinidadian man by the name of Winston Wilson. He was a consultant from Trinidad. And I looked online at an article and I saw at one point he had a consultancy for consultancies totaling about $405,000. And he was a consultant from Trinidad. I don't know what's the obsession with consultants from Trinidad, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, if you have persons, regardless of whether they're from, if they can offer a service to the people of the Virgin Islands and do something in favor of the people of the Virgin Islands, I don't think why we need to focus so much on their nationality all the time, Madam Speaker. If persons who have come from elsewhere to do a job on behalf of the government and the people, let's not criticize them because of their nationality. Here in the Virgin Islands, we are welcoming people. And all persons who come here to live among us, let's respect them and work together with them, Madam Speaker, to build a better Virgin Islands. So, Madam Speaker, this resolution, Madam Speaker, I'll read from it again, because of course there has been some confusion about it. The Deputy Premier did a good job of clearing it up, but I will read it yet again for those who may not have understood it properly. Madam Speaker, it says there's a fixed rate at 6.5% per annum for up to 10 years. So what we are voting on, Madam Speaker, is a fixed rate of 6.5% per annum for up to 10 years. Now, after 10 years, this is where your options come in, Madam Speaker. You have the option to reset thereafter either based on a floating rate, and the floating rate is the SOFR plus 2.25%, reset semi-annually, subject to a SOFR floor of 0.00%. And I was told that I should negotiate this rate, but it's important to note that you cannot negotiate the SOFR. That's not something that you can negotiate, Madam Speaker. So you have the option of that after 10 years, that floating rate, or you can renegotiate a fixed rate. And those things are standard. The moratorium on principal payments standard, Madam Speaker. So hopefully that solves this whole idea of the options. It is very clear what we are voting on today, Madam Speaker. So the resolution is in order. Madam Speaker, there was also this view expressed from members from the other side that this loan was not ambitious enough. That was said. It was treated like peanuts. But at the very same time, Madam Speaker, there's some serious contradiction going on the other side. It's spoken about that we should have gotten more. This is the biggest loan that we've ever gotten. And it's being treated like peanuts, Madam Speaker. So that doesn't correlate. Also, we speak about the loan guarantee as though it was a loan. And persons come here and speak about all the magnificent and glowing things that could have happened through this $400 million loan guarantee. But the important thing to say, Madam Speaker, is you have to borrow what you can afford to pay back. You have to borrow what you can afford to pay back. Members from the other side spoke about how much this $100 million loan would impact your ratios and your level of debt. Well, just imagine if we had gotten $400 million at the same time. And then at the very same time, members on the other side are speaking about your inability to be able to spend the money. So why are you getting all of this money if you yourself saying that you're not going to be able to spend it? And while I'm on the loan guarantee, Madam Speaker, the Minister for Education spoke about the mats not matsing. Well, the hurricanes happened in 2017, Madam Speaker. Virgin Islands Party government didn't get into until 2019. So what is it that happened between 2017 and 2019? And why did some of the members from the other side did not take the opportunity to take that loan guarantee when it was offered? Because it was not offered to the Virgin Islands Party administration. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, and it was glossed over, between 2017 and 2019, that administration, which several members on the other side were a part of, completely fell apart. And I have to say to you, if they united behind their leader, and I hear some of them praising the leader now, but back then they were undermining his leadership. They would not follow behind him. They broke into divisions. Some of them greatly disrespected him. That same loan guarantee caused great division. And now this administration is being blamed for not taking it, Madam Speaker. And the gentleman just happens to be my cousin. And despite the fact that we were on opposite sides of the political equation, I felt badly for how he was being treated at that time. I felt extremely bad because he did not deserve that type of treatment and that type of disrespect. Almost chased out of the leadership. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, he was the best leader for that group. The best leader. And as soon as he was chased from the leadership, the whole thing fell apart. And I was ashamed because the people of the Virgin Islands suffered because of it. we remember the Recovery and Development Agency. This is the part that is often left out. It could not be passed without a member of the opposition at the time voting in favor of it. This is the same one that we are praising now. Several members refused to vote in favor of it. And as a result of that, the recovery could not get underway until the Virgin Islands Party administration came to office. And nothing was done. And then that $65 million loan that was gotten from the Caribbean Development Bank we finally were able to start to do some projects from that loan. And the only things really remaining under that loan right now is West End Ferry Terminal. You see Eslin Henley is being built. That is being done. And they may have one or two other projects which are yet to be executed. But for the most part, we've done that. I believe the DDM building, which has experienced challenges, I would agree. DDM building, West End, Eslin Henley, and maybe another one here or there. Madam Speaker, just checking my time. Madam Speaker, I believe the Deputy Premier spoke about the recurrent side of it. That came up a lot. But Madam Speaker, it's so interesting that you have members of the opposition making a big deal about borrowing for recurrent. And after the hurricanes, we got what was called a policy-based loan for $50 million. A PBL, policy-based loan, and that whole $50 million was for recurrent expenditure. The entire $50 million loan was for recurrent expenditure. Now, Madam Speaker, we understand. Because of at that time, you were hit by a massive hurricane, and at that time you would have needed at least some of the support. But I just find it hypocritical, Madam Speaker. The great majority, probably about 90% of the projects we have here are for capital. And you might have a very small sum of money, less than 10% of it, probably going towards recurrent in support of capital projects. And that's made to be a big deal when on the other side you got a whole loan of $50 million just for recurrent alone. If that's not hypocrisy, I'm not sure what is hypocrisy, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just a few words about I mentioned the DDM building. I just have to correct something, Madam Speaker, that Honorable Mehta said, saying that was awarded to the highest bidder. That was not correct. Not sure where that came from. Madam Speaker, we're going to have to make some time to debate that audit report, because that audit report has a number of things in it that are just not accurate and need to be properly contextualized. Madam Speaker, let me say a little bit about the roads, water, and the sewage. Madam Speaker, I drive back and forth from town to the east. And let me just commend the Minister of Communications and Works. Let me commend the company which is working, or who's been contracted by the government. I went to Paraquita Bay, right there in front of the college. I mean, they've done an excellent job. Excellent job. And Madam Speaker, I want us to keep the same energy. You know what the young people say, keep the same energy? When you're all bragadam, 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 keep the same energy when the roads are fixed. You know, let's encourage what's positive. Let's not just always focus on what's negative. When something positive has happened, and I see that the strategy, Madam Speaker, is, you know, when something positive happens, ignore that, forget about it, and just focus on all the negative things. But this loan is about focusing on the things that have to be done on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. We are interested in solving their challenges and their problems. Speaker, I won't say too much more. You know, we have some of the same old gripes, persons who are still bitter with Albert Bryan. Whenever they get the opportunity, they're talking about Albert Bryan. Yeah, Albert Bryan went up on a stage in Huntum's Gut, and now he's the worst person in the world. You know, we're one Virgin Islands, and we don't have to be having gripes with our brothers and sisters across the waters. And as it pertains to the gaming, we Madam Speaker, we're going to bring a gaming commission. I've had meetings with Attorney General's chambers about it. We're going to stand up that commission. We're going to make some amendments to our legislation, and we'll have gaming here. Madam Speaker, contrary to belief, our economy is performing well. We've had our best tourism numbers in the history of the Virgin Islands. We have the best first quarter numbers ever. We have the best first half numbers ever. And we're about to get to the end of the third quarter, and we'll see how we do. You know, third quarter is perhaps the most difficult quarter for us here in the Virgin Islands, well, particularly September and October. So we'll see what those numbers say to us. But by the end of the year, we will have one of, if not our best year ever, one of our best years ever. And all of those are not cruise passengers. I'd have to say to you that our overnight numbers are up on last year's numbers. And very soon, shortly, we'll get very close to the overnight numbers, which were our best numbers, probably somewhere around 400,000 or so. And we're slowly inching back up towards that when we have Peter Island back on stream. And certainly when we have some of these other expansions like Nanny Key, when Norman Island gets going, when we get Beef Island going, some of the other Prospect and some of those things, those will help our numbers tremendously. We have the O'Neills who are doing their development there at Port Purcell. All of these things will help us, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we'll have time to speak a little bit more about what the government is doing to help the people. Yesterday we finished really the last piece of legislation committed to the COI recommendations from Sir Gary Hickenbottom. That has taken an inordinate amount of time of this administration. Persons would know, because they listen to the radios, we've been here just about every day. Just about every day, and cannot get into our offices. We cannot get into our constituencies to focus on solving those challenges and those problems. Moving forward, we want to take a much more balanced approach. We want to put our full energy into solving the problems of the people of the Virgin Islands. This loan is a part of it. This loan is a good thing for the people of the Virgin Islands, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And all of the negative things that were said on the other side about where we are, you know, how the infrastructure looks, all of those prove us right, that getting this loan was the right thing to do, Madam Speaker. And despite their misgivings, Madam Speaker, I believe the opposition should vote in favor of the resolution, because they would be really hypocrites to go to some of those ribbon cutting ceremonies that we're going to do based on the projects that we will execute, and then they oppose this loan. You can't say that you want better roads for the people of the Virgin Islands, but when the loan comes to the House for the money to be able to execute those roads, you vote against it. We have monies in here for King Garden-based sewage. How are you going to vote against that? How are you going to vote against the improvement of roads in the 8th district? This money is going to help the 8th district in the sewage. I didn't even mention about that money that they sent over to the Pear Park and set that project back for probably about 10 years. Yeah, this money is going to help the 6th district and the 3rd district. It's going to help the whole of the Virgin Islands. So how can we even think about voting against these monies there that's going to help the people of the Virgin Islands? I would think that it would be very unwise, in poor practice, to vote against this resolution and using some foolish reason to vote against it. That is not going to be one that we're going to be able to cop out of. So I'm asking for the opposition, even though it's just one of them seated here. I don't think the rest of them are too far away. I'm asking for the opposition to support this resolution and to show that they're serious about the infrastructural development in the Virgin Islands, or they're just interested in playing politics, Madam Speaker. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the night is fast spent, and we look forward to executing the work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. This is a step in the right direction, and we're going to push everybody that we have to push to make sure that we are able to get a drawdown. I believe the intent by the Ministry of Finance was to get a drawdown of at least 10 million before the end of the year. So while persons are saying, we're not going to get to spend this and that money, I'm going to push to make sure that happens, that we get that drawdown and we start to allocate funds where they need to be allocated. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion for us to lay a paper on the table of the House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, which would require us to return to presentation of papers. Huh? Say it again? Madam Speaker, I'll start over. Madam Speaker, I move a motion to lay on the table of the House of Assembly two documents, which is the National AML CFT CPF policy and also the National AML CFT CPF strategy 2024 to 2026. Madam Speaker, I so move.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Yes, I recognize a member for the second district.
I just raised to, on a point of information, to understand if we hadn't already passed presentation of papers. And about a week and a half ago, we've been through this stringent exercise of what is right and what is proper and what is fit. So I'm just wondering, Madam Speaker, if we have already passed that place, why are we going backwards, Madam Speaker?
Just point of information for the benefit of the member, also for the benefit of the public. We are going through our mutual evaluation report action plan. A very significant part of this action plan is passing NAMLAC, the National Anti-Money Laundering Coordinating Committee, some time ago, passed a policy and strategy. We want to be able to publish these documents. There's a deadline of September 30th to have these documents published, Madam Speaker. And certainly, even though we have passed that part of the order paper, Madam Speaker, we seek your indulgence and we seek your leave and leave of the members of the House by moving a motion to return to presentation of papers and have these documents laid is very important to the people of the Virgin Islands, Madam Speaker. Of course, it's not ideal to do that after we have already passed that item, but Madam Speaker, as it is your House, we crave your indulgence and the indulgence of the members of the House by way of motion and vote to be able to have these documents laid. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies. Madam Speaker, I rise to lay on the table the following documents. National AML CFT CPF Policy 2024 to 2026, and National AML CFT CPF Strategy 2024 to 2026. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's no need for a second in this, Honorable. I call upon the clerk.
Item number 9, other business. Item number 10, adjournment.
I call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, before we adjourn, let me just recognize how supportive you have been. We have gotten to the final stage of passing that statutory board legislation, which was the final recommendation of the areas that Sir Gary Hickenbottom was concerned with. We do have a couple other areas to come to the House, which are associated with reform. But I want to recognize yourself. We know the challenges that you have experienced and the sacrifices you have made to be here. I also want to recognize your entire staff, Madam Speaker, who have been absolutely excellent in supporting us as we have been in the House almost every day, and the arrangements have been excellent. Let me thank you sincerely for that. I also want to thank, Madam Speaker, the members of the House, members of the government side, and also the members of the opposition. And the Attorney General's chamber said that her chambers never gets recognition. The Attorney General's chambers have been excellent in supporting us through this process, and I want to commend the Attorney General for that. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House sine die.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. The House is now adjourned sine die.